Good evening, guys. Good to see you, every one of you. And happy Easter, guys. I just got back home, an hour ago, uh, from the Easter dinner I had with my wife, my kids, and my parents-in-law, and my kids' godfather and mother, which was really nice. And my sister-in-laws as well. So that was also nice. So we had two who I just dropped off. Um, Now we have one in the house. I hope Harvey show pops up. Or is he late today?
Maybe he's counting.
Yeah.
Wait. And hi, everyone. You're supposed to introduce me in here.
Sorry. And my co-host at the moment is
yes.
CR, the great creative redundancy. My Nightbot is good. He put out the link for my birthday live stream, so that's good. I forgot that I put it on Nightbot. That's good. So, guys, how is everyone doing today? Now we have another one here. Hero Brian King Knives. Good to see you, buddy.
Oh, look who's in. What is up, buddy?
How are you doing, buddy?
Good. So not long ago, I went on a hike with my Cub Scout cousin.
Okay.
Yeah, like last Tuesday.
We have Pia Lee in the house. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you again. How has your day been, Pia? I hope your day has been great and wonderful.
Don't worry, I'm watching the side chat until Harvey shows up. Anyways.
Yeah.
I have to show him my modding skills.
Well, you're actually good, CR. You're really good.
Maybe I should have a text document like Harvey does. I know he does. The way that he posts things so fast, I know he has to have some text document on the side, copying and pasting.
Harvey has 24 gigabyte raw memory in his computer. 24 gigabytes?
That's a lot.
That's a lot of RAM.
Yeah. I don't know that crap about repeated stuff.
And I have only 8. And Harvey said it's too little. Not enough. Oh, yeah.
You'd be surprised for things nowadays, though. Like, a lot of things take up a lot more space than you think.
Well, that's because usually the programs get updated to utilize more, or they can utilize more.
Yeah.
Especially if you're editing and stuff like that. Editing actually takes quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't have it in social quite yet for my YouTube, but I need to get one.
Well, I mean, especially for like video and stuff like that.
Yeah, like videos I do. So, yeah.
25 degrees Celsius today, Pierre. That's hot.
That's about 75 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Probably.
I only know Fahrenheit. That's it. I'm gonna look this up real quick.
Well, I hope everyone has a great Easter.
77 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's actually decent weather for my part of the States.
Power on host and co-hosts. Keep up the best of your smiles. Well, Pia, you are one of my followers who really can cheer people up, you know? And of course, I have others too, but you are always the one who says, keep up the best of your smiles. You should have A lot of thumbs up for that, Pia. And who do we have here? Now we have Verna Corden on the
Hi,
panel.
Verna.
Good to see you.
You muted.
Yeah, she's muted.
Okay,
Hey.
Verna's here. Bob will probably show up in the next hour. Yep. Right on schedule, like usual.
Yeah, always on schedule. Actually, 1 hour above the schedule, but I had to do this because I would know that I should not be back home in time. So that's why I moved the
I
stream one
kind of
hour
figured.
later.
I'm like trying to get back in time. Like, oh wait, I got an extra hour.
And we have Nancy Quino in the house. Good to see you. And we have Mike G's vlogs. What happened here? People begins to drop in. Good to see everyone.
Don't mind the yelling. My cousins are here.
Oh, and we got Nicole.
Yeah. And Nicole Rodenheisler. Good to see you
Hey,
and
Guardian
very
Turkey.
welcome.
Oh,
And we have the one
GP's
and
here.
only from South Africa, Guardian Prepping.
And Miss
Good to
Worm.
see you and welcome. And happy Easter.
For me, it's just tomorrow. It's only Saturday for me.
And we have also Miss Worm in the house, the one and
You still get an
only.
announcer.
And she's a really good moderator too. She's a really awesome. Hi, Miss Worm. How has your Easter been? I hope it has been a great day with great food and something good to drink.
For me, Easter hasn't even started yet. That's tomorrow.
Ah, yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's only
forgot.
Saturday for me.
Thank you, Guardian.
Oh crap!
Much appreciated.
And my dog's here to join us.
Oh, and we got second star. What?
We have second star in the house. Good to see you, Matt. It's always good to see you. I hope your Easter has been great.
Here's my pup.
And we have, hello, my lovelies. It was my birthday yesterday, so it's been great. Thanks. Well, happy birthday. Uh, that would be belated happy birthday, but happy birthday, Miss Worm. I hope you had a wonderful birthday with a nice cake. Your favorite, I hope.
You guys are talking about
Do you
food
like cake?
already.
A lot of people don't like cake.
Oh, geez. Now it begins to drop in people.
Oh, everyone, don't type so fast here.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
yeah,
get.
they type really fast, actually.
Yeah, you might need slow mo.
Yeah, so soon enough, I probably would need that. But how do you set that one?
I think you could still. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
still in the settings. Well, on a laptop, I can do it. I don't know if. I don't think you could do it through StreamYard. I
but
think you need to go back
I,
to the YouTube side.
I think it's I can manage. Uh, but if they get turned out to be 50 or 60, it would probably go too fast. So we probably would slow it down then. But we are
Well,
not there yet.
slow mo helps when you're on like on a mobile device. You don't have like a large display like a laptop to see the chat. Because it'll slow it down for you in the StreamYard too, so you can just be like, okay, you can still try to catch up. Versus, oh, I'm still 15 minutes behind the chat.
Yeah, it's
Watch
easy
Twitch. That
to.
helps a lot.
Wagner Alkimim. I probably pronounced that last name wrong, but welcome, Wagner. Happy Easter, and I hope you had a great Easter.
Unless you're like me, it hasn't started yet.
Well, for you, it hasn't not started yet.
Wonders of being in the
But
States.
who knows for Wagner? It probably
Yeah,
begin for her
I'm just messing
too,
around, you know. I'm just messing around.
or it depends on where in the world she is. It's good to see every one of you guys. I appreciate that. I appreciate every one of you and your support. That means a lot to me.
Aww. Feel the love.
We have also James Gype in the house. And we have also Ivy
Hello,
Styles.
hello, 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 everyone.
Happy Easter to you, Ivy Styles.
Oh, we
Good
got
to see
Ivy
Hi,
here.
you.
sis. Dito kami kararating lang
Hi.
namin. I'm just got a, huh?
Scared the crap out of me.
And preparedness veterans in.
Yeah, preparedness veteran is in the house.
Dito kami sa
Happy Easter to
I'm here in
you,
the
preparedness.
farmhouse.
Good to see you and welcome to the stream. It's always good to have
Yes.
you, preparedness.
Hello, everyone. Narinig ba ako? Sis, narinig mo ako?
Hi, Ivy.
Yes, hello. Did you
Oh,
hear
yes,
me? My voice is
yeah,
clear?
we can
It's
hear you.
clear?
Yeah, it's
Yep,
clear.
hear you
Okay,
now.
because I used the headset.
Yeah,
Bluetooth headset.
yeah,
Okay. I'm here in the
No,
farmhouse
now the
now.
dog.
yeah. We'll let you
We
know
just
if
got
it would
just
be something.
because they have party here, so that's why.
Yeah,
Here's the dog.
Hi, madam. Hi, this is my friend. Hello.
Hi.
We
Oh wait,
said,
she
how are
probably
you? They
can't
have a
hear
lot
us.
of girls here.
yeah, it is.
Yeah. Hi, CR.
Hi.
And we have Pia Lee in the chat as well. She was really fast to drop in, actually, which is nice. Well, guys, as I decided to have a special announcement for those who don't know. Um, Yesterday in the afternoon, I checked my watch hours. You know what? I hit 4,773 watch hours.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah,
I'm
and
happy
now
for that.
I already applied for the monetization, but it's still in progress. It takes it will take a month
Yeah,
or
I
no,
later
no,
can
than
leave
that.
mute
no, you just
temporarily if
wait.
you're
You
not
just wait.
talking.
Yeah, just wait and see.
Yes.
Yeah. That is for your birthday.
Yeah, it's a very early birthday present.
Yes.
So I'm happy about that. So that was
Yes.
the announcement. Short, but
That's
Yay!
why.
okay. I just wanted you guys to know that.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. I couldn't done it without your help, guys. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Well, I mean, I'm here at the beginning, the middle, the end. Sometimes I'm coming back 3 times.
Miles away vlog.
But they have free 500 maybe.
Uh, you're also very welcome, Miles away vlog. Happy Easter to you.
Guardian Prepping Glows you are. Miss Warm
Congratulations. Thank you,
Speech.
preparedness veteran.
Yes. Just a 4,000 WH already. I'm happy for that.
Yeah, worked hard for it, and now I have to
Yeah,
work even harder, I guess.
yeah.
I still need. I
You just
still
wait
need.
for the YouTube send you an email
Yeah,
and
they
then you
did.
apply.
Well, I got the. I applied before the email popped up. It popped up
Uh-huh.
the day after. So
Did you clean your videos there? Maybe they have copyright or
I got
you
some videos on copyright claim, but no strike.
I've had that happen to me before.
mm-hmm. Because you need to clean it up first before you apply. So live stream on reminders. Miss Warm, I've already got your birthday. Feel free to get to know each other. Miles Awi Vlog, maganda ka lang shout out.
The Daniel Show 200. Good to see you and welcome. Happy Easter to you.
Yes, happy Eastern, son. Happy Eastern. Happy Eastern to everyone.
Thank you, Miss Worm. But anyway, I'm happy that I just as soon as I saw I got my watch hours, I just hit the apply immediately. I was so happy about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The baby's crying.
Well,
Yeah, baby is crying. She said. Um,
uh,
Ernest Creations, good to see you and welcome. Good to see you. Oh boy,
I
now
have not
people
said
begins to
Barry.
drop
I've
in.
said Barry nothing pretty much. I haven't said anything really right now.
But anyway, I hope my application go through the process. I don't think that would be a problem.
You'd be surprised.
Hey, Berna, you sleep or no? Natulog ka ba?
Verna,
I think you're not sleeping, Berna. You need to sleep. Uy.
yeah, she looks a little bit tired. Verna,
Yeah. She looks exhausted.
yeah, she does actually. I agree. It's good to see every one of you in here.
Yeah.
Good to see so many jumped in or dropped in.
So I dropped my house there, okay?
Yeah, feel free to do that.
Yes.
I want people in
So
the
what time you
chat
end
and
your live now?
well, I
10
tonight
hours
was
later.
no, not
No?
10. No, not
It's
10
okay. It's
hours
depend
later.
on you. Yes. Your finish is WH. That's why.
Yeah, I probably run for 6 hours, maybe.
Yeah. You need to rest. That's why
Yeah,
you have a 10 hours because of your WH.
yeah. So I think 6 hours would be just enough.
Yeah. It's depend on you. If you want, if they have a lot of visitors, why not?
Well, it depends on the how many we have at the time. So let's say if you have 30 visitors, you just don't. If you're on 6 hours mark, you just don't want to
That's
end the
good.
stream. You just want to keep
That's good
going.
if you have a lot. Iyakin yung baby, no? The baby's crying.
Preparedness veterans. Sounds like bedlam there.
Sounds like bed. What is it?
Bedlam.
I bedlam there.
Yeah. Never heard that word before, but it's
Mike
interesting.
Mike G's blog. I like doing 6 hour stream. Mike said blog like doing 6 hours stream.
Yeah, he liked doing 6 hours.
It's more than it's 10 hours. It's okay.
Okay, Miss Worm, no problem.
It's more than 10 hours. Miss Worm, you can join. Come up to the panel. I like
She
doing
says it's
hours
too much
stream.
noise for her, so okay, well, probably come back a little bit later.
Yeah. Sorry, too much noise for me. Catch you soon. Take care. Okay.
Yeah.
The Daniel Slow Show.
The Daniel Show 200.
This is the main channel of the Daniel Show. The 65
Yeah,
subscriber.
I think it is his main channel. Yeah.
So if main channel, so I give you a lot of bananas. No, not a lot. That's just all I give, the 10 bananas. See, how you laugh?
I thought. I thought it was supposed to be funny.
You give him.
I thought that was supposed to
Tammy
be funny. I thought that was supposed to be funny.
is in blotter. Hello, Shadow Scott.
Tammy.
Hey, Tammy
Sorry,
Eisenblotter,
guys.
good to see
Sorry.
you. Happy Easter.
Mike Chip Live. I'm probably going to do a 6 to 10 hours live stream later. Yesterday, I show Mike J. I saw your live stream. I'll go there and I thumbs up your live stream. That your title is only girl come up, but we have boys also there. Creative shooter. Hello, Tommy. Berna, you need to sleep.
Yeah,
Again.
well, I don't mind if she's tired and needs to sleep. Well, she
Yes.
can take a nap or so.
Wait. I just mute us because I like Berna.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was
It does
better.
help.
That's helped a lot, actually.
Out of respect. Out of respect for the host in the side chat.
Yeah,
That's why I mute myself every so often,
yeah,
even though there's no background noise.
yeah.
Well,
That's
Ivor, you can also lower your audio, your mic output, so it's not as high. So you have to talk louder, but we won't hear the background noise as easily. It'll be lower.
well. I have the mic set on audio.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could do that too. What is that emoji? Preparedness veteran. Like, I've never seen that emoji.
I don't
What
even
emoji
seen
is that?
I
I've
have
never
no
seen that
idea.
one.
Never seen that one either.
I've never seen that, and I've seen a lot of them. It's all good, Ivy. We understand.
Yeah.
The world. But sometimes lowering your mic output so it's lower can help.
Yeah.
Because we can hear you
is,
fine. It's just that it's picking up the background noise too easily.
The
now.
problem is, if I lower the output, and I need to raise my voice when it's get too late, and let's say in a half an hour, I need to higher up the output again.
Yeah.
So I can keep my voice down, because otherwise I wake up the neighbors and they wouldn't be happy on me. They would probably flay me for that and keelhole me as well too. So I just don't want that.
Yeah, let's avoid that. I guess I'll do
Well,
all the talking again.
well, that's the problem when you live in an apartment.
Well, that's when people are around you, right? Everyone else wants to do all the talking.
Oh, we have
whoa,
preparedness
whoa.
veteran on the panel.
Whoa, look at this. Wait for it. When people are around you.
Yeah, wait for it. Wait for it.
Whoa.
Oh, we have preparedness veteran on the panel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud
So
and
echo.
clear.
Yeah, that emoji. It was like bedlam.
Okay.
Oh, you came on just to explain the emoji. Okay, that's not very nice of you.
That emoji. That was me trying to decipher what was going on visually and audibly. that was hilarious.
I've never seen that one. I just like.
I often use that in in forums and stuff. It's hilarious. So how are you? Are you all right?
Yeah, we are all right. I'm all right.
Good. Are you? Are you okay?
It's 0 Celsius out, 32 Fahrenheit for you guys in the US.
Good. Vern, are you okay?
Yeah, she's still hanging with us.
She
Her eyes
give us a
are
wave.
open. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whee! Anyways,
So yeah. Good on. Congratulations on your watch hours.
Thank you.
So now
So
you
now
can
the
do some monitoring.
evaluation is on progress. So I hope it goes through.
Yeah, there's no reason why it shouldn't. I mean, you haven't had any strikes so far, have you?
No,
yeah, as long as you don't have active strikes.
No, I know I have no active strikes.
Yeah,
So-
good.
So the only tricky part would be when the tax things comes up to it, because I have no idea how to do that. I don't know anything about it, so that would be a problem.
Right. I'm
So
sure
I
it's all
need-
it's explained in the notifications and emails you get, and there's bound to be someone else there that has been in the same position you in your local area or in Sweden.
Not in my area.
No.
Victoria May Life Unfiltered. Good to see you, ma'am.
Hello, Victoria.
Happy Easter to you, Victoria. Good to see you. It's always nice to have you here, Victoria.
So, is any particular topic you're talking about today?
Party, like what?
Actually, I have no actually topic on that. Well, we take it as it pops up. There are
Yeah.
always something that pops up that might be of interest. So
Yeah. So I've done some. I'll get something going here. I've done some bit of research and some emails going on this week.
Yeah.
I saw some reports. Just general surfing. I kept getting a video pop up about Berkey water filters.
Yeah.
And this particular website was saying that they were basically putting them down, saying they weren't that good. They didn't filter out what they were supposed to. The testing wasn't validated, and all this sort of stuff. So I know it's one of the preppers' mainstay pieces of gear. There's a lot of preppers out there who've got the Berkey water filters with the two black sort of candles in them.
Yeah.
And so I emailed them, and they sent us. They must have done. It took them a week to get back to us. They'd done some research and digging on that website, and they basically debunked everything they said. That website.
I've heard about this
Have you?
from other people.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen results from other people doing testing with like what's that called? Zero. Was that? Zero? I forget what that name is. Zero something. There's another filter.
0 point.
I forget what that is. It's 0 something. And some other things. Some other filters out there.
Wow, yeah, there's quite a few in there. Yeah, they basically debunked what these people were saying. They just said they're a bunch of fraudsters, and when you actually delve into what they're talking about, at the end of the day, their reports you have to pay for, and they actually Berkey Waterfield's actually paid to access this report, and it was just a load of rubbish in the end. They're just a bunch of shills. So if you ever see this particular group of people knocking around, I'll dig up the address in a second. They're a bunch of shills, and they're just trying to put them down, basically. I'll just check my emails. I'll just dig it out. Also, came across a good snippet of information earlier on the week about EMPs and solar flare regarding how it affects your equipment. And there's a company called Semper, which is a technology company that makes it does various communication solutions, and it talks about the latest smartphones, and it tested 2 particular models and how they stood up to an EMP, and they found that the two phones survived EMPs quite well. And those 2 phones were the Apple iPhone 12 and the Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra 5G.
Okay.
So it's the Apple iPhone 12 and the Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra 5G. No doubt there's many others the same sort of hardness, and they found those 2 phones survived strong electromagnetic pulse. But the only problem is you could ask yourself is if the terminal equipment, the phone, survives the EMP, then what use is it, because the infrastructure may collapse, anyway, so you won't be able to use it as a communications device. But you could use it as a information storage center.
PDFs.
Continue, you can download loads of files. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you screenshot the maps beforehand.
Yeah, and all the apps
sort of random music to keep your motivation going.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a load of offline apps you can use that can help you in that sort of scenario. So if anyone's interested, have a look at the website called Semper. It's SEMPRE. Semper. And I'll explain what they went through. The actual person who runs this website is a General Spalding. His name is. I'm just on the website now. I'll read it out. So General Spalding is a nuclear operations expert and former B-2 pilot. Sounds like Bedlam's creeping back.
Yeah.
And it says, having served as the operations group commander of the 509th Bomb Wing at Whiteman Air Force Base, Montana, General Spalding has senior positions in strategy and diplomacy within the defense and state departments for more than 26 years. So he's a credible person, you know what I mean? So yeah, have a look at that if anyone's interested. Semper is the company name, and the Apple iPhone 12 and the Samsung Galaxy S21. Now the key thing about this is the way technology is progressing and standing up to these threats that people keep talking about. And they're working towards building and improving the infrastructure, communications infrastructure, i.e.
So it's more robust.
Yeah, the backbone network of phones and the cell phone towers as well. So given the current rapid rate of technological increase, it shouldn't be that far away. Let's just hope the satellites can progress in such a way as well.
Yeah, the problem is they probably need to improve the satellites to make them EMP safe too,
or more robust.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Yeah. So I mean, it's an interesting little development out there. I thought it'd be interesting to someone.
Yeah,
I think
it is interesting.
one of the main reasons why the Apple iPhone 12 is quite resistant to EMP specifically is because this is my conclusions now, is because of the ceramic coating on the phone itself. And ceramic is a good insulator. I mean, they use it in the ends of power lines and so on and so on. You see the big ceramic insulators on them. So that could be one of the issues they use there. I'm not so sure. But
I see.
there you go.
I'll keep that in mind. People
Yeah,
start going through have a back collection of phones now. I've noticed that.
yeah, dumb phones are on the increase.
And to be honest, there's still, even if you don't use an older phone, if you don't use the older phone as a communication device per se as a phone, there's reasons to have it. It shouldn't be just discarded right away, because that's just a waste of technology. Because you could be putting like PDFs and pictures on it and stuff like that. Well, I mean, I know some people just use smartphones for Wi-Fi access, music even, right? You know?
Yeah, it's fantastic tool. I mean, you can do anything with, you can use it as a recce device for taking pictures of areas you've been to. Instead of taking notes, you can actually use it to take notes, or use it as a dictaphone, offline mapping, and so on. It's 101 uses, thousands.
Well, I mean, some people use it for recording for videos and stuff like that. Because also the newer ones will automatically do 4K for you. Stuff like that. I was even suggesting that some of these older ones that have a light feature, well, you could use it as an emergency light. Because you're not using it as a communication device, and if you're not using it for any of these other reasons, well, you can use it for that.
Yeah.
And charge it back up in, let's say, a vehicle or something like that, off a power bank, and kind of supplement some more light in if you want.
Yeah. I've got the email here from Berkey Water Filters. The website in question, which tries to claim that Berkey is a scam and the fluoride filters don't remove the fluoride and it actually leaks dangerous chemicals into the water, is a website called truthaboutfluoride.com. So they've debunked everything that website has said. I won't read it out to everyone, but it's quite an extensive email.
And I guess we should all say hi to Homestead Oz, Ms. Hart, Gransper, and Vanessa Kitty here, as they all came in.
Oh, well, Wayne and Lynn are in the house. Good to see you, Wayne, Lynn.
Yeah, Lynn is in the house.
We're all still waiting for
and we have Thorhaven Farm in the house as well.
I'm still waiting
Vanessa Kitty, hi.
Kitty.
Miss Hurt Gaspar, thumbs
Happy
up.
Easter, guys.
Stormhaven Farm. Your shadow phobia.
Hey there, Shadow Scout Swede. Hope you and everyone are doing amazing, and the gods have been smiling on you.
My ears are bleeding.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ivy. I still want to hear her talk. But I want to hear everyone else talk. I'm just saying. I'm trying to be nice about this.
And Vanessa says, looking to buy a diesel generator from company in Maine.
Well, they want recommendations, or personally, I've only got a petrol generator myself. I'm not sure about anyone else. I've got a petrol generator, and I didn't go for the diesel because I've already got a diesel engine that does quite a bit of work for me. But what I would say is, if anyone is considering a petrol generator out there, get a decent brand. I'd recommend Honda. Good quality components.
That's what I've heard before too.
Yeah, I've got a Hyundai generator, and I've had no end of problems with it. With the inverter board inside the generator, because it's supposed to be a 3 kilowatt.
And make sure you test it or fire it up every so often, just to make sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Well, because just as a story, just one time, my friend, I was with them. It was a planned power outage, so they got noticed beforehand. It was planned beforehand. Well, when he tried it out, it didn't work because there was some issue, and I'm like, well, okay, well, I guess we're not using the generator to make the coffee. Back to the old school cowboy coffee then. So he just brings out this from the garage. It's just like this big chimney. I'm like, what's this? We're not making coffee, CR. I'm like, yes, coffee. So no reason to do it beforehand. No beforehand.
Definitely, and they do because they're engines within themselves. They require maintenance, components, oil, and quite a bit of care and attention, really. I mean, if I was to get another petrol generator, I'd go for definitely a Honda, because the components are quality. They last far superior to any of the other generators I've seen out there.
Well, they got moving parts, right? I mean, anything with moving parts can wear down.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
You know, the same way that, you know, a mechanical hard drive compared to like a solid SSD, solid state drive, for example.
Yeah. It seems like Honda are quite popular around the world, and they've built up quite a good reputation.
When Thor says electric start is a huge bonus on a generator, yeah, it is.
Yeah, especially when
Definitely.
you get kickbacks.
I guess you have electric start on your generator, preparedness veteran.
No, it's the manual pull cord start.
Ah,
It's good in the winter, and it warms you up. Trying to start the bugger because
Come on. 4 times the time.
But it's although it may sound simple because you're pulling a bit of string, that string does fray pretty quickly.
Well, it's a moving thing still.
Yeah, and I've replaced my pull cords already. So yeah, if I had the option, I'd go for a battery start generator. But on the only downside of those, if you're using a suitcase type generator, they are heavier because they've got the integral battery that enables it to auto start. You see. I'd say if anyone wants to get a generator, assess what power you need, and just make sure you don't come close to exceeding that. In other words, if you're looking at powering, say, a 750 watt device, don't just go for the 1 kilowatt generator, because that generator to power that device will always be running 3/4 capacity. It'll be high revs, high wear and tear on the engine. I'd go for at least a 2 kilowatt one, so it's less of a load on that engine generator.
Vanessa says, yes, I can't yank a pull cord any longer without passing out a time or two.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
pull cord chainsaw, petrol chainsaws are bad enough. They give it a good kickback.
Or a lawnmower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a motor for you have a pull cord too.
An auger.
Yeah, or when you're gonna pull that cord.
Has anyone got a Land? Has anyone got a Land Rover? Has anyone got a Land Rover out there? I'll tell you a funny story. Trying to hand crank start a Land Rover.
Hand cranked. Oh.
Yeah, Series 3 Land Rovers at the front, they've got a hole in the fender, the bumper, and you can get a
Yeah,
long hand crank in there and turn it. And
like
that's
the
a,
old cars T they had on T Ford. You just
yeah, that's it. Yeah,
that
and it gets
they really dangerous. They can hit your
yeah,
legs really or arms really bad if you are not prepared.
yeah, you get a kickback on that, you'll know about it. It can break your wrist.
Yeah, I believe it is many who have got broken arms because of that.
Yeah, Homestead Oz has got a good point there. He said, yes, 8 kV, you need to start a washing machine easy. 5 kV would do it a pinch. A lot of I didn't really delve into it that great until I actually bought a generator years ago. In terms of some equipment can take 3 times the amount of power it
Yeah, I've
runs
heard about that at least twice
to
initially.
initially get it going. Yeah. So
Then
I mean,
then it'll go down a little.
yeah. So for example, I don't know, microwave oven, for example. Let's say it
1,000
uses
watts.
8. Yeah, let's say it uses 800 watts
Well, let's say
on the
1,000 because it's
1,000.
a nice
Okay.
nice number.
So an initial startup to get it going initially, it can consume say 3,000 watts, and then stabilize and get lower. That's just an example. I'm not actually sure about it being a microwave, but
Vanessa says, same for getting off ground. I can't use the right side to push or pull up. Think flopping fish on driveway when thought without help.
what is this for? Pull cord.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some good gear out there. I know a lot of people. I don't know if it's a fad. Are starting to use solar power stations. These little mini boxes, which at the end of the day, they just contain some lithium batteries, an inverter, and some output ports, really. But when they deplete, they've still got to be charged as well, you see. So solar and lithium batteries got to be the way ahead initially.
Yeah. Vanessa Kitty says 20 kilowatts. I need some other equipment running, i.e., milling machine.
20 kilowatts. That's a lot of power, that is.
Yeah, it is a lot of power in that.
You're going to need a big generator for that.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, the noise that's going to produce is going to be loud as well.
Yeah, you probably need a generator in the size of a tank ship engine, oil tanker.
I mean,
That size of an engine to run that 20 kilowatts.
yeah, generators, they're dangerous devices. They're passively dangerous. The big fume hazard is horrendous. Downwind hazard. I've walked into people's tents, and they've been asleep, and if I hadn't woken them up, they've been poisoned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's important to have both fire, smoke, and CO detectors.
Yeah,
those
definitely.
Those things definitely do help people.
Yeah.
And time again, you hear on the news, you see news reports, oh, the smoke detectors weren't working, they weren't installed properly, they weren't renovations, they moved them instead of just putting them back somewhere at least. Oh, we're just gonna put them somewhere else in a closet or something. And like, really?
Yeah, Thor says he's looking at the Energizer ARC series, best overall from the looks of it, solar charger or from the house, and then you basically have a silent generator stroke inverter. I'll have to have a look at that. Energizer ARC series. Has anyone had any experience with Tesla Powerwalls at all?
Nope.
No.
Can't say I have. Never heard of it before, so
it's a big. I've seen pictures of them. I don't really know what I'm talking about as far as that goes. It's a big battery bank, I'll take it, on the side of a house. It does various things. I'm not sure. Just looking at the Energizer ARC. Right, Energizer ARC series or ARC series.
yeah.
Let's have a look. Looking at the website, regular price $680, on sale now for $5.99, and it's a portable power station type setup. Yeah, looks pretty nice little small unit. Recharge using a standard wall outlet or in 7 hours, or get off grid and power up directly from the sun with solar panels in 7 to 11 hours. Yeah, I mean these devices they've come on leaps and bounds in the last couple of years, and definitely good assets to have.
Yeah.
As
And
long
Thor
as,
says,
sorry, go on.
and Thor says, been looking at 10 kilowatt windmill for the homestead, but the prices are crazy, $50,000 to $80,000 for a
80,000.
windmill.
Yeah, that's a
I need a
lot.
lottery ticket that wins.
Mind you, 10 kilowatts is it's quite a high unit, really. Yeah, the prices are crazy. I know a guy near me who bought a small 600 watts wind turbine. It's a vertical one,
Yeah.
and I mean, even at that scale, he couldn't really get it to work for him because it had a faulty component in it. But they run on maglev technology now, where they don't produce the vibrations that previous models produced, and they've got limiters, so they can only spin at a certain rate once they get to peak output. So yeah, they're very good, but depends, I suppose, on the planning permissions in your area and where you site it, I suppose, if you've got the real estate to actually put it up. Personally, for me, that's not a viable solution. I went down the solar panel route, and yeah, that works for me. Works fine. Passive little system. Wind will be good because solar during the day, wind at night. Definitely makes sense. And like Second Star says there, if you have running water source on your land, just buy a hydro generator. It's cheaper than you can buy multiple systems and daisy chain the power to your house. Yeah,
that
definitely.
is another solution to the problem.
Yeah.
Yep. Hopefully there's no drought randomly.
Yeah, in that case.
That's the thing about hydro or water energy like that.
Well,
unless you got tide power. I mean, if
I was
you
reading
got
an
tidal
article just
power.
now saying Fox 26 Houston, 88% of Texas is in drought conditions, and they could worsen. I mean, I think personally, water is one of the most misused resources on the planet. Considering 75% of the Earth is covered in water, and there's people in desert
Salt
regions. Well, yeah, I mean, the will just isn't there, is it? Because you can make desalination plants, and these countries squander their money on defense and reckless needs and reasons, yet the basics like water provision still isn't there.
Hey, Victoria. Good
Hi,
to
Victoria.
see you, ma'am.
Hey, how you doing?
It's always good to have you on Victoria.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I got a slight cold
Oh,
going on from
not
Mateo.
No problem. No problem at all.
Hey,
Hello, nice
I
to meet you. Mm,
2 weeks. I 2 weeks.
yes, ma'am.
2 weeks. Ayaw ba?
I can hear. Is that Verna? I thought she was sleeping.
Yeah, Verna is sleeping.
with a guest appearance from CG there. It's gone back off.
I'm
Yeah,
working on a new sash for a friend of mine.
So yeah, are they made out of paracord?
Yeah, that's what I'm working with is paracord. But I got a female friend that really liked what I do, and so she asked me to make a smaller version of it, thinner.
So sorry, what is it? Is it a belt? You say, or
What was that?
is it a belt? You say?
It's going to be a sash. I don't know if I'll be able to show you so well, but it goes over your shoulder like.
Oh, yeah, good.
Oh no, wrong person.
Yeah.
It'll go over your shoulder. Let me see if I can stand up like this, and it
Right.
connects at the bottom. It'll
Yeah.
the two pieces when it's done, but it'll be at least this wide for her shoulder because she's about my size, a small lady. And then it has like a pocket in the very bottom, and then I make bags like, let me grab one, the one that's made bags like this to attach to it.
All right. Yep.
And I need to make some smaller bags even because it's going to be a smaller sash, so it's going to be harder to attach a bigger bag to a small sash. But I've made one other one, and both people that I'm making it for have a carry license, and
Yep.
so they want it for that reason, so that it's ready. It's right there on their chest, and they can get to it quite easily. And so that's what I'm doing. You can take me down now.
Looks
Yeah,
really
that's
cool, Victoria.
excellent
Yeah,
piece of
well,
work there. How long? How much cord is in that?
Well, I'm not really sure. This roll that I'm working with is 1,000 foot. I'll probably use a little over half of it for hers because it is going to be a thinner one and shorter than what the last one I made was like 1,200.
Open camera.
Huh?
Indomie. Vanessa, I like your, what you call that?
Oh, is this that?
She said
Yes,
she
I
likes.
like.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just starting off, and I'm doing it with a larger crochet hook this time because I want it to be lighter. Now, the smaller the hook, the more tighter the product, the less airflow through. And she's like really small, so I'm trying to use the largest hook that I can use to make it a lot lighter and a lot more air to go through it for her. But the last one I made, I used a smaller hook, and there wasn't a lot of air play through it. It was a little bit more heavy, but it was for a man, and it was longer and wider because broad shoulders, men, and a lot taller. So it was over 1,000, about 1,200 foot of paracord on that one. This one should be a little less than 1,000. So, and that's including the bags that go on it, and then I trim for just both 2 reasons. I trim everything kind of with this glow in the dark, bigger paracord, for so you can find it. Like if you're out camping, hiking, such that kind of thing, and you lay it down on the ground, you'll find it because it's going to be all lit up where this lighter color is.
Yeah.
And the thicker cord could also, it could be taken apart, each bag and each piece of cord, a glow in the dark cord used for something. So it'll serve multi-purpose. It's kind of a multi-purpose type thing. But that's what I'm working on. I took
That's what
the
I-
last one I had done all apart, and because I wasn't getting nobody wanting to buy it from me, so I took it apart, and I'm just gonna make one for my friend. And I probably won't pursue a financial anything for them. It'll just be a rare thing that very few people will have.
Yeah, I mean, when you're doing something manually like that, it takes a lot of time into it, doesn't it? And
Yeah, people aren't willing to pay
no,
what it's
but
worth.
that would make a good a rifle sling, or if you was to make one
Yeah.
where it's just an all-purpose, general-purpose sling, and have some
Right,
clips on the end of it, people
right.
can just use it for their own devices, and
I
footage
can
is
make
always
the
useful,
sash. I can
Mhm.
make the sash and then put a longer bag across the back of it, and that way, if you are a bowman, you can put your bows back there and just kind of pull them out. If you wanted it back there because you're a camper or hiker and you needed a machete easily got to, I can make a pocket so you could just pull your machete off. But you can also take C-clamps, D-clamps, I hate that word. Anyway,
I like that word.
and you can
Gets the R in
stick them on this. You can hook them onto the sash itself. And then with each little pocket, you can load on the front of you whatever you need right then and there handy. And it doesn't matter what the purpose is. I mean, it's so many purposes. Fishermen can put their poles back here and put all their tackles on the front.
Mhm.
Hunters, like you said, a sling in the back, put your gun back there and put your clips or your bullets in the bags in the front.
Mm.
So,
Yep.
Can I just add a few things in here real quick here?
Yeah, please go ahead, CR.
Just to take over again. No, I'm just kidding. I actually used paracord to learn how to knit because it was more forgiving than using yarn, and I could see the pattern when I was making it and still undo it, practice it some more, and such and such. Still have to practice on it, by the way. And I was just thinking again on the same reasoning. You probably can make netting from this. Obviously, I know people who have made netting from this. I
yeah,
guess if you really, really were inclined, you probably could use the inner strands and make a really tight weave. If you wanted to go, that'd be interesting actually to see that.
I have on my kitchen floor right now. I'm using it as a rug. I intended it to be a hammock slash mat for the inside of your tent if you don't have a cot or something to keep you up off the floor a little bit. And it's made from 3,300 foot of paracord. So it's a little taller than me. If I put my feet right directly on the bottom, it would be about that much taller than me, and just a little bit wider on either side than my shoulders. And I've discussed it with other people. They say you can put larger paracord along the side, then slide wood through there and use it as a, to what, I don't know what it's called. Those things that you would put an injured person on and then you carry them out.
A stretcher.
Yeah, a stretcher. But yeah, that one, it's so heavy though. It is so heavy because
Well, I mean, it's heavy for a reason, I guess.
Yeah, but
Also, you're carrying hundreds and hundreds of pounds, and usually all four corners need to be supported.
yeah, yeah. So, there's a lot of purposes and uses for things made from paracord.
Well, Victoria, I was just thinking, in the same way that some of these paracord bracelets have things nested inside of them, you could almost do it with how you're doing it and nest certain things inside as it's being braided or weaved together or crocheted together.
Yeah.
Depending on the application and such.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's I've got a rifle sling that is made out of thin strands of leather, and it's sort of that shape. It's very handy.
Yeah. And like you said, different size crochet hooks are going to make the weave more open or more closed, which you'll use either less or more paracord depending on how big you're using. So, and it would differ between a man and a woman, because men, they can carry a little more weight than women, and so I make it a lot less airy and heavier weight for a man with more power. But I'm not feeling so good. I'm glad you're not asking me to play, because that would kill my head right now.
No, it's all good, Victoria.
No, it's just nice to have you on my panel. So anyway, if you play or not, it doesn't matter. Well, you have great ideas, and you do really nice stuff. Well, paracord
Now
that
everyone
I've
wants
never
to
seen
braid.
before. So I'm really impressed by what you have created.
Yeah.
Create.
If you want to see the finished product of the only other one, I've only done one, and it's on a man named Be Ready Today, BEE Ready Today, on his channel. He did a video of it. He's a prepper preacher. Say that 3 times fast. But yeah, I made it for him. So, and that's the only other one. That was the first one I made, and I'm my worst critic. I think it came out looking kind of ugly. He likes it a lot though, so I'm okay with that. But practice makes perfect, they say. So.
And you get better at it over time.
Yeah.
You start critiquing it so hard. No, that's the thing, though. You start critiquing your own stuff.
Okay, Guardian. I'll see you a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm really not a crocheter either. So
catch you later, man.
It's a new thing to me. I tried to crochet years ago with regular yarn, and the thing was like all it was not straight blanket. I know.
Well, like I said, this is why I started to knit with paracord instead. So you get the muscle memory and you see the pattern, because yarn is one of those things. It's just like you may not be as straight as you think it is. Because it looks very similar all over.
Yeah.
Like if you practice and do it enough, yeah, I can make a sweater. But if you don't, you're just learning. Maybe it's easier to see something that's a little bit more forgiving, like paracord, and you can practice with it, undo it, do it again.
The only problem I'm having is when you undo something and then redo it, you end up with this situation. So you got to sit there and go along it as you go and kind of get those little crinks out of it as you go too. So you really want to get it right the first time if possible, because you're gonna, and plus it's gonna wear spots quickly if it's kinking up like that, big old kinks like that. It wears the paracord.
Oh yeah, because it's.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, yeah, and you'll notice them with bracelets that have been in, or braids that have been in that form for a long period of time, because it develops that muscle memory, that memory into the cord.
Right.
So it looks very similar to like monofilament line. It holds that shape now.
Right.
Because usually it's been wet. It's gone wet. It's been exposed to moisture, dried back out, and all this stuff.
There's a lot of things you can make out of paracord. Like if this was a little bit wider, you can make the length of a ladder and the width of the step. You know what I mean? You just weave a ladder, and it would be a very strong ladder, because this is 200 and I think it was 240 something weight. So 200 and something person can step down on it, and that's before it's weaved. It's even stronger once it's weaved together. But just one piece of the string is supposed to hold over 200 pounds. So you can make ladders out of it and all kinds of things.
Although you probably want something solid and a little bit solid in there, so it doesn't sag.
Yeah.
Too much.
But I'm saying,
and of course, you want to try that out way beforehand in a safe environment. That before you. Oh, let's see if I can go 6 stories down. No, try stuff 1 story, 2 stories, or something like that, or over like a swing set or something like that. So you see, because obviously the lower and lower you get, it might sag a little bit more than you think.
Yeah, but it's like those ladders they sell that the fire.
Those rope ladders. Even those have some solid pieces of material in there. They have cordage in there, but there's solid horizontal type of support in there.
Right.
So
it's just ideas I throw around with paracord because I like paracord. So I'm a prepper at heart. I like doing prepping, multi-purpose type stuff.
That is good. And multi-purpose is the best.
Yeah. If it doesn't do more than one thing, it takes up too much room. You know what I mean? I want.
Someone give it to me. I also know it. Yes. I'm charging here, so that's why I put it here. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
But you guys were talking about generators and windmills and water power and all of that. And I've looked into that too. They have small water. I don't know what you call them, but the wheels that like.
Yeah, I've seen them. There's many commercial products.
Watermills.
Yeah, there's commercial products that'll output you into a battery bank, and you can get USB power out of those. But they're meant for hiking purposes, like by rivers and stuff like that. Like
you want movement. You have to.
Well, you can drag by a boat if you wanted to.
Yeah.
As long as the water's moving.
If you're a homesteading type, off-grid, you can't just put it in a dead creek. You have to have movement to turn the paddle or whatever.
I guess if it's raining hard enough off a spout or something and it's coming out fast enough, it's possible.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of videos of that too, where people try to make something like that. It's probably better to store that energy into like a power bank than use it.
Right.
I think. Because you want to be able to store that kind of renewable energy, then use it when you need it.
I see one that was for campers, and it's only about this big around. It's a round one, and it has a USB cord that comes off of it, and it both works water and air. So you can drop it in a creek and power your phone, or a small generator with it. But it works with wind too, and
yeah, I think I've seen that one too.
I forget
I've
what
seen
the name.
these before.
Yeah.
So better not as mainstream as you think. And I just made a pun there too. But see what I did there. But they're not as mainstream as you think, right? It's not like they're widely available.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be better if they were widely available, then maybe more people would get into it.
Yeah.
I like the
You're
one
gonna
that
see less
uses.
of them if they aren't selling really good. Then you won't see the infomercials as much about them the longer it goes. So
Yeah, I like that one that uses both wind, can use wind and water, because then
yeah,
it seems more back to that dual purpose, multi-purpose thing, right? Because I've seen
exactly.
other ones that only use water, right? And I'm like, well, it's still
Yeah,
one source, but if you can
yeah,
utilize wind and water, then whatever works better in that situation.
yeah. I don't
Stuff like
know
that.
that. I don't remember if they sold a stand or anything for so that you could utilize the wind. I don't know how they expect you to do that without a stand. So I'm assuming they must have some kind of stand. But as far as the water, they just threw it in, and I think it had a stake or something that you could stake it down so that it wouldn't float away on you.
Well, yeah, as long as the propeller or the windmill, the fan, whatever you want to call it, is turning, and at a decent rate, at a decent fast enough RPM, revolutions per minute, then it should be able to generate electricity into the
Yeah,
power bank that's usually
yeah.
provided.
It might not do it really fast, or because it is a small thing. The one that I'm talking about, it doesn't pump a
Also,
lot.
it's not the same as as a commercial windmill that's like 10 feet wide. Yeah, obviously there's a difference.
Yeah, they advertise it for your cell phone
Yeah,
or
because usually it tends to be enough for 5 volt of power for USB type of power. So
your drone.
yeah,
It might
yes, stuff like that.
things like that. But like I said, it's a resource. Like if you have one of those solar power banks.
Well, because I was thinking about this kind of hydro type of power. I mean, like in a full flood zone or whatever, let's say power gets knocked out, you could be potentially using it. I say potentially. I mean, it depends. You would probably need some sort of mesh or protector to block any debris coming hitting it.
Wow.
Yeah, I try to find
Wow.
things. I try to find things that do not need fuel because look at the cost of fuel for one, and number two, if there is a disaster, it's going to be extremely hard to find fuel because everybody's going to be going after it that have propane or gas fueled items. It's going to be sold out, and I've seen it during a while back, a couple of years back, where you would go into the store to buy propane, and there was none at all. And so I myself don't want anything that you need propane or gas for. It's like I prefer having a wood stove than one of those propane heaters
Yeah,
because
you're more into the renewable or what's that other
right,
word? Renewable or recoverable type of sources of
right.
energy.
It's more of a guarantee that you'll be okay if you can get that kind of stuff. To me, in my mind, that's just the
Okay.
way I.
Well, and it could be supplementing the the propane that you already have too. So you
Right.
don't actually have to use it as much. And
Yeah.
if the renewables are in range of being able to use for whatever reason, then you can use it. Such as, for example, I guess, if it's in the summertime, there's a power outage, some sort of heat wave or whatever, you can be using solar lights at night
Right.
because in the nature of this situation, there may be solar energy during the day, and that way you're not, let's say using battery banks for lighting and stuff like that, or you're using the battery banks more sparingly and kind of supplementing in renewable energy in as much as you can.
Right. It's that's I will buy rechargeable batteries and the power adapters to charge those batteries because
Oh
again,
yeah.
reusable and to charge them doesn't take a lot of power.
Oh
If
yeah,
you
yeah.
have a power bank, you'll easily be able to recharge your batteries from
Yes. What are those? The nickel metal hydride batteries, NIMH. That's what's called.
Yeah,
I mean, I've read some forums and stuff like that. More people are getting into that kind of rechargeable batteries versus using, let's say, disposable batteries. But there is a point you may want to still have maybe a few disposable type of batteries. Maybe not.
Well, I've got every size of rechargeable I think there is, except for I don't have yet the button batteries, and I would like to get some of those. I did see at one time before that there are rechargeable button batteries and chargers for those button batteries, but the time I saw it, it was so expensive. I said, not today. But I would like to get some of those even down the road.
I didn't know that where you could buy rechargeable bottom batteries.
Yeah, you can. I seen them in it was on eBay one time, just once, and it had a charger with it, and it was for all sizes of the button batteries. The fat, the flat ones that are big and the fat ones that are really small. Yeah. So
yeah, the CR23232s. Yeah, I've seen them. Not seen the rechargeable ones. No.
And it had a recharge. It had the charger for those. But like I said, they were asking a big price on eBay for that product. So I was like, not today. And
How
now I
much?
wish I would have got it.
How much did you had to pay for it?
I think they were like asking 100 and something, but it
Oh,
was like for the charger and a few of the different size button batteries. I can't remember how many, but it was a strand about like this with the
okay.
different sizes of the button batteries.
Probably 8 to 10 batteries in
Maybe,
maybe in
but it
that.
was over $100, and I went, not today.
It's too much. I see those batteries store well because they're small and you can put them in really small places. I find a lot of those are lithium based and non-rechargeable ones, aren't they? They can
Right.
last a lot longer in storage as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
If they say lead acid on them, they're not rechargeable. They have to be lithium to be rechargeable.
Yeah, I've got a few. I've got quite a few AA, AAA batteries rechargeable. The only problem with rechargeables I find is, yes, they can be used over and over again, but they're only 1.2 volts, and the battery lifespan just doesn't stand up as well as primary cell.
Oh
batteries.
yeah.
They do say that it has a 5-year battery life on some of them. Some of them are a little bit longer.
Right. Yeah, they're only 1.2 volts, aren't they? And
yeah, exactly. You don't. So when you put it in a device, it might not say that it's full.
Yeah, but
I've noticed that. I've noticed that too.
Yeah, the benefit is you can use them over and over again and recharge.
I mean, I think it's for certain little things. There is a niche, I guess, for them. They're nice to have, right? I mean, there is only so many recharge cycles you have and such.
Well, I mean, the rechargeable ones, AA, AAAs, they can, if you get the Eneloop, for instance, 500 times rechargeable on average.
Or if you can get them on sale or at a discount. I mean, I purchased these Gold Zero batteries before. They were in the bargain bin. Still,
Right.
they've been not open, right? They're older. That's all. But I've been using them for a while. I scored them up. I'm like, yes, I'm getting both the AAA and the way.
Even the batteries. Sorry.
If you keep your eyes open on eBay, you can find people buy them and then they never open the package. So I don't know. You might not know how long they've had them sitting on the shelf, and it's just you got to look for a good price, and that's what I do. Is I just look for like the last D sales I got. You got 2 of them for $12, and so I thought, okay, that's not too bad since I already have the charger to charge them. So I got the 2D sale for $12, or sometimes you can find them for $7 or $8. Just depends.
I mean, even when I got these AAAs, it was a 4-pack, and I paid like $2 per each battery. I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That is good.
That's pretty good.
They're rechargeable. That's a good price.
That's pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal. I mean, and they were higher on the milliamp scale to a certain degree. So I'm like, okay, yeah, they're not that low.
I think the reason they were expensive is because they were Duracell brand.
Oh, Victoria, I remember this one time I was at my friend's place. I was taking out the garbage for them because I'm a nice guy like that. I found this rechargeable Duracell. It's 1,000 milliamps. I'm still using it. I was just like, oh, look at that! I actually found a rechargeable battery. It went even the first time too, right? I'm like, put it in the garbage or try to use it. I think I'll try to reuse this.
Those garden lights. Those garden lights you get pretty cheap in the dollar stores and the pound shops. They're the rechargeable batteries in those are pretty decent. They'll last quite a while, but they're only like 750 milliamps, 950 milliamps. Yeah, but they're in LED lights, right? I mean, you're not running like a high drain device. No.
And these ones work like in my doorbell camera. They also work in my taser. So my taser flashlight. Here's another off-brand. It doesn't. This is just another off-brand. There's a glare on it. So, I did buy a bunch of off-brands. They're okay, but, you have to charge them a lot more often than what you should have to. It's like for the door, when I use them in the doorbell, it's like lasts about 3 days before I have to charge them again. If I'm in my taser, you charge it once and it lasts for a long, long time. So
I found that not all chargers are equal either, and also not all USB charging leads are equal either. Some are designed for data transfer only with minimal charging capability, and others are designed for a huge amount of power to go through them. The USB cables.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just like the charging blocks or the power blocks and stuff like that. They have a rating on how much they transfer over.
Yeah, 1.2 milliamp.
Amperage,
2.4 has got to be the minimum for me.
Well, even battery banks are like that too. I mean, some have dual ports, but one's 1 amp and the other one's 2, for example.
Oh, right. Yep.
Stuff like that. Because obviously, the higher the amperage, the flow will be a lot more, so it'll recharge the device faster. If I remember right? Yeah, amperage is like flow in a river, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Shadow, thank you for letting me come up. I'm going to drop down into the chat.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
It's always nice to have you here.
Victoria.
Okay, yep. See you later.
Happy Easter weekend if you celebrate.
Happy Easter to you.
Yeah, if you'll look out tonight, it's the full moon tonight, isn't it?
Oh, we had a full moon last night. It was so bright. I usually don't have to set my
Ano to,
blinds,
kambing?
but
Kambing
it was
to?
so bright.
Ano yan?
Anyway, all right, bye.
Okay.
Kambing?
Hindi yan kambing, goat.
Kambing?
Oh. Ano ba yan?
Is that a goat?
Video?
Yeah, much better.
We've got an outside tour of the baby goat there.
Yeah.
I hope that's not
They
dinner.
have here, they have party here. They have parties, so they have animals. They bring the
Right.
animals here.
Oh,
Yes,
right.
and they have a bird here. Yes, the bird.
Yep.
And they have duck also here. They have duck.
Ducks, yeah.
Hey, duck. Yeah, and they have rabbits. And
Is this an
what's
Easter?
that? The small one. The guinea pig.
Guinea pig,
A
yeah.
guinea pig. Yeah. And what's this? What's this?
It's not a rat, is it?
Hedgehog? No, he's hedgehog. Hedgehog.
Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Or
Hedgehog.
guinea pig.
And that one is the guinea pig. Oh, guinea pig. And
Better not let them out.
yes, they have a small party here. If you can see there, this is the Muslim. They have here. Nice that goat, small goat. Welcome to a mini zoo KSA. Did you read it?
Yeah. Oh, mini zoo KSA.
Yes. No, this is renting. This is renting. They will bring it. What's that? What's that? That's for food? The vegetable.
Yeah, for goats.
For goat?
Yeah.
Okay, just feed the goat. The goat.
He only eats 5.
Okay, you just give it. Wait.
Speaks good English, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I speak also Arabic. You know Arabic?
Yeah.
Mashallah. Mashallah.
I speak English.
You speak English, right?
Yeah.
But you speak Arabic also, right?
No, I speak only English.
Oh, really?
No.
Your mom is your daddy. You see the kids. You see hi. Hi. See. You see they were like that. The tube that we could the tubes.
Yeah. What's the occasion?
No, this is the Ramadan. Ramadan
Ramadan.
part. Yeah.
Oh, look, he eats.
Yes, you give it one by one.
It
Okay.
seems second star survivor get hungry when he see all that food.
Yes.
He means the goat.
You give it. You drop it in the what we call this.
Yeah.
You give. Why not give?
And where are you located?
See? Here, this is the farmhouse of my boss. Here.
What
This is a
country?
farmhouse. This is in the Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Right. I didn't know
Yeah.
I didn't know you had
Oh,
hedgehogs in
Did you
Riyadh.
see that? Did you see that they have turtle? It's only one turtle. But you have two. They have there.
Look, my favorite is duck. I give duck.
Oh, you feed the duck.
I
The
let
duck.
the duck eat very fast.
Yes, it's
Look,
very
look.
big. Yes,
That's a lot of ducks.
yes. There's a little duck. Then this one, I want to see this one. This one, that one. That one.
Wow.
Yeah, hedgehog. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like a hedgehog.
Yes, that is the hedgehog.
Yeah.
You see?
They don't like bright lights, do they?
See? And the big rabbit is here. Salman, you give food. You feed it. You give it. No, don't throw. Just put it here. Just put it here in the plate. Salman, you put it here. Salman, you put it here.
Kali, it's okay.
What's the small goat.
It's okay. Blossom.
Mo blossom.
It's okay. Yeah, but shway. Do their own. The rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
I just feed them.
You feed them? Okay, just feed them. What's this one? Ah, the lettuce.
Hey, Dad.
He carries on like that, I'll be putting him in a cage. It looks chaotic over there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it does.
But it looks like lots of fun.
Was that you putting your name in ice there, CR?
There's still some. I told you it's 0 out.
0. Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm still. I still have snow in the northeast or northwest part.
Yeah,
because it doesn't get exposed to sunlight, so only ambient heat.
All right. We were bathing
melted.
today in 19 degrees here.
Oh, shut up! Make me jealous.
It went rapidly from freezing a couple of weeks ago to all of a sudden we're 19 odd degrees.
It actually this month it got up to 20, actually 22 out west here. Then the temperature just fell down to like -10 the next week.
You've got assured seasons, haven't you? I mean, here it could be snowing for us next week. It's so random.
Well, it feels like random right here in April. It's April though. It's early spring.
6 months of winter.
Hey, don't remind me. I mean, I mean, the ground's like pretty much dry, but just certain little spots still have snow. And it still hasn't really rained here.
Yeah.
Needs to actually rain. It'll clear up the dust and stuff that's on the ground.
So do you have problems with reservoirs when it's like that?
In terms of what? Like flooding?
Water supply.
No, not so much. I mean, obviously, I guess last summer or during the heat dome here in Canada, it was like weeks of heat. I managed to stretch out rainwater, but I mean, can only go so far.
Yeah.
You know, 250 gallons doesn't seem much over 2 weeks of like plus 35. Although the mulch helps. Mulch did help. That's definitely one of those key factors. So it's like, you know, my tomato plants were still like, the soil was still moist. I'm like, yes.
So do a lot of people have greenhouses or places like that?
I know some of my friends do.
It's got a bit of way to go if it's snow on the ground.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I can see the dirt. It's still way too cold. I mean, I got stuff growing inside, but it'll be a while before it comes outside. Anytime soon. It's way too cold.
I suppose it all comes back to the size of plot you need to sustain yourself, because you can supplement yourself with window growing and boxes inside, but after that,
Yeah, but you can only have so much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because it's not the same as being outside, because eventually in a window there'll be a shade because the sun will migrate west or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've been working out here a little bit, but I mean, I still have to wait. I'm not turning any soil yet.
And before you know it, all of a sudden, it will be 20, 30 degree heat.
That'd be nice right about now.
I mean, do you get flooding when it suddenly goes from ice to the hotter weather?
Well, that can happen. Here in Canada right now, in the central part of the country, they had
I love
blizzard.
but
Oh, hey Ivy. I was gonna say they
Hey,
had winter storm warnings, like a lot of snow.
yes,
When
I'm
I say a
Loba.
lot of snow, some places got 30 centimeters, like a ruler size. Some places actually got like 80 centimeters, almost a meter. That's 2.5 feet of snow in like a day.
Yeah,
two.
yeah.
That's quite a bit. And I was already thinking to myself, hopefully it doesn't. Everyone wants to melt it fast, so it disappears. But if the snow disappears so fast, then you get that rush of water.
Yeah, I've been to quite a few places in Canada. Spent quite a bit of time in Alberta, and it just went from literally 30 degrees to minus 20 in the space of 2 weeks.
Mm.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I want the snow to melt in places too, but I also realize over time it's sometimes better. Because let's just say there was a bunch of snow and the temperature just rose to like 20 and just melted so fast, it'd be like you get that runoff and stuff like that right away.
Yeah, break up.
Yeah, because I want the water to soak into the ground. You know, ideally that's better to soak into the ground, replenish groundwater, underground water, aquifers and stuff like that versus just running off to a lake, a river, and just washing out to the ocean.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I want the water to stay on the ground and use here versus just washing away.
Right, so where's Shadow gone?
We were just talking and you just disappeared. I just looked. It's just like he didn't even say anything. I don't see the chat right now. I'm away from the computer, so I don't see the side chat.
On you.
Oh, no, there he is. I see him.
Oh, see you, man.
He just snuck away on us. Oh, okay, we can't. We weren't talking about you.
I'm just about to disappear. Leave. I was just saying.
He went to get.
I was going to say,
get coffee.
make sure you get up and walk around because 6, 7, 8 hours sat down, you don't want a deep vein thrombosis setting.
Mm.
So, yeah. Anyway, Shadow, I've got to go. I'll catch up with you later on.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thanks for having us on, and we'll catch up with you in a bit. See you later, CR.
Take care, PV.
Take care.
All right, see you later. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
And then there's us again.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a really long table that Ivy has. I just noticed that. That looks so big.
Yeah, it looks very big.
Like room for a dozen people. Like that's like a really long table.
Yeah.
Well, that's mirrors in that room too. Wow.
Very useful. If you're many.
Well, I was just thinking to myself in terms of mirrors. It's nice to actually have mirrors in a place. Well, because for 2 reasons. Because light gets bounced around more. So you can use like one lamp and light up a whole room because you got mirrors or maybe like white walls and stuff like that. It's something I keep in mind in terms of like, let's say a power outage and you're using emergency lighting like solar lights, flashlights and stuff like that. Mirrors and white walls help. because you can use one source and light up the whole room a little bit better. Because the light
Yeah.
bounces around a little bit more.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So that's something I keep in mind. You know, especially if you got like a washroom, for example. Like my plan and thinking is there's no electricity, power outage or whatever. I'd be hanging my lights by the mirrors.
Kunafa.
Tikman mo yan.
Great, Ivy made me hungry.
Yeah.
I'm getting hungry.
Make you hungry?
Yeah, I hope you have
Yes,
stocked up
they have
with
a lot
food
of
in your
dates here.
with
You want
snacks
it?
and coffee. Oh boy, now see you're drooling like Homer Simpson.
Yes, they have a lot of food here. Saan na sila?
I need a snack.
No, it's a dinner here. They have snack and dinner. And they have, ano ba to? Sino nagluto nito? Puro pansit lahat to? Hmm. Filipino food, it's pancit.
That looks nice.
Yes. Ano yung
Your
iba?
plate looked like noodles with
Yes, yes.
tomato sauce.
Yes. Pancit again. A lot of pancit. No, Mau. This is all pancit? Pancit lahat to? Oh, shumai. Have shumai? Have shumai.
I
You
recognize
have that?
that word.
Oh, shumai. This is lumpia.
No,
Spring
now
roll.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, I hope you stocked up
Ay, my God.
with snacks and
You
coffee,
told me this
CR.
before the stream started. I hope I got the food in my PCR.
Spring roll. Ano
Yeah,
kabilang ito?
those spring
I want a
those
spring
spring
roll.
rolls looks
Actually,
really
Okay.
good.
I take
Some,
having spring and a roll.
Yeah,
oh, the shumai. Saan kayo bumili ng ano nito? Mulo. Shumai. Shumai, darling.
Andito na, kakakain na nga tayo.
that looks really nice. That too, actually.
Kaya.
So much food. And the presentation is really good too. Even Tammy wants a spring roll now.
No, I just saw that comment. I just came back inside and see the side chat now and just see. Tammy wants one too. See?
Yeah.
We all need to roll into it.
Yeah, roll the
I mean,
dice
I'll take
for spring
spring over a
rolls.
spring roll right now.
Yeah, roll the dice for a spring roll.
That'd be funny.
Yeah.
If you roll a free, it's free. Just imagine that. That'd be funny.
Yeah, it is.
So Shadow, what are you doing to get ready for spring here? It's getting warmer there, right?
Well, we have at the moment 5 degrees Celsius plus, so
Well, at least it's on the plus side.
yeah. Yeah, it is.
That's good.
What I had in mind to get some seeds to plant for early spring what we call here in Sweden spring crops. That's spring crops is a term for it's not a plant or things like that. It's a term when you plant your seeds and early in the spring or in the late spring. That is what we call spring crops.
Oh, so they germinate before beforehand.
If I would translate spring crops to Swedish, it would be vårgrödor. So that is spring crops. So it's a general term for when you plant your your let's say cucumber or garlic or things like that in the spring, basically from early spring to late spring. That is what we call spring crops. So it's a general term for it. It's not a plant.
I see. Yeah, like I said, I've got a couple of seeds going myself here. I'm hoping to up the ante, so to speak, compared to last year a little bit more. Increase the amount that I have beforehand. Well, because some of these seeds are actually from last year, so we'll see. We'll see. Propagate them some more. Yeah. Maybe I'll give some away later on to some people. Ones that have established already to a certain degree. I mean, some of them I got they're 2 inches tall already, a couple inches tall.
Yeah.
It's hard to eat without spoon. Without spoon. Without spoon. This is the beef with the without spoon.
Okay.
I was just thinking to myself, how many people actually know how to use chopsticks? I know these two know.
I know how to use chopsticks.
I think that's a good thing to learn how to use chopsticks.
Yeah, I think that is a good idea too.
Yeah, because you can improvise that or make it if you really had to, especially if you don't have access to a fork.
Yeah. It's a tricky technique to learn to use them, but when as soon as it feel pretty weird the first time you use it, the first couple of times you use it, it feels awkward. But when you get used to it, it feels normal.
Yeah, it's just an extension of your hand.
Yeah.
I mean, because I was just thinking, I'm like, then you could just pack chopsticks and a spoon. Have the best of both. Have some wooden chopsticks or something like that in your bag, in your go bag or something like that. I guess that would be multi-purpose to a certain degree.
Yeah, to a certain degree, yeah, it would be a multi-purpose.
And usually chopsticks are long, so I guess you can get that into some freeze-dried meal or something like that. One of those packages or sacks or something like that. Yeah. Pretty easily. Bamboo chopsticks or something like that. I guess those wouldn't be too heavy.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I got chopsticks in some of my go bags. Some of those bags actually, I have chopsticks. I have spoon and chopsticks. I decided to avoid the fork.
Well, you get a long way with a spoon and chopsticks.
Yeah, you can. You can do quite a bit with that.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, some people are pretty good with chopsticks. They can pick up 1 grain of rice easily.
Yeah.
You know, so something like mountain house or air freeze dry type of food. Yeah, chopsticks. You probably could do it.
Yeah. And I believe chopsticks in Mountain House would be easier to use than a spoon, actually.
Mm.
Well, it depends on what kind of
Yeah,
meal it
exactly.
is.
Yeah, I guess. It depends on the kind of meal. I mean, you have a spoon for like stews and soups, but chopsticks for like solid food.
Yeah.
Rice, eggs, bacon, etc., etc., veggies, and all that stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Second Star says, "Be right back. I have to teach these people how to charge their own car." Oh boy.
Garden prepping's back.
Guardian Prepping says, "I'm pretty comfortable with chopsticks." Well, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, once you learn how to use them, I mean, you can do stuff too.
Yeah, exactly. When I go to and eat sushi, they always have chopsticks. Uh, but you can ask for a fork and knife if you want to. But I always use chopsticks. It's think it's much easier that way.
Mm.
And besides, chopsticks are easy to make. Uh,
Yeah, exactly. If you really had to recreate that, it'd be easier to make a chopsticks than a fork, per se.
what Guardian says now is, "I love the hell out of
Ah,
sweet and sour pork."
you guys make me hungry.
Why did he mention that? I had to mention that one.
Thanks, GP. I thought you were on my side on it. Just kidding.
So, Sierra, what do you think is the best wood to make chopsticks of?
Well, bamboo is, but bamboo doesn't exist everywhere, and also you want it so you don't get splinters, because that's probably not the way to go. I've never had to make chopsticks before. I'm not saying it's not possible, but because you probably want it smooth and tapered down to more of a point, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used metal ones, bamboo ones, stuff like that, wooden ones, and stuff like that. Oh, Mr. GP here says, "Oh, my lighting's not good, but I'm gonna come on and show food to CR to make him hungry."
I'ma order some now and eat on cam.
From the person that always says, "Oh, my lighting's not good." He always says that all the time. Like every time we ask him to come on panel, "My lighting's not good, guys." You know, I thought he would have lights. Come on, GB. You're into prepping. I figured you had to have some lights at least. You know, maybe some candles. Make it all romantic.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Shadow, I'm trying to get ahead of what's going to be coming as much as possible. Proactive, at least. Because it'll give me some time, some buffer room. Anyways,
Yeah.
in terms of really GB, in terms of like having the plants beforehand, they've germinated inside already. They've had that extra weeks, months of grow time. A little bit more. before I transplant them out into like real soil or a garden bed. So, stuff like that.
And candles are just spooky. Yeah. I like candles. It's nice and
I don't
cozy.
use candles much. I mean, I have one right beside me here, but I use it for utility purposes. Stuff like that. Let's say if I cut cordage or whatever with scissors or something like that, so I can melt the ends.
Yeah.
And pray, because I don't like to waste the lighter fluid. I'm like, I'll use the match or a lighter to light the candle, because usually I have to do more than just one. And stuff like that. Because sometimes I'm cutting cordage or whatever. And I can't cut the cordage out today outside because there's no sunlight, so I can't solar cut it. Which I've shown before, so. You know, that cup looks so small, Shadow. And just the way that you hold it, it looks so small. Well, not that one, the other one. The other one looks so small in your hand. I'm just like, it looks like a little teacup.
This one is what I use to have my coffee in.
Yeah, I gotta get a refill soon. Cup's almost empty.
Yeah, this is my refill, so.
Yeah, I see.
Well, you must drink a lot of coffee, CR.
No, over time, over the day. Over
So
time.
how many cups of coffee are you really drinking over the day?
Just a few. I just spread it out over time.
Yeah, that is a good idea to spread them over time. I agree.
Yeah, because I'm doing stuff during the day. And at night and stuff like that. So spread it over time, period of time.
Yeah.
I don't consume it that fast. So yeah, time for a shameless plug-in for me again. No, shameless plug-in for me here again. See, it's springtime-ish here, and I've noticed. Yeah, ever since the snow melted, I keep noticing things on the ground when I go up for my walks now. Just like my last video, shameless plug-in. But those things are out there.
Yeah.
I know Previous Veteran came by. I know PV came by.
Yeah, and the snow begins to melt here as well. So
yeah, you start to notice what people drop. I've noticed that because in the wintertime, because your pockets are usually full or whatever, and people drop stuff because you're wearing gloves or mitts, and you don't notice things slip out. Because you don't hear it like hit the ground or whatever, because it hits the snow or it's too cold, and then you're just like, oh, I guess I dropped my gloves. And people don't backtrack usually to go find them, so they end up out there. So I see a lot of things like that out there.
yeah, do you have find anything new recently?
Not today. I went out earlier before the stream started. That's why I was rushing back. I'm like rushing back a couple minutes before I thought it started. I'm like, oh wait, I got an extra hour. All right, so I'm like, yes, I got an extra hour to do something and make coffee before the stream starts. Yes.
Yeah.
But no, it really does depend. Sometimes I can get lucky. Sometimes it's just like I have this rarity scale that I scored as for the period of time that I'm going out to see if I see anything. Sometimes I can score high on rarity scale where it's like 5 or 6, maybe even 7 at times. But today, 1.5. It's just like, nah, not really. And usually, if I find more variety, then it scores higher for me. It's not just one type of item and stuff like that. Especially if I find things that are, let's say, extremely useful. Stuff like
Yeah.
that. I mean, I'm geocaching. No, I have not done that. GP, I have not done that. That's one of the things I've not done that
Nah,
yet.
I haven't done any geocaching myself either. But I know people who do, but or have done it. They say it is really fun.
Well, I imagine so. I got to work on the caching before the geocaching.
Yeah.
But I have to find spots though. It's because the thing about caching here in Canada, at least for me, is that in the winter I don't have access to it because it's going to be buried in snow. There's no way to get into the ground in the winter.
No.
It's very difficult, at least without any tools. Without any tools, it'd be next to impossible. With tools, maybe, but still, the ground
But
would
it's
be
still tough.
Yeah, the ground would be frozen with permafrost, and I'm like,
Yeah.
it's very difficult. So I've been looking for places where I can kind of stash it and to be low key enough away, but close enough that I can access to it, but less likely for someone to notice it. So stuff like that.
Guardian says cache doesn't have to be underground.
Well, yeah, I know that, GP. I'm not saying it, but I mean,
Well,
I
it
was thinking
depends on.
of like,
It's a matter of taste and possibilities where you can put it.
yeah, I mean, like, I just kind of think if I'm gonna go cache something, that it's gonna be it's a backup, but it's a backup that I've already know that I don't. It's if I can get access to it again, that's good. But if I can't, it's not a big deal because someone else might find it, or the terrain or may change over time. That's the thing about caching. Because if the terrain changes, then
Yeah, it does changing,
stuff like
and you
that.
need to remember where you put it as well. So you need to put a distinct mark on the spot that you are familiar with, but other people are not familiar with it. So it's only you who knows what that specific mark means. So
Because the caching has to be able to handle all the weather here in Canada for me. So both rain, wet, cold, extreme cold, and stuff like that.
Extreme heat.
Yeah, exactly. And stuff like that.
Well, I think heat and wet conditions. I think that is worse than if it's cold.
Well, it depends when I'm caching, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
If I'm caching all later or something like that, well, it's probably gonna be the water and the cold.
That's the thing. You have to do an annual checkup on your caches. Yeah.
Mhm.
But if you have put your cache on a place and on winter time, and if you have to go to your cache and check it, if it's still good and you have snow up to your waist,
Well,
that
I
would
was
be a
just
little bit of a problem.
well. Another reason is that, like, let's just say you cache something in a tree or whatever. Well, what happens? Oh, that it's what happened to it? It's over here. How did it get over here? Well, some bird took it and flew off with it. What? I'm not saying that would happen, but that could happen depending if it's late enough, you know. So
Guardian says, I can set you up with incredible post SHTF cash drops in your region for very cheap investment now. And Second Star says, if your cash is in a bucket and you just put it in people's garages or outside their storage sheds, it will blend in and none will know that it's there. Well, that's also an idea.
yeah, exactly. We got Tinkerbell vlog in here. Hello.
And Guardian says your cache is small enough for a bird to carry off.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, it depends what you're putting in there.
I hid a bucket cache beside a woodworker's garage for 2 years, and he didn't know my bucket was there. Well, that's good. Welcome, Tinkerbell. Good to see you, and happy Easter to you.
But yeah, I mean, it depends what you're caching. Especially, I mean, I'm pretty sure I won't be caching like water. So that's gonna be way too vulnerable to cold here.
To caching water would be that would be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah,
Unless you find some sort of cave uh,
mhm.
or a hole in the ground, natural hole that you have a lot of space in.
That you could still get access, but
Yeah,
would be out of sight, so to speak. Yeah.
that would be an option, but you need to find those spots. So,
Cache filters now. I mean, I guess that's possible. I mean, as long as it's dry, I guess I could do that. Like spirit, something like that.
we have Vanessa Kitty says, well pumped back inline this weekend. I broke a fitting though.
Hi, Vanessa Kitty.
Yeah, that is a wonderful woman with a great knowledge. She has a lot of skills, Vanessa. She always surprised me all the time with something new she knows about, and she's a good resource of information.
Mm-hmm.
And Second Star says, "Lol, I'd never cache water unless you put like 2 water bottles in it. I have water caches made from ostrich eggs. Well, never done that before, but that might work pretty good.
That sounds exciting. Oh,
Yeah, it does actually. But the problem is,
access to it.
yeah,
Access to the resource
and
itself.
you need to have a small hole enough that it's easier to cover and put a seal on it. And you need to decide exactly where you're gonna put that hole, and it must be easy to fill up with water as well. So,
Well, because I always see caches as not as a guarantee. Because you can't guarantee it. because you don't unless you check it every single day and know the condition of it and such. Because all it takes is something to break the case open, some sort of storm. You don't have access to it, or it's contaminated. Let's say like the water or something like that.
Vanessa says, drawing up lighter leather case patterns in Inkscape at the moment. Water stagnates. That's the problem with storing water. It goes bad. Vanessa says, I would like some ostrich eggs. Duck eggs make great eggnog, but ostrich eggs must make incredible eggnog. Never tried, so I can't tell if that
Neither have I.
makes an incredible eggnog.
Well, you know what?
And we have Guardian prepping on the panel.
Oh, so he finally decided to
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
enlighten us with his presence. That's what I meant to say. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. How you guys doing?
Kiki. You know, I was just thinking because we were talking about water for a little bit. I was watching this video. I won't mention the channel or anything. I do like the content, by the way, and I already gave a like in a comment. But I was seeing like water bladder, and I noticed that during this video, I only saw a water bladder as for holding water and stuff like that in terms of some sort of go bag or bug out bag. And I was just thinking to myself, putting all your eggs in one basket, kind of thinking, right, GB, you got a water bladder too, right? In your bag.
Yeah, there's a different one. I've got 2 camelbacks, and then I've got my regular kits as well. And then
but I think if I remember right, you keep a filter and a spare bottle too.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
in almost all the different kits, yeah.
Yeah, because I was just thinking, if you only had a water bladder, if you had any type of leak or anything like that, I mean, if it's at the top, that's one thing, but if it's at the bottom of your water bladder, it's just gonna be like spitting it right out real fast too.
I'm a huge advocate for having repair kits as part of your inch kits as well, as part of my gut bag, that type of thing. I've always got repair kits, and repair kits, the functionality to be able to assist people as well along the roadside, and not just assist other people, but assist myself. If I was to be able to, have access to, I've got my mountain bike at the moment, but, that's not always something that's going to be able to stay with you. So if there was something on the side of the road that needed assistance as well, if there was a mountain bike that needed a bit of repair to be able to use, I could definitely use that. And then
well, I was just thinking
I could fix the water bottle with the same type of kit. Yeah.
Well, I know. I was just thinking if the repair is just so the hole is so big that you can't repair it. Like it's like a big gash in your water bladder. It's just like you would need so much of, say, tape or whatever that it'd be like.
Well, not just that. There's so many things. Even like tire tubes. Like there's so many things that in a fix, in a stickler, that you'd be able to use as a temporary water container. Anything that can capture water that isn't toxic. Like there's a lot of different.
Okay.
Sorry about that, but I was just sorry about that. Yeah, but I was just going to say that there's a lot of different varieties as well that you can use. There's so many different things that you'd be able to utilize when it does come to that.
Well, yeah, I agree with that too, but I don't want to dip into like using like resealable baggie if I don't have to. That's gonna be kind of hard to carry over time. Where something like a water bottle or a canteen is probably gonna be go to. Ever have that?
Yeah,
have to dip into like a sandwich bag or something like that.
Just give me 1 second quickly.
I mean, and I don't want to dip into a condom either. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Vanessa Kitty says, make a cistern.
Mhm.
Well, that
But
works.
I'm talking about portable on the move
Yeah.
kind of thing. I mean, that's good for sheltering in place or homestead and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have something similar or have something like that. A lot of places, I think in India and stuff like that, and other places have stuff like that. So when the monsoons come, they refill their cistern. In terms of droughts, they still have access to some stored water from that monsoon type of season. Pretty much reallocating the water for later use because it's stored and gathered.
Well, something else as well. A lot of the times, that's a very good question. I love that question, Vanessa. It's always something that has interested me quite a lot. Like extreme long-term inch type bugging out. What I wanted to say first, though, regarding water caches and that type of thing, if you understand that most regions throughout the world have rivers that run through them from the interior of the country to the exterior, to the coastlines, and if you can understand how to locate rivers, which usually only requires a basic understanding of geography. If you understand how to locate rivers as well and locate river and water resources by understanding the topography of maps, in a lot of cases you'll be able to locate water very quickly. And that's not something, water caching is incredibly important, but not water caching, but the filtration and also the devices that you can use to contain, like containers, one of the 5 Cs, of course. But yeah, just
And
making
that
sure
has
that
CR in it.
it does.
I know exactly what that is.
Making sure that you understand, like, just how to get to rivers is really
Well,
important.
and the thing is about containers like that, simple, let's say water bottle. I'm not even talking about like some metal water bottle. It's relatively easy to obtain. Most of us, if not all of us, can obtain an item like that. I mean,
Well,
it's very,
remember
very
how,
common. It's very, very common.
but remember the problem with plastic is also the benefit to plastic. I hate plastic, first off,
No,
right?
I know
But I will
that.
say that it does last for a really long time. So there'll be plastic bottles still like usable for a long time in the future. We need to get to Vanessa's question though about bugging out, about the duration of bug out that we intend to do,
Well, I always look at the duration can be hindered because of the situation. Like,
Yeah, it does vary.
I mean, like if the bridge is washed out, then you don't have to detour. If you're detouring, that's going to take extra time. And that's assuming you're not leaving when everyone else is. Hopefully you're leaving earlier if you can.
Yeah, well, there's that, and then also just understanding that you're going to need to check in every now and again to see what's happening with, with the rest of society. You don't want to be stuck out in the forest for a really, really long time, and the society, everything got back to normal about 6 months, and you're out there for like 10 years, just like, there's people, and it's pretty sad, but there are people in the world that still believe that World War II is going on, that are isolated completely. There's very few of them now, but there still are some of them out there.
Well, because I was thinking about like that duration and stuff like that, and things will slow down your progress forward. I mean, yeah, people train, but I mean, unless you're training in that storm too, hopefully you would never have to bug out during that time, but that would slow you down. And let's assume you could use your vehicle for a certain duration and stuff like that, but because you can only make it so far in so much amount of time. Eventually, you're probably don't have to rest.
Vanessa Kitty has some good questions. What type water containers do you use? How long will they last? Will they transport water effectively without breaking down, container breaking due to vibrations, etc.
So
Well,
quickly, yeah, go ahead, Shadow.
she has a good point there with her questions. So go ahead, Guardian.
No, you start, Shadow. We've been talking. Me and GP have been talking for the last half an hour.
I agree. I'd love to hear your opinion on this one as well.
Yeah, see. Thanks, GP. He's got my back. Yes. We put him on the spot. He has no what to say.
Okay, so I'll go then quickly. So what I'll say is stainless steel is always my first go-to, like no matter what. Stainless steel because you can cook in it and you can cook in it effectively, that it's not going to have any bad impact on your water. So a lot of the time stainless steel will also last really long. It always comes down to, I understand that it's good to also be looking out for certain budget items, but realistically, you pay for what you get when it comes to a lot of survival gear as well. So if you want something that's going to last an extremely long time, don't ever do shortcuts on things like water bottles, on knives, on axes, on things, on some safety gear as well. On your first aid kits, always spend the most money that you possibly can on first aid kits, on medical kits as well. Like medication is something that, long-term medication as well, is something that you can't really forego. With your cuts, your boo-boo kits and that type of thing. And then when it does come down to like just containers in every single way, that's why I say stainless steel. Like stainless steel will never fail you. The thing is that you can boil water and filtrate water using stainless steel as well. You can take stainless steel and basically like just throw it on the ground, like throw it far. Like if you need to throw it to somebody across a river or something. Also, if you need to communicate with people across rivers, that's why a lot of people will have whistles with them, because it doesn't break up that sound. And we've spoken about that very briefly a long time ago. But
GP, we can get into that after.
No. It goes one and the same. Okay. It's about like water conditions and how to be around water. The reason why it's quite strange, recently I'm actually specializing in water, like a lot of the water surrounding type scouts, because of the scouts that we have. As you guys know, I live very close to a river and close to the ocean, and we've got like water scouts. Well, they call it sea scouts here, but that's the sea scouts that we're doing. A lot of it is oriented around water and water safety, and a lot of the water safety courses. Just a lot of really very interesting navigation and skipping, those type of things. It's really cool.
Yeah, we have Sea Scouts here in Sweden as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, that's the division that I'm part of. That's like the group that I head as well, where I'm an instructor and a guide.
Okay,
yeah,
I guess
stainless steel is the best material, actually. I agree. It's lasts long. It's easy to clean. You don't need to worry about it that much.
Well, it's more robust in terms of, especially if the situation goes longer than expected.
Yeah.
And has more secondary uses compared to plastic, for example. Even those 1 liter containers or some sort of water or pop soda type bottle.
If you have transportation, definitely transport like some water in cast iron. Like cast iron itself is, well, obviously once you've used cast iron, it's going to give the water a certain taste. But the thing is that cast iron, like if you're looking at different materials, and if you have a vehicle where you're transporting some of your goods, you're transporting cast iron pots automatically, make sure that you do still have like some of that. Stainless steel jerry cans are amazing. That's such a great idea. Very, very good idea. So yeah, when it comes
in South Africa use those who are made up from stainless steel, I believe.
We used to, Shadow. A lot of them have been discarded, and like a lot of them have been tossed away. The military surplus, like that we used to have, because remember, South Africa had one of the finest militaries in the world at one time, and in the last 10 to 20 years, Our military has completely gone down the drain. You guys completely wreck us in every single way when it comes to military at the moment, Shadow. We used to be on par with you guys. And over the last 20 years, since the takeover, our military's gone completely down the toilet. Like, you go do the comparison sometime and look at like South Africa 20 years ago compared to South Africa now. Look at the crime rates, look at the currency, look at the economy, look at the infrastructure. Go look at all of that 20 years and ask yourself a question about like the way that the current government, which has been the reason why it is like that. I'm not attributing it to anything else except for the silly politics. Always silly politics. I'm not going to get too deep into it, but I'm going to say that like when a government's clearly failing its people, change it. You know what I mean? But it doesn't happen the same way here. But anyway, just my little rant about that.
Well, it wouldn't be time on panel without GP ranting somewhere. I mean, just saying.
Vanessa says, costly but dang nice fur, all sorts of liquids.
Anyways, I didn't actually finish talk about the water container thing. I guess this is why I'm going last. You know, I know there's also those pouches, I guess. Right? Sawyer other companies have those pouches. I know some people will have them in their get home bag, and some people do have them in their type of go bags too. Yeah. Now I'm one of those people. I ever have both. I can, if I got a ditch or whatever, I have that option. But I rather have both a metal and a plastic version, just so, because water is one of those things. If it's an emergency or whatever, I rather have the containers to put water in and than not have them at all. Because water is going to be one of those really important things, especially depending what it is, flooding or something like that. Like a forest fire or something like that that's coming in. Yeah, water is going to be really important to you because you're not going to start overheating. You're not going to need to hydrate up because you're not going to start sweating like really, really bad. And water is going to be one of those things that's really, really important. In most situations, water is probably one of the highest priorities. If it's not next to like shelter and stuff.
No, it's first. Yeah, it's definitely absolutely first. In
generally, it's first, right? Generally speaking, it's first.
Yeah, that's what will kill you. That is what will kill you.
Generally, it's one of those things.
That's like, yep, you got something like a 94, 93. I usually don't like statistics all that much, but you've got it's somewhere in the 90s percentage chance to be taken out with something relating to water dehydration compared to anything else whatsoever.
I mean, I know some people out there, some of the channels out there prefer plastic because metal, like stainless steel, is heavier compared to Nalgene's type of bottle for what it is and stuff like that. Now, but I also think, well, but metal is more robust than plastic is, because metal canteen or metal water bottle, you're not gonna be able to just puncture it with accidentally or take a slip or fall on it. Probably not to break it per se, but a plastic bottle, you might crack it. And then
welcome, Marlo 82. Welcome.
And once you crack the bottle, then you start leaking water. Then you gotta pull over to make repairs for it. Unless you got another container to transfer it over. If that makes any sense. Because that's I'm more worried about plastic bottles actually breaking or cracking than any type of longer term like leaching or anything like that. Because all it takes is that spill or something like that.
Vanessa
Those are my
also got another good point here. You also need water containers that you can move around and carry. Do you have the moving and lifting equipment for heavy stuff? I can say I have lifting equipment for heavy stuff. I don't have that. I mute her a little bit, so
Yeah.
That's much better.
Yeah.
But equipment for lifting heavy stuff, I don't have that because that would take up too much space. And
well, Vanessa Kitty brought like walking tag, simple pulleys and stuff like that.
oh my, too many convos. My headphones are self-aware and may file a lawsuit.
Oh, Vanessa.
Yeah, that's Vanessa. Is a long table in that wide screen. Yeah, yeah, it is. Um, be cautious of the music giving you copyright claim strikes. Yeah.
Well, coming back to being able to carry the water. Remember, Shadow, how I said, and I said this offline in the side chat on Instagram to you about having a backpack to bring up that water from your basement, for example, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, yeah, you can carry. They have handles, you can carry it by hand, but if you can carry one on your back and still have two in your hand, you can bring up more if you had to, or if you're in a rush, or you got stuff in your hand. Let's say a power outage, you still maybe you got a headlamp, but maybe you only have a flashlight. Then it keeps your hands free because it's on your back per se.
Yeah.
Because I was always assuming what happens if you're injured. Let's say you sprain your wrist or something like that, or something along the lines of that, where you can only carry. I don't want to carry a heavy bottle of water on in one hand. Over time would be annoying. That's why I'm not a big fan of those swing bags with heavy weights, because you start leaning to one side and it starts to hurt your back. Because all the weight's on one side, versus having it, let's say, in front of you or in a backpack where it's like maybe on your hips more.
Yeah,
that's why. Yeah.
No, continue. Go ahead.
Well, because I was just thinking, and having a backpack with stern strap, waist strap. I mean, it doesn't have to be per se expensive, but something that you can carry that, 25 liters, 5 liters, whatever gallons of water. It might be a little bit easier to do something like that. Because then your hands are free too. You don't actually have to carry it in your hands per se. Especially depending on the nature of the situation. You might want to have your hands free to defend yourself or whatever. Carry a flashlight or something like that.
Yeah, well, just so that you have increased visibility. Yeah, that's a really good thing.
Yeah, because if your hands are full, then that means you gotta put down the water, then do something. But if your hands are already free, then you can do something.
That's why headlamps are so good. Headlamps are awesome, and that's why I'm going to be within this next month. I should be getting some of my extra GoPro kit that helps me to record a GoPro head strap and a GoPro chest strap, and it's really cheap. I found a nice special on them as well. So I just want them to be secure enough that my GoPro doesn't go flying, because even though my GoPro is also secondhand. But anyway, my point is that with hands-free and everything like that, it really does help so much. And then when it does come down to the water scenario, in a lot of ways, it would be ideal to kind of have, because look, okay, depending on how quickly a SHTF scenario gets brought on, is also will kind of, it'll kind of mean if how we should react to it. I mean, if it's if it's a slow thing like this last year scenario, the year before that, the scenario that we went through recently, you guys know what I'm talking about. If it's anything regarding that, you've got so much more time to kind of be prepared in a lot of ways and to kind of build storage up. And you're not really, you can still use a lot of the grid, but a more sudden and immediate situation occurring will mean that you are so much more like you're going to need to quickly get out, and that's when you're like remote caching and that type of thing.
Well, yeah, you have less lead time. And I always say lead time because they use the word lead time in terms of tornadoes, right? The more lead time you have, the more you can, per se, get ready, make plans, and, take that extra couple of seconds to think of something versus on the spot doing.
What is that called for tornadoes? Because we don't get that here at all. Like
it's called lead time it's called lead time.
Lead
usually, yeah, they issue a warning or whatever to give people more lead time to get into a shelter or at least pay attention to what's going on and stuff like that. Depending on the nature of where it's coming from, and getting into a shelter or prepare for it better.
Is that spelled LEE?
I always thought it was LEAD, lead time. They in terms you hear about that all the time. Well, I hear about that all the time.
Yeah, because we don't get hurricanes or anything yet. Like that's not something that occurs. So that's pretty interesting. Like I guess.
Well, that's why I say lead time, because they use it in terms of tornado warnings and stuff like that. So I generally just say it in terms of fire preparedness things because you get more time beforehand.
I know
you get more time beforehand. The more an extra 5 minutes is still an extra 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys.
But
I don't.
preparedness allows
Canada doesn't get anything like that. Like you guys don't get any weather disruptions or anything like that at all, do you?
Well, I guess I can start my drop in. Hopefully, you have good connection.
You guys get snowstorms. I know that you get that, and then you also get more than that, I guess. Like America's got hurricanes, tornadoes, and those type of things, and you guys are usually
drought,
like impacted with
fire.
Yeah.
We don't. I know. Well, actually, I should say, places down south in the U.S. probably could get dust or sandstorms. Maybe it's probably more common for you guys out there. I guess something similar to that.
Yes, lead time there.
Yeah, Vanessa. Yeah. That's why
we have second star on the panel.
Hey, second star. Just to finish up whatever.
Hey, buddy.
That's why lead time's important in terms of preparedness too, because then you already got a bag and supplies ready to go, so you don't actually have to use that 5 minutes of lead time to scramble something together. You're already getting down into the storm shelter per se. That's why it's important.
I'm just gonna see, do I have good enough signal? Do I come through robotic or anything right now?
You come in robotic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I coming in?
Maybe just use the icon.
Hold on. Do I sound better now? Or
it's still robotic, but I can make you out. It's better than our times.
Well, crap.
Well, I guess you could always type a lot more again.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. All right, guys. Y'all have a good one. Just wanted to say hi.
Okay.
Hi.
Happy birthday.
Nice second start to take a second to drop in here.
Right. Yeah. All right, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
But yeah, that's why I say it as lead time, because I know even here in Canada, tornadoes can happen. I know it's possible. It's usually during the summertime, but.
So I saw this really cute, completely off topic. Well, not off topic.
Here we go again.
In topic, but no. It was a puppy there was like this little tornado, like a little whirlwind tornado, dust devil thing, kind of like whipping up on like a gravel road, and there was a puppy that actually stopped it, like by running in the way of the tornado. Like it actually, like the puppy was stopping the dust devil from becoming a little tornado, and it was running there and putting its paw like into the like Dust Devil and like making it stop every time. It was really cute.
Well, I mean, Dust Devils and water spells are much different compared to
I don't know the science. I don't know the science behind that too much. I wasn't really listening in class when they were going through that section of geography, because it's like not something that appeals to us. So.
But yeah, I mean, this is why I'm a big proponent of having that lead time, because it gives you more time to work with. I mean, I'd rather have 5 minutes than 1 minute, and I'd rather have 25 minutes than 5 minutes. It gives you a little bit more to work with. Because when you have more to work with, then you have options. You're not scrambling so much. I mean, I guess any type of tornado or whatever, I guess it'd be pretty dicey and scary no matter what. But
I think in a lot of the type of scenarios that I'm more cautious of, we don't get much lead time at all. Like that's not something that's really, granted to us, is a whole bunch of time. A lot of scenarios that have occurred in the past, the people didn't really have much time at all to get ready,
Well, I mean, like some sort of like mudslide or flooding, sometimes you don't get that lead time because it's sometimes, especially if a dam breaks, that there's no lead time. You might get maybe a minute if you're really, really lucky, but usually it's very, very fast.
Vanessa has a question again. In SHTF, can one plow down buildings and remake the farms that existed before? That's a good question. I have no idea, actually.
Depends on the nature of the SHTF, what caused it in the first place. I mean, is it possible? Yeah, I think it's possible. A lot of these places have been rebuilt upon, but depends what's underneath it. Bro.
Yeah, that too.
Because I mean, it's one thing if it got flooded out. Yeah, okay, it'll dry out, but it's totally different if it's radiation that caused it in the first place. That's probably not gonna be anything soon. And let's say if it's a drought that hit the area, then the land's probably really, really bare. So it's going to take some time to reestablish something. Those are my 2 cents on that. You can chime in anytime here, GP. I always do all the talking. I'm just like, oh, look who it is.
Welcome back, Ivy Styles. Vanessa says most energies you best have been planning and practicing well before the events. Well, you should have planned and practicing before the events pops up.
Well, yeah, that gives you more time. Because usually in an emergency situation, time is not on your side. Time's not on your side. Time's usually not on your side in an emergency. Time and time again, you see that often. And what time you do have, you can make the best of it. For example, if that makes any sense.
Well, the whole thing about it as well is staying as calm as possible.
Well, I mean,
that's sometimes the best thing that you can possibly do, because a lot of the time people freak out completely, and in those scenarios, a lot of those scenarios, like in the case of a fire, in the case of civil unrest as well, a lot of scenarios when beforehand you'd think that you'd be able to handle it like well, and you'd be confident in all these type of things. But in the face of like extreme adversity on an impulse, like in the face of disasters happening that are completely unexpected, it's surprising how people can almost freeze up in a lot of ways, and due to panic and stress. And I've seen it time and time again from people that you would expect to be a lot more capable and a lot more put together in extreme situations. And unfortunately, somebody waving a gun around can make a lot of people into cowards really quickly. I don't mean to mention the GUN, but I'm not mentioning it in a violent way or anything like that, fortunately. But what I will say is that it's
Oh,
no, I'm not. I would never ever advocate for violence. Everybody knows that. So what I am saying though is that it's just like it's very interesting to see how people react, and how many people are cowards. Putting it straight out there, I'm being serious. Like it's
okay.
not
Just because that word has CR in it doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I gotta put that out. I'm just pointing that out. Side chat.
I don't know if over there I would have said
That was a nice cake.
CR in that.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
I don't know. No, yeah, I definitely think you're a lot braver than most, man. I really do. I think that because you've got the sense of justice that you do, I think that you go far beyond what people, what most would go when it comes to helping people out. So, yeah. But for real though,
You're exaggerating a little. I'm just saying.
You think I'm exaggerating? We are what we believe. We are what we believe we are, Sia. Like,
okay.
We see.
Anyways, I guess
Welcome,
we got
Nanette Fortress. Good to see you.
I know. If we believe that we're heroic, we do heroic shit, which makes us heroic. Like that's kind of how that happens.
Well, sometimes having to get around a little bit of practice beforehand can give you confidence. There's the morale boosting effects of, I got options. Because usually what happens is people start freaking out because they feel like, there's no hope, there's no options. What's the use or whatever?
Well, it's that, and then it's also confidence. Confidence is a good one you mentioned. Confidence is great, but it's also I love the camera there. That's great. Yeah, so I was just going to say, sometimes kindness can actually be a source of courage itself, because of your willingness to assist people around you.
No, you do see that. I've
Welcome,
seen those random
Madam Beb.
acts
Good
of
to see
kindness.
you, and happy Easter.
Yes, happy Easter. But
happy Easter,
I mean,
Nanette Fortress.
Well, but something you do see that, and I mean, I've seen those closed circuit TV type of videos or smartphone type of videos out there where you see someone being proactive, helping people, or even way beforehand putting their own per se life before everyone else, because they saw it coming beforehand and helping people out instead of just in that kind of the bystander effect or freezing and not doing anything at all kind of deal. But I mean,
so are you aware of that? It happened recently again, where people failed to kind of take action. It happened on a subway. I'm sure you're familiar. I won't get too heavily into exactly what happened, but if you if you know what I'm talking about, then you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of us know what you're talking about.
Yep, and that type of scenario, that type of thing has happened throughout like recent and modern and history in general, where people, you'd think that they would do something to help. And I love that saying specifically that says that the greatest evil isn't evil itself, but it's when good men decide to do nothing. And that's something that if we're speaking about doing things and making a change in the world, it's like it's a topic that unfortunately people are almost cautious to speak about because we live in a world where people are judged so heavily. So it takes a certain degree of person to even say things like that, and to be humble at the same time. I mean, obviously, like humility is a really important thing. I know that like I sometimes like joke around and stuff with ego and whatever, but at the end of the day, humility is extremely important, and actually being willing to listen to other people.
And apparently, we're not listening to GP a lot here, and me. I mean, Vanessa Kitty's got a lot of questions there, so which is awesome.
What's the question? Go ahead.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, on the screen. A question: what have you done during emergencies, trauma situations, etc. in the past? Those actions you take and learn from are important to your future survivability. I
I will say
agree.
I have things to say about this.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sia.
Okay, so just for me to read it. Okay, what have I done during emergencies or trauma, or something that happened that I saw, or something actions that I took or learned from situations like that? Is that sometimes adrenaline takes over on certain for people. They do that more flight or fight response over the freeze response, and they're doing walking around when they're injured, which probably isn't a good idea. usually because I remember this one time I came into this accident scene. It was already happening, and it was pretty messed up in terms of like, because two vehicles, broken glass everywhere. And I remember this because I've told this story before to Hoopelscan, and I've told it to other people before and stuff like that, where basically lots of people around, so there's no bystander effect going on. But the thing is, I'm like looking, I'm like, I think this is the person that got injured, because they're just bloody on their arms from lacerations from the glass and stuff like that. And I spoke to them for a moment, right? I'm like, "Are you okay? Are you the one that got injured, hit or whatever, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, my boyfriend's over there. He's hysterical, or whatever, because of the incident that happened." I'm like, "Yeah, understandable, because adrenaline's running through your system. You feel mad because someone just hit you, and you know now your girlfriend or wife or whatever, mate or roommate or whatever is injured." One thing I thought of, I'm like, "Are you hurt?" And she's like, "Oh, I think my ribs hurt." I'm like, "Oh, your ribs hurt. You shouldn't be walking around, in my opinion, if your ribs are hurt, because you have no idea if you have injuries underneath you, internal injuries, and walking around may make it worse." I'm not saying lay down, but maybe just sit down and just kind of chill, because at that time there was no first responders coming right away, right? This is during rush hour, so it takes some time. You gotta get by vehicles and all that stuff. I'm like, I just said, maybe just sit down over here, just kind of chill out, right? Tend to your wounds, right? Apply pressure to your cuts and stuff like that, so you stop bleeding and stuff like that. Especially if they're pretty big and stuff like that, right? Because she said her ribs are. I'm like, well, that's usually an indication of. It could be an indication of bruised ribs, broken ribs, or internal bleeding. So I'm like, No, I'm not giving medical advice because I'm not an expert. I'm not like other people out there. Don't get me wrong. But from my basic understanding of it, I'm like, she was walking around unnecessarily and probably under stress of adrenaline, and it's masking the kind of pain that she might experience later on, or would be experiencing. So
yeah, that's that shock.
maybe the shock, right? So I said, maybe just sit down, and I found her boyfriend or mate or whatever. I'm like, yes, I know you're under stress, but you need to tend to your wife, girlfriend, whatever at this time. She needs your help, right? So and redirect them to focus on that, and motivate him to do something about that. Because I saw lots, like, don't get me wrong, like, there's lots of people helping, like, people coming out with paper towels and stuff like that. But I'm like thinking to myself, why is the person that's hurt walking around? It's probably not. I'm not saying like, just because it's not like some sort of thing you just walk it off. Because you, like I said, if you feel pain inside of you, like you have no idea if that's an internal injury. At best, maybe a bruised rib or something like that. But the way that I saw this, I didn't see the accident, but the way that the passenger side was crumpled, that looked like impact from the dash hitting the rib cage, or falling forward hitting the rib cage from the seatbelt holding you back. I'm like, that's probably not the wisest thing, just to be walking around. Maybe tend to your injuries and just sit. Not lay down, but sit, right? And just reassuring what needs to be done, I think. So I just want to say that. I've never actually said this on a video or on a panel, but yeah, I just wanted to say that. And apparently I'm missing the side chat. So
That's important. It's one of the most important things. If you neglect those things, the most imperative, like the things that are most crucial when it comes to health and just basic first aid as well, first aid principles. If you neglect those things, all the other great survival techniques that you've learned, like all the gear that you've got means nothing. All the gear and training you have, if you don't make sure that you have like your basic first aid covered as well, there's a lot that I still want to learn. With this being said, there's a lot that I still want to learn, and there's a lot of courses that I'd still like to do in the future.
Yeah, I think what I
always
said too. I think what I also said, if I remember right, because there was lacerate, like there's blood on our arm, right? It's probably from the glass or broken glass. I said, apply pressure. Maybe if it's still bleeding or whatever, hold it above your heart to slow down your blood flow to it and stuff like that, and keep her doing something proactive versus just walking around. Because I just saw that and I'm just like, I don't know if walking around is probably the best idea. Especially this is way before any ambulance or anything was coming. And now I'm not saying, I'm not trying to give medical advice, but in terms of just basic knowledge or basic type of training that you might get, okay, airway, breathing, circulation, and if you're bleeding, okay, start applying pressure and stuff like that. Simple things that I generally know are the things to do, right? Apply pressure and stuff like that. Maybe not walk around, especially in, slow down your heart rate, because adrenaline's rushing through your system right now, probably. And you walking around increases your heart rate, so the circulation of your blood goes around more, and if you're bleeding,
that's
to stop the bleeding, I guess, right?
That's why you should definitely have a couple of Israeli bandages as well. Israeli bandages are by far one of the most incredible assets when it comes to bleeds as well, being able to stop bleeds.
Mm.
And you can get them online as well. You can order them online. They're not that expensive. If you're willing to just do a bit of research for yourself as well. I'm not going to give out any branding or anything like that, but just Israeli bandages. There's usually one common Israeli bandage that almost everybody's familiar with. Definitely get a couple of them and have them at hand.
Yeah, because I've spoken to other people about this, and this is the exact same story. So, for what I know and stuff like that, and the thing is, without having kit material with me, gear, right? This is a lack of having gear, but still knowledge, though, is what I had on me at that time. Because, like you said, because people are bringing out like paper towel and all this stuff. So the gear is per se there, but knowledge wasn't there per se. If that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, and also, things. Yeah, that's very true. What Vanessa said there, it's definitely true. No matter what career or profession you're in, should absolutely be able to have your basic understanding of it as well. And it's also, you know, one of the most important things that people don't always seem to remember is just not to move people immediately after like an accident. People end up like they'll ask somebody to get out of the road, or they'll do something before paramedics arrive, and it's extremely dangerous when you do that. You should never ever you should make the zone safe wherever the person's where an accident's occurred, and make sure that you are making like the traffic alert that there's been an accident there, but do not make somebody move until paramedics arrive under any circumstances. You should absolutely make sure that the paramedics get there. Ask the person to lay as still as possible as well. Depending on, you know,
depending on the situation. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, obviously, you know, the vehicle's on fire. Yeah, obviously that's the immediate threat. So yeah, you want to get them.
Never listen, CR. Never take off a damn helmet. Never ever take off a rider's helmet, no matter what. Like if there's a motorcyclist that's fallen, like that helmet can sometimes be what's keeping that rider alive. And if you remove that helmet, you could have that guy could have potentially, or that guy, that woman could have potentially lived. And when you remove the helmet, you completely you could have been the person that ended that person's life by making a stupid mistake when it does come to.
I mean, I think this is why people don't like helping, because, you know, oh, you always hear, oh, this guy's getting sued because he helped and blah 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 blah, right? And you hear stuff like that. Now, this is why I didn't touch anything. I just said things instead. They either considered it or not. I just said things, which to say, right? So it's not like I'm, you know, things to think about, right? So a third person coming in that isn't in that fight or flight response, that isn't like all stressed out or whatever, right? But it's just someone that wants to try to help people out, because unfortunately it looked pretty major for what it was at that time, right? Because literally I saw a lot of people and it's just like, just thinking to myself, I'm like, well, people are just walking around injured, probably isn't the greatest thing.
And it happens. There's a lot of situations all the time that could have been handled a lot better, and that's why it really is better to increase your first aid. It's a topic that I'd actually like to bring somebody. I've got two friends that are really good, that are both like my age as well, around my age, and one of them a bit younger, that have got like a good amount of knowledge that could come onto that I could interview in future. And that's actually something that I'd like to do, but I'd also want to, when I'm doing my medical aid courses and that as well, I'd also like to at some point go through that channel. I've just been super quiet recently with the channel on Bookman, because I've just been, I'm in a whole different phase right now. I'll get back to creating content and that in the near future. At the moment, I'm sure that, I don't know if you guys know.
I have more stories, by the way. I still have more stories. I have more stories.
What I'm talking about?
I see things I've experienced, right? This is why I'm like thinking on past experience. I'm like, what did I do at that time? Hopefully, I did the common sense or the right thing for what the situation was. I mean, honestly, every situation's gonna be different, you know. But because I remember this one time, it seemed like I mean, and again, it depends how you look back at it and stuff like that, right? Sometimes it's a little not as bad as it's seen, but I remember this one time I was out on vacation. We were in a boat, lots of people, we were in a group and stuff like that. Someone slipped off the boat into the water, and we were still not that far from the shore. We could see the shore, but we're not that far, but we're not that close, right? Her husband dived in to help her out, right? And we were coming up to shore, right? So this one guy who was a little bit older than me at that time. He is male. Both of us, we instinctively, as soon as we started to get to shore, we're like, meet us to shore, right? We'll help you, right? Because there's nothing on the boat to help us at that time. Just the way it was, right? I mean, and they were still swimming, so it wasn't that serious, but we went to shore to help them get in onto shore and stuff like that. Just a simple act like that. Because instead of, to reassure them, right? There's people here to help you if you really need it, right? Just in case something else happened and stuff like that. But that was a very minor thing compared to the first story.
Yeah, to provide peace of mind, yeah.
Yeah, because then it gives, it's a morale boosting thing. It's like, okay, I'm not alone in this situation, because once you feel like you're alone in a situation, then it's different. And apparently Second Star has its own stories here. Yeah, I know Second Star has its own, his own way of stories too. But these are the situations I keep in mind. Because I've actually experienced them for myself and realizing, okay, hopefully I did the right thing here as much as possible for the knowledge, skills, and the gear available at that time. Because unfortunately, sometimes gear is not always available, or it's too far away to access. Gear is nice to have, but it only helps when you have it next to you or access to it. If you don't have access to it, it doesn't matter. But skills and knowledge will always be with you per se. So that's what I always keep in mind.
Like one bad interaction, your gear's stolen. Like gear's stolen, gear's lost, gear's absolutely disposable. Like gear it'll break over time in every way. Like unless you have the most hardiest gear ever and you can somehow manage to look after it and absolutely protect it, which is not the case in almost every situation. The thing is, there'll always be a bigger group than yours. There'll always be a more violent aggressor. There'll always be a more skilled hand-to-hand combatant that you have to go up against at some point, like depending on the scenario. Like they'll always be better than you. And if you don't, like, that's why you have to understand that the best combat is, and that's the whole, art of war, is the best combat is the combat that you can avoid. And that's not said lightly. That's something that's extremely powerful, because people don't realize that you do, like, you play whenever you enter combat with anybody, no matter what type of combat it is always taking a gamble, and eventually you're gonna lose that gamble. And people go out there, and not everybody's Chuck Norris. There's one Chuck Norris, and there's
Hey, Shadow, can you highlight Second Star's last comment on the screen for us, sir? I mean, unless you want to say, we'll get something else first. I just want to highlight that part.
I think my Chuck Norris's comments is a perfect time for me to leave as well, and so that I hope that you guys have a wonderful evening ahead of you. And I just want
but you just got here.
No, I didn't just get here. I've been here off and on since the stream started, kind of like.
Oh, what? I've been here since the stream started.
Welcome, Northwoods Peachtree. Good to see you, and happy Easter.
Northwoods Peachtree, hello. Yeah, training's the key. And just to say what Second Star is even saying, and I agree to a certain degree, but even skills and knowledge can't help you if you don't have certain items needed on or around you to use for those said skills. I think that's what it meant. I mean, because then you got to improvise that, and sometimes improvising only works to a certain degree.
Well, that's the thing. Not just like bringing up training, like the training aspect to it is something that I really have been working on so much more specifically this year, and that's been something that's working out so nicely. I've been doing a lot more better, like a lot more pertaining to my health. I'm feeling so good since I quit cigarettes. Like, I promise you, CR, like, I can't explain how much more.
I know. Now you're walking more.
Like, I'm just in
and you're
general, I've got so much more lung capacity, and it just feels like, even when it sounds funny, but it goes all the way down to like because I quit, like since I quit cigarettes, and it's been like 4 months now. Like when I laugh, it even comes
Welcome,
down to that.
Romina
Like,
Luna. Good to
it
see you,
feels
and
like,
happy Easter to you, Romina.
like
Guardian says he has
I
to
don't have the
go.
same
Now
feeling in the
he's
morning
just
either.
saying
But
some more
anyway,
things.
like it's part of training, like, and it's all been really good at physical fitness and just been like really awesome when it comes to that. So I've been enjoying that.
I see. So you got some more bounce in you.
So much so, you have no idea.
A little bit more. What they say? Oh yeah, you have a little bit more pep in your step.
Yeah, I was doing because I've been using the kettlebell quite a lot. Like I recommend anybody getting like a kettlebell and just using a kettlebell and doing like a whole farmer's walk thing and just using that for strength training. And then my wife recently got me these stress bands as well, like the resistance training. And they're really good too. And then I'm just doing the mountain biking a lot recently. Like mountain biking is awesome. I love it so much. And then you get to see like nature, so you get to be in nature. And I'll be uploading a bit more content of that quite soon in the near future as well. But it's just
I see.
I love being outdoors.
Yeah. So next time you come on panel, I'm gonna see you with backpack on.
I know I still owe you a full stream of me having a backpack.
I'm still waiting. I just want to see that. I know I can't be the only one. It's a challenge. It's just a simple challenge. It's a simple at-home challenge. Because then you get to see people actually holding it on them for a while.
Well, I can do something, I guess, for like for how long though? If you
Until we leave. I mean, I'm not saying you have to like come up with like 20, 30, 50 pounds. You know, you can just come on with a get home bag if you want or something like that. Nothing too heavy to start, just for I'm not saying you're gonna bring your bug out bag in and swear it the whole time. I'm not saying like that.
I have like my inch kit is definitely made to be compatible with the vehicle, so that I can obviously be able to lug it. But if I really needed to lug it, I could lug it a pretty damn good distance, but just very slowly. If I really need to.
Because again, this comes back to you get to experience it in a more safe environment per se. Because what I say is, if you can't just walk around with it in your home for a couple hours, you're probably not gonna be able to walk out if you really, really had to with it. If that makes any sense. In a more stressful situation.
That's why like racking is important, because if you are able to do racking, if you're able to take your bag, and everybody should be testing your bag. Like that's if you're not testing your bag, you shouldn't have your bag designed the way that it is. Like if you can put your bag on your back, sure, great, fair enough. But like how strong is the support? And then it's also the idea that one amazing bag is going to be able to look after yourself and your community for as long as you need it to is completely a farce. There's no way that you're going to be able to have one kit that'll last for like
eventually you're going to need
resupply. It's a daydream. It's completely
eventually you're going to need resupply. I mean,
absolutely.
How I look at the bags is that this lighter bag, I'm more likely to need resupply in time. These heavier bags tend to have less likely to need resupply, but maybe in time it will eventually need it. Just because either things wear down, I break things, or it's consumables. Fuel, water, food. Those are all consumables. Your fire starters are all consumables. So unless you resupply them, right? Because they're not as reusable in terms of like, oh, here's a space blanket or whatever I'm reusing 5 times. Here's a tent that I'm using for the 10th time or something like that, or clothing and stuff like that. Those don't wear down as fast. They're not consumables.
Yeah, and a lot of people that have been in really horrible situations will always say the same thing, because I actually want to, that's also something that I want to do a little bit more of. But a lot of people that have been through situations, they will say, that their wish that they had filled their bags, their hiking bags, with only food and water. Like that they say that the other gear is great, and it's great to have all the gear in their bag and all of that type of thing as well. But at the end of the day, all your kits and your gear, and you have all of this wonderful kits and gear and everything like that, but like you don't have any practical on the on the double food. Like that's the thing that people don't pack. Like they'll pack all their toolkits to be able to acquire and to prospect, but they don't have the actual food, just raw food, like having
Well, to
MREs,
start with,
having
right?
enough water that's
Well, I'm a
transportable.
big proponent of having some water to start with. I'm not
Yeah.
going empty. Like, I know water's heavy, but I mean, like 1 liter, 500 ml would give you something before, just in case in certain situations or whatever. Let's say if it was an earthquake and you're using this go bag, because at that time it'd be nice to have water in your bag already to use if you have to. Because versus, we're on a source of water, pipes are breaking or whatever. You don't know how safe it is. It could be contaminated that you have no idea yet. But you can take the sip of water from your bag because you know it's safe, because it's just been in your bag.
That makes sense. I understand that.
So that's why I'm a big proponent of having water in your bag, and you just cycle it out every so often, even if it's in a stainless steel or whatever, and just cycle it out.
Or to just, having water is really good. Having the ability to carry water, of course, is always really key. But as I said earlier, like one of the most important things you can do is just understand where the water sources are and how to tap into natural water sources. Like that's always going to be something that and just like there are things that are so small that can help you incredible. Like if you make sure that you have water tablets, like water purification tablets,
Mm-hmm.
water purification tablets can last for a really, really long time. And I'm not saying that you should use that as a main source ever. I'm just saying that having that as a backup is something that's
You have that option.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, CR, in every repair kit that I have, that's where I have my water purification kits. So like in every repair kit, like the repair kits that I build that assist me, as I said earlier, with repairing tubes and tires and repairing like just different types of gear, sewing materials as well, like repair kits in general, that's where I have, it's in those a lot that it's good to have that type of gear. So I don't know, like just try and make sure that you have that with you as much as you possibly can.
Vanessa Kitty, depending when you go on a simple walk around the neighborhood, how much water do you bring with you? She brings 32 64-ounce versus on a rotor. I don't know what that is.
Later.
Okay. But I mean, it depends. I mean, like sometimes, generally, the hotter it is, I will bring more. But usually, there's at least something to wet my mouth, so to speak. At least that much.
Well, yeah, it depends on how far you're going from camp. Sometimes you should always have a standard amount with you, and then like if you are going to venture, the further away that you are, the more water that you'll need. But then if you get past a certain limit in distance traveled, then it's definitely good to have resources that'll be able to accumulate water for you. So you won't just need to have like your water bottle with you, but you'll have your soil mini water filtration system. You'll have a couple of live straws. 2 live straws are very
things to give you options.
Yeah, exactly. And
when you
then
have
the water
options,
purification tablets.
You know, when you have options, something's still possible, and when something's still possible, you still have something, a morale boost of that.
Yeah, you can still live, you know.
Yeah, right. You still have an option.
Living's a great thing to do.
When you don't have anything to work with or no options, then your morale just goes downhill. Because then you got nothing. And when it seems like you got nothing to work with or whatever, then your morale's gonna go down.
So pre-SHTF, I think it's always good for people to have almost to have things that they are happy with in their current life. You know, it's always good to be prepared in every way, and it's definitely my favorite topic. If you talk about any topic, I can speak about prepping for years. I absolutely love it. And the thing is, at the same time though, as important it is to be self-reliant and to be survival-minded in every way, and to think about these things often, it's extremely good. And I think that, you know, it's unfortunate that it's such a small amount of us that really do pay much attention to, you know, the possibility and very likely plausibility that things are going to get bad, and how to kind of, you know, dampen that blow between our current lifestyles and, you know, true SHTF. And it's just that, like, it's my point where I was going into with saying that is that it's good for us to have a positive mindset where we want to live, we want to have a great life, we want to enjoy life as much as possible by making sure that those around us are taken care of, and that, like, ourselves and those near us have happy and enjoyable lives, and that it is something that can give you more fight in the face of adversity, because you have more to fight for. The thing is, like, I can tell you that there's nothing more dangerous than a mother bear. There's nothing more dangerous than, like, and I'm being serious when I say so, like, you know, out in nature and in, like, real life as well. Like, a mom with kids will most of the time do extremely, like, crazy things to make sure that her kids are safe and okay, and that type of thing too. And, you know, you could say the same thing for dads as well, for parents. Be cautious of that father that's pushing a trolley down the aisle, that looks a little bit stressed out, that, you know, be careful of taking on somebody that's in that situation that looks like tired and fatigued, and he just looks like, you know, he's worked out, and he worked his 9 to 5s, and you can see this guy's struggling, and, you know, he's just got that, like, almost exhausted look. Be very cautious of people like that, compared to your, hey, like, you know, the big buffy, like, you know, like macho kind of guy. Like, be careful of those family men that have so much to lose, because, like, a lot of the time they'll have so much more fight than other people. And the reason why I'm bringing all that up is by saying that you need something to want to live for.
Welcome, Huga.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, you need something to live for. Or else what's the point? Anyway, I'm done with my yabbering. Love you guys. Have a good weekend further. I have definitely overstayed.
He said this like 20 minutes ago.
No. But then you asked me to stay, and I did, out of courtesy.
Okay. So, okay, then you're awesome, GB.
I know I am. Thank you for repeating it there.
He's like, what? I didn't hear that. You're awesome, GB. Okay.
What I should have said is, no, you're awesome, CR. But anyway, bye-bye, everybody. Bye.
Take care, Guardian.
Hey, GB. And we got Harvey.
Well, Huga Homestead, go to see you.
We got both CB and Harvey in here.
Yeah, we have Harvey Black in the house too. Good to see you, Harvey, and happy Easter.
So.
Well, Harvey.
Harvey's already at it. Look at that. Not even a minute in, he's already posting links.
Yeah.
I swear, Harvey, you must have them on, like, some text document on the side or something. It's the only way you can have that so readily available. He probably has this links to everyone's channels text document, and links to everyone's videos text document. It's just like, just opens it up and just copy and pastes it in. predetermined. He's already checked it, so he's like, yes. Am I right, Harvey? I bet you I'm right.
Yeah, he's really fast, Harvey. So good to see you, Harvey.
Cheers. Yeah.
Cheers. Tim says, second star survival. Thank you for sharing your experiences and bringing important info to all of us. It is better to know ahead and prepare than being in a situation with nothing at hand to help you. Well, I can agree with that.
Mm-hmm. And do your best, right? You can only do your best. But
Yeah.
doing your best also means that you do things beforehand too, and not just when it happens.
Yeah.
And learn from the experiences, right? We've all experienced different things and stuff like that. Have different knowledge and skills, so do what you can. yeah, right. CB. If I can prep, anyone can.
You put aluminum pan to boil, but forget to watch it. You come back to damaged aluminum pot. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it comes back to watching your stuff. yeah. Remember, a stove can get that hot. I know a stove can get hot enough to melt aluminum. I know that.
Yeah.
That's possible. So that's what, 500 degrees Celsius. Mm-hmm. Something like that.
Harvey says, if you want to win a battle or in SHTF, anticipate and be prepared. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And Northwood Peachtree says, train self-defense also. Good, a good point.
Well, and the thing about something like self-defense is, yeah, dude, slowly, but remember, in the heat of situation, it's gonna be full speed. Full speed kind of deal.
Yeah.
And remember, during the situation, people aren't just gonna let you do all these moves. They're gonna fight back. In a situation, fight dirty too, whatever it is that means to you. So you're gonna be. You can only anticipate so much. You know, if someone's losing the battle, they might start fighting dirty. Let's just say.
Unless you put it in straight on a fire. If you use titanium or camping pocket rocket propane stove, it doesn't hold the heat well. And Huga says, I'm spending the weekend in isolation in hotel room so I can be across the street from hospital because the last time I did radiation treatment I had a reaction. This time I am good, just bored.
Well, okay. You know what that means, Shadow. I continue this live stream for a long period of time just for Hookah here. That's what it means.
I train Muay Thai and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Lol, not a white belt. Glad that I have you fine gentlemen to keep me company. Of course we keep you company, Huga. Vanessa Kelly says, fights are not civil. Use what force is necessary to stop the attack to begin with. Well, that sounds like a good plan to me. Well, in a fight, you cannot be nice. You need to put some force behind it to stop the attacker. Yeah, yeah, Huga, I have also a family to tend to. Second star says, I'm sorry, but if someone thinks they will stop me with a kick or punch, I don't care if what belt they are. I'm shooting you. Yeah.
No, they're not gonna punch you or just kick you. They'll disarm you.
Yeah.
More likely to disarm you instead, so to speak. So you can't hit back per se.
Even Bruce Lee said the only weapon martial arts can't stop this is a gun. Well, that's true. Uh, Huga, Harvey, yesterday was rough. Today is better, and if I wasn't prepped, I wouldn't be able to take time to recover so much risk without so much risk. Um, yes, second, you start besting on this 60-year-old lady. I suspect you already see the carry arms. Vanessa is a tough lady. Uh, well, Huga, I hope you will feel better and well, that treatment you are going through is probably not nice. So I really hope so. You will feel better. Um, Hugo says this is what we prep so we can be ready for what life brings, even when we are vulnerable. Well, that's true, Hugo. That's true. We do our best, and we cannot do more than our best. And it is better to have some stuff than nothing. Um, and Vanessa says, if I'm out walking, I still have gear on my rollator in my bag. My carry weapons are always up on my person. When you ever see them, you should know you're already fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah,
I guess that's the Boy Scout or Girl Scout mentality, right? Let's be brave.
Yeah.
As much as possible.
Yeah.
Both in terms of gear and in the mind and body. And what you can do with your hands and stuff.
Every day, an adventure that will bring stuff our way unexpectedly. Be prepared from what may come.
Well, that's
Yeah,
the thing about unexpected. There is some things that are actually unexpected. depending where you live.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, earthquakes are unexpected. There's very little or no lead time for something like that.
Yeah. I feel, and Huga says, I feel like Sweden is vulnerable, but the Swedes seems to get it more than Americans. Do you mean by preps or preparedness in general, or what do you mean, Huga? Can you explain that a little bit more in detail, please, Huga?
Yeah, elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah. Harvey Black, 14-year-old girl in U.S. armed with steak knives thwarts home invasion by career criminal, arrested over 140 times. Oh, 140 times. That's a lot of jail times. So many preppers are living fantasy. They think they will stock up on swords, knives, and hand-to-hand combat and take on the world. No, my friend, there will be 5 bullets in you before you.
There's a reason why range stuff became more dominant.
Yeah.
Over time.
Happy Easter, Jack. Auslander info is in the house.
What's up, Jack? Like I said, that's why ranged weapons and stuff like that became. There's a reason why those got developed more and more. Because if you can outrange someone, then you're out. If you're out of someone's range, then but you're in their range. I mean, let me say that if you're out of their range, but they're in your range,
yeah,
of attack, then you got something. So, just the way it is.
There are plenty of Americans who get that being prepared is necessary skill and a knowledge set to acquire. Second star, even make it out of the city. There isn't a single person in a SHTF that will take on someone else hand to hand. No, I wouldn't. Unless I have to, of course. Yeah, Swedes get it with prepping. Yeah. Yeah. Lately, every water jugs here in Sweden are sold out, basically. Well, you can find some jugs, but most of it is sold out. So even the spirit for the spirit stoves are also more or less sold out. So,
and Shadow, what's your planning in terms of rotating it? Like what, 3 months, 6 months? I don't know.
you mean the water?
Yes.
Maybe 6 months.
Well, I mean, you could use it like a training exercise and actually carry it back up.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, because you're gonna bring the container up anyway, so maybe it's like you put it in a bucket. Well, because you shouldn't waste water per se. I mean, just because it's not per se drinkable per se, or you don't want to drink it, doesn't mean you can't use it for other things, like gray water and stuff like that. And you could use it like a training exercise, right?
Vanessa says, I stopped a criminal who busted down my door in Texas. I sat with my right arm across her neck until cops tapped me off and assumed my position, thanking me. That's good, Vanessa.
Well, I mean, there's going to be that time, right? Unfortunately. Not everything's always out in the open. I'll say out in the open, yeah.
Yeah. Hugo says, the Swedish government also encouraged encourages prepping, not just pacifying their citizens that everything will be fine. Yeah, our government encourages to do so because they know that every individual should take care of. If you are healthy and can take care of yourself, you should do so. But you need to stock up on food, water, and medicine, whatever you need to stock up on.
Well, because those people and such won't be a burden on the system as a whole. So you can divert the resources to something that's actually pretty important. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because I've seen this here in Canada. I mean, and I've mentioned about the storm that hit central part of Canada here, and they were pre-closing certain highways or roads because visibility was low, so there wouldn't be accidents beforehand, and being proactive versus having a pile up unnecessarily. And I would see people actually stocking up a little bit more and stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean that's all preparedness. Because you're being proactive and you're preparing beforehand to avoid something or mitigate or lessen the impact of something happening.
Vanessa says ranged weapons first, but prepare for close quarter melee. Yeah. And she says again, my sporks are from a Swede company. Yeah. No offense to you, Vanessa. I was generalizing. Yeah. Darren Dobson, good to see you, brother. I never expecting to see you on my live stream today. Happy Easter, Darren. Good to see you. Well, Darren, if you want to join us up here, the StreamYard link is pinned on the top of the chat. Just click it. Second star, I want all preppers to actually train using their current food supply to actually test how long your preps will last. Don't buy anything, just make your basic meals out of your current stock. Geez. Harvey says Finland, Sweden set to become NATO members. Complicating things in Sweden is the general election in September, which is likely to be dominated by the NATO issue. What do you think? Well, after what I have heard about that NATO membership, is that the government would send in to apply for the NATO membership I believe in June. So it will probably take some time before we are members, before they accept us as members. But I have heard that normally it would take maybe 12 months or maybe longer, but I have heard that it would take a much shorter time because of the Russian and Ukraine and things like that. So Vanessa says, my meds you cannot stock up on. They cost a small fortune. In SHTF, without excess, I will not be around if no meds. Oh boy. Brian B. Suggs. Well, welcome and happy Easter. Merry 1970. Hey, it's good to see you. Now we have another one.
Oh, we're gonna both Jack and eventually Darren.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Hey,
Hi.
Darren.
How are you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
So CR
Ladies,
Canada?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
here,
was referring
see
to you in
you're
the
in
plural
Canada.
there, like when he said ladies, just so you know.
Sorry?
Uh-oh.
He said ladies, that's plural. That means you're the other female in the house.
Sure, why
No.
not?
No. I was saying the side chat.
It's
Just
like there's a
identify as a
bonus
female
on there,
today.
and there's
Oh,
probably
whatever,
there's ladies in the
Jack.
chat as well. So it's ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen
yeah.
covers everybody.
Just kidding, just
Yeah.
kidding.
Yeah. That's why I say guys and gals.
Last time I checked, I'm 100% man.
I gave up on chicken.
So we got Australia in the house. We got Canada. We got Sweden. That's good. We got the Philippines. I think Verna's still in the Philippines. I think.
Yeah, Verna Corden is from Philippines, yes. But she's sleeping.
Yeah, that's okay. I was on your stream over 2 hours ago. I was just in the BG. I was working.
Yeah.
Hi, Second Star Survival. Mega Love shout out. I never got a jacket. Where's my jacket?
Well, Darren, I fixed that. I
let's
fixed
see.
that, Darren.
Wait for it.
How
Oh boy,
most people subscribe to my channel?
Shameless plug-in.
I
Yeah,
gotta
well-
build a channel. I've got built 2 channels. I'm gonna have a third one eventually. So I gotta why not?
third
Right?
one?
Yeah, eventually. It's a secret. Shh, don't tell anybody.
Why are we
There
whispering?
you are.
Because no one's supposed to know.
Well, no one
Okay,
else see the
Darren.
stream.
Like, even though I'm kind of making a decision, I should do one. So I already. So why not? I always do.
There you go, Darren. Now you have a wrench.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Test. Yeah, I got a wrench. Woo!
Well, my wrench is special because it's a crescent wrench. Yeah.
That's awesome. Special wrenches are for special people, so that's good.
Yeah. Or a
Nothing wrong with
spanner.
that.
Whatever you want to call it.
There we go. Yeah, so I got 3 live streams tonight, Sweet. So I got Tiff Face Smith. She's on in about 10 minutes. I'll pull that up on my phone. Eventually I'll go switch over. Then I got mine. And then after that is Daylene Perez. So I'm buying prizes from Daylene. So she gives likes, views, all that stuff. So they're very cheap. So I'll buy a whole bunch of those. So we can give out prizes on mine and yours. So I'll give out Gcash, likes, all these different things. So keep it simple.
Yeah,
And already Judy Smith's already given 24 hours of watch hours to 2 winners on mine. So that's good.
24 hours is a lot of hours.
Yeah, exactly. So that's pretty good.
That takes basically almost forever to.
Well, it takes 24
watch.
hours.
Yeah.
Now, I had a question. Are you finally monetized?
No, I have applied for it.
Good.
But it's the evaluation is in process.
Good.
So
it takes about 24, 48 hours. Since it's Easter weekend, it might take a little bit longer. So yeah.
As soon as I saw that my watch hours were on 4,733, I applied immediately. I didn't even wait for the mail.
You don't wait for the mail because it's online. You just click it, right? Apply.
Yeah, I just clicked the button.
Okay. Now, did you put all the stuff that had copyright claims and all that? Did you unlist all those ones?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, we'll do it now. Anything that, just make sure they're not too long. Anything that has copyright claims, you put it unlisted so it keeps nice and clean.
Okay, in that case, I have to do it now.
Yeah. So I had someone walk me through it, which is Daddy Vic. So he says, okay, now to unlist. So anything that had that, so it's very clean. But don't take too many of them. But you have enough hours. Judy Smith was running you full time. J. Mike was running you. I was running you. I'm still running you now.
Yay!
That's why you jumped up, so it just kept going.
So I can turn my other browser off finally. Yay!
Yeah, and I've been here the whole time too, since the beginning, even before the stream started.
That's right. So what's the latest topic? I heard earlier on there was generators and all this different things. Now it's food for disasters or something. I don't know. One thing you do have to have is enough cash for 6 months, physically on hand, because anything can happen with banks. So have cash, physical cash, for 6 months. If you lose your job, if something hard to get your money out, you have lots of cash. That's always good.
Well, and just ATMs. If I remember right, I actually have to use internet access. So if either the grid's down, power outage, or something like that, or they don't have connection, you ain't getting that cash out either.
Correct, exactly. So that's why it's always cashing. I also have. It was funny because Jeeping John was on yesterday, so he's a big coin collector. He's been checking coins for 3 years. I'm doing 5 years, so I've learned what silver and gold to collect. That's very liquid because you can take silver anywhere in the world and exchange it for cash instantly, and it's easy transport. Same thing with gold, so it's always good to have a little bit. In Canada, it's a good idea to buy it because there's no tax when you buy it. There's no tax when you sell it. There's no capital gains on it. There's nothing. It's super liquid in Canada, so it's very easy. Because you never know. You need digital cash. You need physical cash. Probably 5 different currencies: euro, pound, Swiss. The Swiss still has theirs. American dollar. I don't know which currencies. Norway has a good currency. Norway is actually a very stable country financially, one of the most stable in the world. So that's a good currency to have.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. But American dollar is still worldwide recognized. But did you guys hear they're working on a digital currency for the big reset? A global currency. You haven't heard of it?
I think I have heard of it, but I didn't attach any focus on it.
Yeah, it's because it could be 10 years down the road, who knows? But it's kind of like a similar. Governments do not like people who, including India. Everybody's suing Greece, stuff like that. People prefer not to put money in banks. Same in China, they prefer not to put money in banks. They don't trust governments and stuff like that. Especially in all those European banks, where all of a sudden there's, you know, a bank event, and they just no, everybody's rushing to the bank to get their money out. We're limiting you to $50 a day. It's like, oh my god. So you got to be careful. I just have enough in the bank so I don't pay fees. That's all I do.
The digital currencies are actually well on their way, and you just have to go to the IMF website, check out the news.
There you go.
They've got international trade, intergovernmental / equating to international trade or business and so on. Mm-hmm. They've already got the digital currencies in place for that. They've already established that is a given. There's no doubt about that. So when the USA does something with Russia, so all this stuff about the ruby, about the Russian Russia not accepting dollars and blah blah blah, it's like that's old news because the IMF has already established a a different form of currency for that, and it's digital. The one that you're talking about is for the average Joe Blow or Josephine Blow, and they've been testing that out. I forgot how many nations. I remember reading at least 2 articles on it on the IMF pages, on their news, on their website, where they've actually had nations or countries, whatever, testing it out already. So, and that's not hitting mainstream media. That's the sad part. It's like we're over bloated with all this noise, and I call it noise because that's what it really is. It's just causing a smokescreen, while behind it all, they're moving forwards with their work on centralization. Note, centralization. That's the key word, is centralization of the monetary system.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with your freedoms or your rights. And note, and I always keep stressing to everybody, whether it's digital or whether it's paper, that money or that currency is not yours. If you look at the paper currency, it is legal tender. You cannot burn it. You cannot destroy it. If it's yours, you can make a cigarette out of it. But it's not yours. You can't do that. And that applies in every single country on this earth, to the best of my knowledge. Every single country that I've been to, and I've only been to a few dozen. So, you know, that's a reality of life. As far as the digital currencies go, the word, it's a buzzword, decentralized. And I'll pick on I'll just say Bitcoin just as an example.
Sure.
And I know that some people out there will probably raise their eyebrows and say, "Oh, but that's decentralized. There's hundreds or thousands of people running servers, blah 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 blah." Yeah, but you know what? When it comes to a hard fork or a soft fork, they all have to agree upon something, which means again you have a governance in place. Sure, that governance might be very diverse, and it's all 99% techies or rich people who are paying techies to run that for them, right? But at the same time, it's a very small, centralized group of people from a certain niche that control the entire currency, that control the entire ecosystem / economy. What's going to happen when all these politicians get together in cahoots and they establish that for themselves? And the average Joe Blow cannot rip out a piece of cash out of his pocket, piece of paper out of his pocket, and say, "I've got money." No, you don't. Because guess what? Mr. Techie has just pressed the enter key and deleted it all.
Exactly. That's what people don't realize. And they're gonna, you know how they're gonna do it. They're gonna say, okay, like in India, there's so much money not in the system. They said all that paper currency you have is worthless, but you can bring it to the bank and we'll give you 50 cents on the dollar for every for every dollar. You know, $2 to give you, we'll give you $1 back of the new currency. So that's how India did it. But all the governments in the world, pretty much 99% of them, are all bankrupt. All of it's bankrupt. All of it's fake. Even the U.S. just can't make that much money. It's all digitally created in numbers in a computer. It just doesn't exist. It's and then there's banks that leverage at 30, 40, 100 times whatever money they have on deposit, they're leveraging for investments. So that's all fake. So there's nothing real. It's backed by nothing. Backed by nothing. Only on the promise of the government to pay it back. But the interest payments are astronomical. Last year, I think it was last year, the 22% of all the U.S. dollars ever created was created in 1 year. The last year, 22% of the history of the U.S. dollars all printed in 1 year. Trillions of dollars. So that's not going to end. So it's really
Hey,
interesting.
Thorhaven, do you want to join us up here?
Yeah, for the monetary system. But the one main thing is, you have to hold physical cash, which is good. Gold, silver is good, I believe. But make sure you own assets of value, i.e., diversification. So if you have real land is good, real estate is good, as long as the government doesn't tax you or repatriate it or anything like that. But it's good to own a portfolio of real estate. You know, I believe I have some Bitcoin, which is great. One good thing is I got a good time and I sold it, so I made a huge profit already. Still have tons left, so that's good. I got my gold and silver, so I can take that. But it's always have assets. Assets of value is always important. So at least you're good, self-sufficient, off-grid assets, money, connections. It's all good. But yeah, this digital currency, it's coming. It's coming because it's something that they're using now, like you say, but something that they can control. And if you're a bad boy, oh, you got a speeding ticket, we'll just take the money right out of your digital currency. Oh, you're really bad boy, you got arrested. We'll just delete it. It's like, oh no. So
Or just freeze it. Just
yeah.
freeze it. They don't have to delete it. They don't have to thieve it. I mean, they can. They become that arrogant that they will do that. There's no doubt about that in anybody's mind. Well, there shouldn't be any doubt in anybody's mind on that topic. The governments will just do whatever they want, and they don't care. They've become way too confident and arrogant when it comes to the way they do things. But as far as the currencies go, I will put a little waiver onto what you just said about physical currency, meaning fiat paper money, as I like to call it, or plastic money, depending where you live. When I was in Europe and they introduced the euro, that was about 2000-ish, or 2001-ish, 2000-ish, 2001-ish, I forget now. I guess old age, I guess. The Deutschmark was excellent. Deutschmark was wonderful. It was well respected. It was valued. There was a lot of sayings among the common folk. 100 Deutschmark, you're set. You're good to go. You're safe. You have 100 Deutschmark in your pocket. Well, guess what happened there? They just said, okay, 1.95 something Deutschmark per €1. Okay, fine. Not a problem. People started exchanging their money and so on and so on. However, most of the retailers, you know what they did? They didn't change. They didn't do that conversion. All they converted, or changed, should I say, was the symbol at the front of the figure. So what cost 1.1 Deutschmark now costs €1. However, people's wages were converted at 1.95. So Germany's standard went down by 50% on the value of the money, right? And then you can add another 50% to that. Well, I'm saying 50 or 100% inflation on the values of what they were paying for certain products, for most products in retail stores. And again, who did it hit hardest? The average Joe Blow. But because the European economy was so good and Germany stuck by it, France also stood behind it in a good way, in a good proportion, should I say. Guess what happened? People were like, oh, we can handle this, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And it all sort of like, it was disproportional, but it ended up going through. That was the biggest test of all time for a multinational currency, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was implemented and where they hit 100% inflation on there overnight.
Mm-hmm. That
Nobody
is scary. And now it's happening. Remember, year over year, last year, the U.S. dollars dropped by 15 basis points. And everybody says, oh, I have all this money in the bank. You just lost 15% of purchasing power year over
Correct.
year. And
here's
inflation now, the consumer price index, especially in Western countries, they change it. People don't even know what's in that basket, but they did it. But finance companies do it, and like gasoline is at its highest ever in 30 years. Real estate's gone up 20% year over year. So it's unsustainable because wages are not keeping up with inflation, nowhere near it. So true inflation is like over 6. I remember there was just a study that it's over 16% was inflation, but people's wages are only going up maybe 2%. It's like it's getting tougher and tougher and tougher for people to live.
Correct.
And the
here's
debt,
another little.
the
Here's
debt
another
is
waiver.
running up huge. Not only government's running up debt, consumers are having debt, and the people that have credit cards, they're paying 20% per year on that credit card debt. That's insane. I try to people don't have credit card debt. Don't have credit card debt. That's the only thing you try to do, and people just got to learn what the percentages are. Live within your ratios. Live within your means, and diversify your investments. I got people that are 100% in stocks. They lost 50% of their stock value every crash. I got people in real estate, they can lose anywhere from 20 to 40%. One person lost 13 homes, lost everything because they're highly leveraged. I got people leveraged 100% in Bitcoin. No, it's diversification. You have your real estate. You can either get into art, Bitcoin, old gold and silver, some stocks. Just diversify. Even insurance is diversification. Insurance is a financial product where you can leverage as well. But people
I
don't.
agree.
So people don't know. so it's like,
well, it's just like anything, right? Prepping and preparedness is diversify the prepping, so it's not just one. All your eggs are in one basket. You have multiple baskets, multiple eggs. It's the same reason why they say 2 is 1, 1 is none, or have multiple starting sources. Not just a lighter, but you have a ferrocerium rod, you have matches, store matches, you got the tinder, you got things to make the tinder.
There you go.
Right? Backup.
That's a good website, by the way, I heard. I haven't used it, but Scout has. But
if I may, just add the second little attachment to that waiver, and that is the actual physical currency itself. Once it's put out of commission, once it's decommissioned, once it's put out of transit, basically not being used anymore anywhere, guess what? It's worthless. And I've seen that happen 2 times now, 2 times. Personally, physically, me having a currency that is no longer being used. And I'll just give an example, which might seem a little exotic, but the Iraqi dinar, not the Saddam Hussein one. That one I saw. Oh, I even saw that one get out and put out of transit. Basically, it was like, yep, that's gone. But the Iraqi dinars, the ones they introduced during the coalition forces during the Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Yeah.
I forget, it was about 5, 6 years ago now. A mate of mine who was working over there as a techie, as a technician, not a programmer, sorry. He said to me, Jack, they're changing the currency. I know you got about 5 million of them. And I'm like, which is only, I don't know, X amount of thousands of dollars worth. Don't get me wrong. When I say 5 million, it sounds like a lot, but we're all hoping that maybe it turns into 1 dinar, $1, or 1 dinar, $5 type of deal. Just speculating. Yeah. But it was worth $2,500 risk. Put it that way. When I invested the money, it was about $2,500ish when I invested it. Took the risk, should I say?
Sure.
And he said they're changing the currency over, and the old currency is going to be gone. And I'm like, really? I didn't know that. He said, you want me to change it for you when I go? And he came on R&R, and he went back and basically exchanged it to US dollars for me, and that was that. I didn't make any real profit. Can't call $1,000 or whatever it was profit, but compared to what we were hoping for.
Yeah, I know. But I actually remember that. I had people that were going to buy it as well. It's all same thing as almost like Forex. Forex is okay. So yeah.
But like I was saying, the physical currency, when they introduce the digital currency, your paper money is worthless.
Well, they'll give you a chance to convert it. You might lose 50% of its value, but like I say, always it's true. All physical currency eventually changes or loses money 100% of the time. That's known for historical data. So that's known. I remember looking back in the olden days, 30, 40 years of stock market, not one company is there anymore. So everything evolves. That's why you need to diversify. Well, some things that can never go down to zero is like usually land can't go down to zero. It's a physical asset. Gold, silver is physical. But you do need physical currency to hold on to in a rainy day. Like if they close the banks down, people will still use that paper money. People prefer that paper money.
A very temporary, immediate type of solution.
Exactly.
Potentially, yes. But again, if it's not being if it's not being utilized, it's worthless.
Yeah, that's what, like it'll go down to zero, but you need it for emergencies. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's all in the bank. Take out money for 6 months." So you leave in the bank, you're not getting any interest from it.
Yeah,
so
gold and silver are excellent on that topic of discussion. They're absolutely fantastic. But I also saw what happens to gold and silver in a real SHTF situation where, and I often, when I do mention it, I mention that prostitution gets a better value per hour than what gold can get you as far as return goods, meaning food. Yeah. That was in Sarajevo, Bosnia, literally. And thank goodness that nobody knows that. Nobody. Very few people know about that, about just how SHTF really functions.
Yeah.
And those people who do know it, we don't talk about it much.
Yeah. Yeah.
So people have got another thing coming if they think that their government is going to be nice to them, or that the people in power, whether it be local or national or international, are going to be nice or considerate to them in any which way when World War III kicks in soon. It's that simple, really.
I'm hoping
There's
that
a
doesn't
lot of
take
people
the
who won't
case.
handle it.
I don't think the world can handle a world war. So especially
It
when
can't.
you get a wacko dictator or something that does something stupid.
It can't handle it. Look at the people. People can't live without their microwave for 24 hours. Yeah, that might sound a little sarcastic or a little nasty, but it's true.
Yeah.
People can't live without their mobile phone for more than 15 minutes.
Well, it's funny during downtimes. The three things that outstand the markets is their cell phone, their TV, and their alcohol. Those are the three main things that people will pay anything for. But of course, as well as in Canada, the one thing people always pay is their mortgage or rent. That's they always do. They always pay that. They might not pay their credit card bills or other bills, electricity or hydro or anything like that. But they always pay their mortgage or rent because you need a place to live. And in a cold country, it's not good to be homeless. So not
good
good.
anyway.
No. But yeah, but that's what I mean. That's what I call being educated, being smart, being well connected. Diversify. Everybody's stock market's kind of when they're valuing companies at 200 times revenue is insanely retarded. It's all a false valuation. Sure, there's companies they're $200 a share, but it's not worth 10. And then but it's all inflated, so it's very interesting. But diversification, once again, buy hard assets, have different fiat currencies on hand, gold and silver, have stocks, different things, have things that if shit hits the fan. The banks close the thing. You can't get any money, but people will sell. You have cash hand, people will still accept it. If they're gonna eventually change it, they'll give you plenty of time to switch it over to a new digital currency. But don't put all your money in digital currencies. Don't put all your money in the stock market. Don't put all your money.
Especially in these digital currencies that claim to be decentralized. Again, Bitcoin, Hive, you name it. I hate even talking about them. But the fact of the matter is, people are living in a la-la land when they think that they are decentralized, because it all comes back to the actual infrastructure and who controls the infrastructure.
Correct.
And that's more centralized than anything else on this earth, is the actual infrastructure for communications.
Yeah. So everything comes down to what's interesting is governments, people that work for governments or government presidents or prime ministers, most of them have a limited time period. It's interesting the things that they're trying to push through. Whereas I see, but it's the central banks. The central banks are getting together and creating this digital currency. So the potential to reset and trying to make everything one kind of digital currency. But when that happens, the central banks have control, and then of course the governments will have their hands in it. The courts will have their hands in it, and so that's when you got to be careful.
Well, one goes with the other. Okay, let's just go back a couple of steps there. Yes, the central banks are pushing it. Yes, the IMF is pushing it. Yes, the WEF is pushing it. Right? So what's going to happen next? The UN is going to be the only body, the only political body out there, or governance out there, which is at a level of representation that can, I'll say reliably, that's not the right word, but who can somewhat efficiently manage and control this new digital currency. Because no one nation can do it on their own. And to make sure that happens, they've introduced the intergovernmental digital currencies as a stepping stone. So yeah, sure, America's going to have this. Yeah, Australia's going to have that. Yeah, Canada's going to have that. Yeah, it's like we can you get so much and you get so much, and there'll be more equality in the world, and you can all help each other out, and blah blah blah, and all that wonderful stuff they keep pushing on the IMF pages. But guess what? At the end of the day, that's worthless. Why? Because this one world currency is the one that is controlled by whom? By the one world body governance out there, which is in existence. People think it's a conspiracy theory. No, it's logical. It's absolutely it's a logical sequence of events. Because Russia's not going to accept that America be the superpower as far as currencies go. No. Heck no. China's not going to accept that. Never in 100, no way. So, but they'll all agree, oh yeah, we have to get together. Oh look, we get together once a year or twice a year or 3 times a year. It's called the UN. We already have a governance in place that can monitor, control, manage, make decisions on behalf of this world currency. And it's not a conspiracy theory.
Well, I remember, I remember there was some bonds they floated out for an intergovernmental stable currency, and I think China bought bonds. I think it's controlled by the World Bank. I think that's where it's controlled by. So that could be the agency, because the UN is a little bit of a wishy-washy kind of thing. The UN, there's certain things that happen, and the UN everybody has to get together and nothing gets done kind of thing.
Again, that's governance. Show me one government, one political body that gets together and does anything.
Yeah. So, but they can't be decisive. If you have one member that's a bad boy, they can't seem to make a decision all the time. And so,
you're talking about
that'd be great.
Yeah, you're talking about international relations as far as the current day politics goes. But when you add the financial side of things to it, it's a whole different ballgame. Remember, Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Economics, Ministry of this, Ministry of that, Department of this, Department of that, all which is exclusively what? Finance.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. And they've already got that in place as well. It's called the IMF. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to look at
it's already there, and they've been doing stuff already with digital stuff, so they know
already in place.
So
it's all in place.
It's just a matter of time. Will it be the only currency they want it to be? But no, it'll still be. It'll take maybe a generation or two, but that's not long.
Vietnam is the best example of that in the world, and has been an excellent example, if not the best, where gold is utilized as a currency by the population, not by the government, but by the population, to the point where the government actually acknowledges transactions done with gold as a currency, and the taxes are applied because they couldn't avoid it anymore. Now, on an international level, I don't see that happening because there's not enough physical gold in transit, nor is it distributed enough amongst the populace, amongst the populations out there, for it to be effective.
Yeah, exactly. That's one thing. Is gold and silver is the two always be the two cornerstones of historical currency. Even a currency just as value, a storage of value, it's always going to be there. But the population's so brainwashed. Oh, is I going to get a mutual fund? It's like I'm laughing because people make no money in the stock market. If you make 4% per year, your mutual fund, your broker takes half of that, and the inflation eats up the other half. You make zero profit. And I know this because all my friends are financial experts, or all the super rich. The only person that makes money is the banks because they charge you fees. Investment banks, they're laughing. They're ripping people off, and everybody makes zero money. I'm laughing.
When you mentioned the word diversification as far as assets go or currencies go, etc., tradable items, I prefer to say tradable items for one simple reason, because I've seen how a little bag of potatoes, which is less than, about a kilo, can go for a gold chain.
There you go. Wow.
So what's more valuable? A gold chain that you'd normally pay about €800 for, or depending on where you are, but back, €800 in Europe, gold chain like was about €800-900 at the time, or about 2,000, anywhere between 1,500 and 2,000 Deutschmarks at the time. And kilo of potatoes more valuable because there was hunger. The city was surrounded. There was no food.
That's true. That's it. Because I remember with Venezuela, there was hyperinflation, and it turned out for whatever what bread was, it was $10,000 for a piece for bread that was worth maybe a dollar before. It's 10,000. So it tells you the currency went down to nothing. But it's crazy when food is very valuable. That's why if you have your own land, you have a greenhouse, and you can have your own energy source and all that. You're good to go, right?
So have a look. On that topic, I highly recommend that everybody go to the official pages of the World Economic Forum. So not hearsay, not conspiracy theory, no tinfoil hat on anybody's head here. Go to the official source. Read what they have to say about the Great Reset or the Reset or whatever they wish to call it, depending on who's talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
The bad people are the ones that are not living in cities. Mm-hmm. Read the texts that they have put on their website about the Reset, about how everything will be available to everybody and you'll own nothing and you'll be happy and blah, 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 almost utopia and words like that, right? That's literally the wording. But when you read through it carefully, a second and a third time, you will see that they are literally saying that the evil people, the dangerous people, the people who are the outcasts, the ones that could ruin it all for everybody, this wonderful utopia, are those not living in cities. And that's literally the wording that they use. If you take out all the buzzwords, you will see they're saying anybody in a city will have everything they want. They'll own nothing, but they'll have everything they need. It'll all get delivered to their front door, while those living outside of the cities are the ones that can literally ruin it and destroy it for everybody. So they're already setting the pace on that topic as well when you mention land.
Yeah. Land is always great. The cities, you own nothing. That's what you want.
That is the official website of the World Economic Forum. So I'm not talking hearsay, and I'm not saying this is what I think. I am citing, well, sort of almost citing perfectly, but citing the general gist of the text on their official website. And if people don't believe me, look it up, read it for yourself, and don't think to yourself that they're saying that in a way that's being said. They've even gone as far now in the USA, in the USA, right? They have literally in the field of medicine now, doctors are to talk with patients about economics, right? And about land ownership. Can you believe that? Property. It's all psychological, but doctors can now in the USA talk about that, and that is official. That is not hearsay. So they've got. So when you go to your doctor and he's, oh, you're stressed out. Yeah, you got a grey hair. Oh, yeah, you're experiencing this tinea on your head because of that, or whatever the hell. You're getting all this flaky skin because of that, or the rash is all because of stress. Do you own land? Oh, why do you own land? You can live in a city and have everything you want and not have to go through all that stress. It's all caused by the stress that you have because you're working the land. You're doing such hard work there and you're not being rewarded for it. Doctors have the right to talk about those topics, specifically those topics, as within their field of expertise, which means what? Medicine, which means your health and how it affects your health. Hang on a second. They've just crossed the line, haven't they? Isn't that what Nuremberg 2.0 was all about in so many ways? Yeah. It's the same immorality. It's the exact same immorality, and we've now got it on a national level within the USA. And if anybody says it's not true, I'll be more than happy to search up the links, go direct, and show. Here it is, official US government websites, official government. It's official US government information that's being put out there, right? And nobody talks about it. Nobody knows about it. Why? Because we're all overwhelmed with all the noise that's out there in the mass media and everywhere else.
Yeah, everybody's busy trying to make a living. At the same time, we're making less and less every year, and everything we have is getting worthless, and governments are bankrupt, and our digital currencies are sneaking in, and
Correct.
everything's, it's true. That's true.
Correct. But the
Once
information is
again,
not there.
majority has to agree before something ever implements. So they have these things that are floating. They have to get the governments. Governments have to vote on things.
But what majority?
Majority of anything. Well,
majority within the IMF, majority within the WEF, majority within the UN.
Correct.
You get it?
Yeah.
That's not us. That's not you and me. Darren, no offense. You and me. Doesn't matter what our backgrounds are. We're expendable. We're nothing.
Yeah. But
we're just
as a population,
little burn.
We do, as a population globally, that's how we can influence things. Because people are now knowing about this one global reset, knowing about this digital currency, knowing the risk of the digital currency, but not everybody's going to sign up for it. Governments only do it for their benefit. Someone's got to make money, and
you're
only
in Canada.
do it for their benefit. But everybody doesn't have to sign up. So they say, oh, live in the city. No, I'll live in the city and I'll live in the country. And a lot of properties everywhere as well. Because, if you don't like one country, just fly off to another one.
You're in Canada. I'm in Australia. And we've gone through a hell of a lot in the last few years.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
How many people, like in Australia, and I'll just, again, the Australian Constitution, after the Second World War, and after all the atrocities, etc., the Declaration of Human Rights, Australians were some of the key contributors to that. And that's a very proud thing that I can say about the history of my nation, is that people from Australia, representing Australia and all of humanity, contributed to the Declaration of Human Rights, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in a big way. Likewise, it was an Australian that had it announced and voted in, and so that's how important one of the guys from Australia was in the whole process. Likewise, in the Australian Constitution, the people who survived the Second World War, who went through the forming of a nation, which was at the turn of the century, the beginning of the century, right, where Australia became an independent nation, a Commonwealth of States within the Commonwealth of Nations, right? So we became Australians. We're no longer, each state is a separate country. No, we became one country, one nation. So people who lived through that, who voted on that referendum, like what you're saying, the majority voted for it. So Australia became a country via referendum, democratically. People who lived through the First World War, people who lived through the Second World War, voted in by vast majority that no medical treatment or dental treatment can be conscripted. And they use the word conscripted within its umbrella sense. No form of conscription, which means no coercion, no forcing, no mandates, no this, no that. None of these sub-words or affiliated words can come even close to the actual value or the strength of the word conscription. And yet, isn't that exactly what we saw happening all over Australia in the last 2 years, where politicians were literally doing whatever they wanted to do, and they were trying to twist things around, making new laws and abusing old laws, and trying to get more power and force something upon people in a way that they're saying, well, we're not forcing you, but if you don't do that, you can't work. And if you don't do that, and you can't have a meal. And if you won't do that, you cannot enter into a bakery or a shop or a bank. My in-laws over in Europe, they literally, they're pensioners, right? They weren't forced, but if they didn't do what they were told to do, guess what? They can't enter the post office. They can't enter the bank.
I know. Same thing in the U.S.
So
federal buildings, there's certain thing. If you didn't do something with this new driver's license, you get this new driver's license. If you didn't get it, you can't enter federal buildings or something like that. It's crazy.
Like I said, that's a driver's license. That's a government issued document.
Correct.
But I'm talking about something that in Australia is even at a constitutional level, and yet it was done the exact opposite way by the current politicians in power, both on state level, local and state and national level. And we saw that happen in every single country practically. Practically every single country had some, in some way, manner, or form, introduced something where it was forced upon the people, whether via coercion, whether via blackmail, or whether by outright totalitarian laws. So we saw that happen. And to think that they're not going to do the same thing with the currency, or they're not going to do the same thing with where you're living or what you're doing or where your children are or who's looking after your children. Because guess what? I'm not sure if you have a family. I'm sorry, Darren, I don't know your personal situation. I got kids. I presume that you do, or someone in your family does. You know just how much those kids mean to the parents. They're a part of us, and we're a part of them. It's like that's the meaning of life for the vast majority, if not all, parents. Guess what? That's our weak spot. Because if you don't do what they say, you don't get what they tell you to get, and if you don't have what they tell you to have, and if you won't comply to what they're ordering you to comply to, they know your weak spot. They know my weak spot. My children.
Yeah.
And that's really how far they will go, because in some countries they already have gone that far. But we don't hear about it. And you notice it's the generation in the Western countries that has never experienced totalitarian rule. They never went through the Second World. They don't even know about the Second World. They don't even know the ins and outs of the Second World War, let alone experienced it. They don't know the history of the Second World War, let alone experienced anything of the sort. The vast majority of people don't know what went on in the Balkans in the 1990s in Southern Europe. They don't have a clue. And that's the vast majority of humanity. And yet we saw the exact same repeat performances of all the evils that went on in a combination of the Ottoman Empire and the Second World War go on in the Balkans in that short period of time, within those 5 years. 6 years. And that's humanity right on the brink of the 21st century. People don't know about it, let alone experience it. And here we are, those types of people are now deciding on things which are on the same level of immorality and totalitarian rule as what was Nazi Germany, Stalinistic / communist / socialist Soviet Union, any regime throughout the course of history. Pick one. Pick one.
It's great. I'm just seeing how many people are awake and that how many things they'll push through. But the thing is, and we'll see what happens.
Well,
I'm not happy about it.
I mean, Canada, you guys voted in this young fella who actually has nothing to his name apart from his surname. And look what he's doing. And he's bragging, and there's no secret behind it. He's bragging about his connections with the World Economic Forum and those players there, and the support that he has from them. He's so arrogant, he openly states it. And that's the sad part. It's all being put openly in front of us. And like we mentioned earlier about the internet, the information flow, what I mentioned about the IMF, the WEF, it's all out there. But how many people actually want to go look for it? How many people care about that? How many people actually want to understand, or they just wish to live in their little delusional state of mind where, oh, that doesn't affect me. That doesn't affect me. That doesn't bother me. There's nothing I can do about that. Who cares? I don't want to know about it. That's too much for me. What can I do? I can't change anything. And that's the reality of it all. It's all being done right in front of our faces. It's not being hidden. Nothing is hidden.
Yeah.
All these conspiracy theorists out there,
they're putting up balloons, letting people know they're putting up the balloons and seeing it. They're putting up the balloons and seeing what happens.
Exactly. And it's like, here it is. We're putting it right in front of your faces. Read it, and 99.99999% of humanity will just ignore it.
Correct.
We'll just pretend that it never happened, doesn't exist, what can I do about it? And they'll look for excuses. I can't do anything about it, so why would I worry about that? It's out of my domain, not my problem. That's at a level above me. I can't do anything about it. And so on and so on. So we've already got the two classes. It's crazy. But I listen to all these lefties about classes and how bourgeois and this and that. And I've read some of their texts from the past. And it's like, oh my Lord. We have never had an upper and lower class throughout all of humanity is what we have today. And I don't care about what the ideology is called. I'm talking about status. We're talking about status. You're either rich or you're nothing.
It's the have or have nots. Have or have nots.
Exactly. And if you're a have, among those haves are what? The elitists among them So you can be an Elon. I'll just use a generic term like Elon Musk. You can have, but if you're not part of the club, you don't matter.
Correct.
You know. So and I'm just picking. I'm not saying that he doesn't matter. All I'm saying is, from what I can tell, with the way he's being treated by all these wannabes and all these haves out there, he's not very well accepted by many of them. I wonder why.
He's shaking the tree. He's very
Yeah,
different, which is
but
kind
he
of
has.
good.
And we all think that he has something. And yet, if you compare him to, let's say, the Rothschilds family, again, no conspiracy, just data.
So they're very well connected, very influential.
And they're very rich.
Yeah, that's why. They own a lot of oil. They own a lot of oil and gas. They have
so compare Elon Musk.
So yeah,
compare Elon Musk to the Rothschilds. Nothing. He's just the
Yeah.
people on the back of an elephant's rear end.
Yeah, the Rothschilds are probably trillionaires. So
nobody.
All their assets, all the top 10 assets, are all over 100 billion each. So they're okay.
Nobody knows how much they have. Nobody.
No. So it's a lot, but they're very influential. So.
And again, all that information is out public, is in the public. It's like it's public, it's available to the public. It's not hidden. It's not a conspiracy theory.
And by the way, the Rothschilds own Rio Tinto, which is a gold mining company. They're doing very well. Even they know gold is a good asset to have. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, no. Okay, what's your portfolio? Nothing. Okay, well, there you go. For me, it's like, well, I have five ones, so you can say dish all five if you want, but at least I have five assets.
Yeah, well, I think your greatest assets, and you mentioned land, and I mentioned potatoes.
It's also your brain, your connections, as well as an asset.
Yes, definitely. But actual tradable items, regardless what they may be, if they're tradable, and I'll just name a few which are in very high demand during a SHTF situation where there is no food around you.
I don't think. Yeah, food is important. That's why I like land.
Medicine.
Yeah.
Antibiotics in particular.
Electricity is an asset. You can get energy is good.
But it's
like generators. That'll be important.
Yeah, but you can't really to trade those. The bulk. I mean, you can if you got the space for it. You got the room to store it. Sure, have them.
Yeah.
But that's a target as well. I mean, you got to remember every asset is a target as well in that situation.
Yeah.
So and again, you're nothing. I am nothing. We're all nothing in that situation.
That's where if you have a strong community surround you, and you're safe. So that's why, once again, it comes down to no one person on their own is a fortress, but have friends and family and stuff like that all share, protect each other, and have those assets. You have land, you have food, you have energy, you have gold, you have silver, you have currency, you have different assets you have. It's better than having nothing than sitting in a bunker with your gun and saying, "Oh, I have the food." It's like that's nowhere to live. So. No,
very true.
If there's a nuclear war, I want to be the first person to catch it. Here it comes. I don't want to survive that, so let me just catch it.
There'll be a lot of people who will give up.
Nuclear war is no way to live. There's 300 years of nothing. So that's why it can't happen.
And like I said, ideology.
First time here today. Cool. There you go,
It doesn't matter what the ideology calls itself or how it presents itself. It always comes down to the haves and have-nots. Always.
Yeah. The thing is, just keep working on here. Just to do the best you can and be aware. Be very aware.
Self-sufficiency is very important, but you can't achieve that in the cities. And yet, again, I always, and I'm turning back to the World Economic Forum and their text on their website. Go there, check it out, see for yourself, read the language, read the terms, and the subtle, not so subtle in some cases, in some texts, how they consider people living outside of the cities. who we are, what we are, and
but I don't listen to wackos.
Well, that's
I listen to my own knowledge and education and experiences. If you can live off grid, you're good to go because you can take
and
that
on
knowledge,
that wackos,
move
yes.
anywhere around land, anywhere in the globe. Well, if
Hey,
something doesn't like you, just move. You know, as long as you got in
don't
here.
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, but those wackos in the World Economic Forum, they're in cahoots with,
of course, they are.
Every single government, and
as long as we're aware that
even
the
Vatican.
wackos are in cahoots with the wackos, then we're good.
Yep.
Stay away
Even
from the wackos.
but even the
Stay
Vatican,
ahead of the curve.
Even the Vatican, mate. I mean, and guess there's one famous photo there with what's her name from the Rothschilds, one of the key faces in the Rothschilds hierarchy, standing there in the Vatican, and I don't know who all not there, and blah blah blah, and she's right next to the Pope, the current Pope, the current
Pope Francis.
Yeah, the current Bishop of Rome, as I like to call him, which he is. But yeah, and it's just one famous photo which has been taken out of context many a time. But the fact is, they're so influential that they can even get into the religious institutions.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, the Vatican's the only one that has an unofficial seat at the UN, so they're there. So there's a few. They're there. They have a seat. So they're very influential. The Vatican is the one place where any government can go and check any situation anywhere in the world because they have churches and all over the world, right? So that's one place they can go and say, what's happening in this country? What's happening in that country? So it's very, very influential. They know what's happening on the ground.
Yes.
So that's why the Vatican's very, very unique situation.
Yes, and you put in a pope who has ideological views which are of this world and not of a spiritual sense.
Yeah.
And who has an ideological stand which resembles very much that of what has been known as left-wing socialism, communism, and along those lines, with leaning towards that side. All of a sudden, real-world politics becomes intermingled with something that is spiritual, and you get a mix which resembles what Islam.
Yeah, but religion's always been intermingled with power because at one point the church had more power than governments, right?
Yes.
And, and governments now are being influenced by corporations, in private corporations owned by big private families. So there's always influence wherever you go, and so it's all intermingled in some way or form.
We could look at it that way, yes. But again, like I said, when you get religion and government together, which in the course of history has never proven to be a good combination.
No, but it happens.
The Middle East.
It
Look at the
almost
Middle
has
East.
to happen, but
Europe.
It has to happen. But the current one good thing is the current Pope. I think he's Pope John Paul was very, very smart, but morally Pope Francis is very, very empathetic to the poor. So I'm kind of glad that at least he's in kind of that position. Some people may look negative. It's better to know. It's better to have people of some moral core strength than people of not. Like some people in other countries that are wackos and they leave them in power because it's better to know a wacko that you know than not know who is going to take his place, kind of thing.
Here's a difference between the two popes, which so far I don't see this pope ever achieving anything similar based on his actions. To note, not just thoughts and words. Who knows what his thoughts are? His words are very ambiguous when it comes to certain topics.
Yeah.
But his actions are nowhere near that of Pope John Paul II, who actually led by his example. He literally, and I'll just give the best example in my opinion. What is, in my opinion, the best example? He went out and forgave in person the gentleman that tried to kill him.
Yeah, I remember that.
He led by example. He was the person that said, "I have to forgive. I, as a mere mortal, as a human being, have to forgive. Do what Christ ordered me to do." This Pope's not going to do that. He's not going to do it. He's too worried about the physical things on this earth. So there's the difference between the two popes that I always like to, when someone says, "Oh yeah, comparison this, comparison that," I said, spiritual versus, something that's moral spiritual. It's an inner being, something metaphysical, as they like to say in the world of science, versus something that's physical.
But you hit on the thing is they're mortal, right? They're human and they're mortal. No one will ever be perfect. No politician everybody will like. That's why I'll never be a politician. Because I'm too moral, and almost you have to leave your morals aside and negotiate with the devil when you become a politician. It's so bad, so corrupt, so nothing gets done. It's crazy how politics work nowadays. But
yeah, it's extremely interesting. But again, like I said, the Vatican, you mentioned that they have a seat in the UN. They have way too much influence as a nation, as a country, as an official country. But that's again, well, they're there, they're listed. They got a business number, whatever it's called. They're registered as a state, so just like every other country, so they're a corporation.
The smallest country in the world, and then after that is Monaco. It's the second largest.
Yeah, but like you said, the amount of influence they have, the amount of control they have, and the leaning towards a materialistic view on life rather than them worrying about, getting people. What was that verse? The fig tree verse. What good is a fig tree if it bears no fruit? And here we are today in that same situation where that fig tree, the branch of the fig tree that was, what's the word for it? When you take a branch from another tree and you put it onto another tree. I know 3 languages and I can't think of it in one single language right now. It's like dope. Or actually, I thought of it in one language. I can't think of the other 2. But grafted, when the branch was grafted onto the actual tree, and that's the branch of Christianity. So Israel now, the God's people has a branch which was flourishing, but it's bearing no fruit today. Why? Because it's overly concerned with what? With traditions. We're squabbling over traditions, over this, over that, over doctrines, interpretations, right? No, interpretations. That's what doctrines are in most cases. Modern day doctrines, that is. And then furthermore, squabbling over what? Money. Who's got more power? Who's got more viewers? Who's got more donators? Who's got more churches? Who's got more land? Who's got this? Who's got more power? Who's got more control? We're literally becoming the Israel of 2,000 years ago. That's what we are today, as far as Christianity goes.
That's why if everybody takes care of themselves, you can take care of yourself first and your family, then spread out their community. But be aware of the big picture.
Yep.
And you have the power to vote, and that's at least something to do. You have the power to speak. You have the power to protest peacefully, and so these things we have. And so I always say, people, if there's a problem, be part of the solution, not part of the problem, meaning do nothing. So that's what I always say.
History repeats itself. People say that. I say no. History doesn't repeat itself. People do.
That's right. Yeah, everything. It's true. Everything does repeat itself. So you learn from the past.
Like I said,
learn from the past.
2,000 years ago.
Now it's all about information war now. So the way they convince people to do things is amazing. It's like, I can't believe it. The way they can influence people's thoughts nowadays, it's so psychological, verbal sayings and propaganda. How it happened in Hitler days, it's happening now. It just blows my mind.
And even more so today, we're outright being ordered / told what we can and cannot say.
Yeah,
that's crazy. I mean, there's one photo, another fellow YouTuber. He's apologetic. David Wood. He's from the States. He had on, I think it was on Facebook. I'm pretty sure it was on Facebook. He put a photo up of that famous scene where everybody was doing the Roman salute towards the guy with the small mustache in Germany during the 1930s. Yeah. Not to say his name, because I know the AI doesn't like his name, but they tend to punish it without actually watching the video. So I won't say
it. To limited advertising.
Yes. Well, anyway, and the one bloke was standing there with his arms crossed. Whether he was of a different affiliation politically or not makes no difference. He was the one guy that did not give the Roman salute in that photo. And everybody, thousands or whatever amount of people, hundreds of people in the photo, are all got their hand raised towards their Hura or their prime minister or president, whatever the term may be nowadays for a person in charge of a nation or at the head of a nation. So, and it's like, and David Wood said, be this guy. Be this guy. Don't be like the rest of them. Be this guy. Be an individual. And he got punished for it. You know why? Because he put a photo up of something that is fairly touchy and that people might hurt people's feelings. But his whole message was, be this guy. Don't be the guy that gets influenced by the masses, by the mobs, by everyone else, by the info wars, as what you just stated.
Yeah.
So he got punished for telling people to think with their own minds and to use their God-given gift of intellectuality, of being able to process information and come to a conclusion on their own. How crazy is that? We're being told what to think, and if you're not doing that, or if you're even suggesting that people should think with their own minds, you will be punished, banished. You will be what? Outcast. So InfoWars is so powerful that I don't think any of us here could actually express how powerful it is. Proper, like you said, Goebbels. I think Goebbels. I've joked around. I said Goebbels is down in hell, having a party, saying, "Hey, I've done well. Look at these people. They're doing exactly like I taught them."
Yeah, they're trying. They're trying. They're trying. But anyways, I'm going to step down. I am on another live stream. But I'm super glad I was able to meet you and join ShadowScoutSwede on his live stream. He's so talkative. But
on my own.
Applied for monetization, so hopefully you're putting some of those videos, not the ones that have lots of watch hours, but some of those videos, clean them up and put them
I
in
had
a
two.
list.
I had two. I got a copyright claim on. I unlisted them.
Good.
And then I have H plus restricted. Do I need to do something with them?
Limited is okay. Sharing is okay. The ones that have copyright claims, unlist those, as long as there's not tons of them, because you lose when you unlist it. You might lose those watch hours, but you have enough, so I think you're okay. So just put them in. Just make sure it's nice and clean. Nice and clean. So when they look at it, they'll prove it.
I saw two copyright claims I had.
So just unlist those two ones.
Yeah,
after you get approved, you can relist it again, so it's all fine.
Darren, can I ask a question? Now that once he gets approved, we're presuming that everything will go fine. It should. No reason for it not. Do we still have to keep playing the videos in the background to keep the 4,000 hours up, or?
Yeah.
So if he drops under,
not continually anymore. We got him up there, so now it's just maintenance. So now he has a full 12 months. So pretty much every month, all he needs is 600 watch hours after that, just to maintain it. So then you'll videos. So you don't have to get 4,000 like we do. We did a big push, gave him like, what was it, 3,000 hours in 2 months or something like that, or more. So now it's just he has to maintain only about 300 to 600 now per month. So he'll be fine.
Okay. Then I'll just flip onto a new IP and put someone else's channel in the background.
Yeah, so now it's all about continue to do live streams, create 2 viral videos a year, and then you're good. That's all you need to do.
2 viral
videos. It's easy. All you do is current subject, and then Kago that, and everybody will go. It's viral. Current subject. It's not too difficult. But come visit my live stream. I'll drop the link. Come visit my live stream. Ask me anything there. But we don't talk on my live stream. Nothing about politics, the virus, or religion. Everything else is okay.
Everything else is actually fun.
Trust me, Darren's live streams are really fun. So you should,
we pick on each other.
They are addictive.
Yeah, and good people. Lots of good people.
Good people.
Yeah,
nice to meet you, Darren.
Nice to meet you guys. God bless everybody. Have a beautiful Easter, and we'll see you all very soon. Bye for now.
Yeah. Bye for now. Take
Drop my link.
care.
Bye.
God bless.
Shadow.
Yeah.
I caught in the corner of my eye on the news this morning, on some of the news out there, that there are Ramadan riots going on in Sweden. Is that correct?
I were at my kid's godfather's home on Easter dinner. He said there were about 6 police cars that were set on fire, and a couple of cops were badly wounded, and some were not that bad, but that is what I heard, and that was not Swedes, native Swedes who did that. That was oh boy, now I don't find the words either.
No, well, the actual Ramadan riots is I think that explains it all. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with people who are Swedish by descent. It's naturalized Swedes or people who have the right to live there, I guess, whatever the right term may be in Sweden, who have and they're of a certain affiliation with something and of a certain cult, and that's that simple as that, really.
Yeah.
You don't get Ramadan riots happening amongst Buddhists, for example, or amongst Christians, because it means nothing to us. You know what I'm saying?
What I heard was that what caused these riots was that it was a Danish politician, I believe it was, who came here to Sweden, and he got the right to burn the Koran.
Oh, so he expressed his right to freedom of expression, freedom of speech.
Yeah,
in a way
and I don't know how he could get the right to burn a book like that. It would like his to give the right to burn the Bible.
Well, technically speaking, anybody can burn anything, as far as, well, except money, I guess, legally. But freedom of speech, as long as it's not actually physically harming anybody, there's nothing wrong with expressing oneself in a way that they deem to be suitable for their needs or their wishes. So burning a book, it's just paper. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that burning books is something that should be acceptable and done everywhere, but it's one of those things where who's doing the wrong? The person who says, I disagree with this to the point where I believe it shouldn't exist, and I'll burn my copy of it or a copy of it, right? Or the people who are then going out and physically harming others because one person expressed himself in a way that they deemed was not acceptable or by their standards or by their morals. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who's doing the wrong there? Who's doing the evil? And then someone say, "Oh, but the instigator." No, he's not. He didn't instigate the violence. He expressed himself in a way that is considered to be. It's just like that cartoonist in France, who got killed. I forget the name now. He expressed himself in a way that means nothing to the vast majority of people, except for a small group of extremists within a certain religious cult who say that deserves a death penalty because within that book that was burned, it states that is the penalty for doing that. You must kill those who mock their prophet. So it's like, hang on a second. So who's doing the wrong? You see what I'm saying? It's like so to say that it was caused by a Danish guy coming there, a Danish politician coming there and and burning a certain book, in this case the Quran, or Quran, not the Quran, it's just Quran. And he didn't physically harm anybody. He expressed his opinion in a way that was very, very, very loud. And I'm not talking about decibels either, but noticeable. Just like the French cartoonist who depicted something about Muhammad, right?
Yeah.
And the book says in the Quran, it actually states very clearly, no images of Muhammad, and anybody that's deemed to be mocking or talking down about the Prophet must be killed. That is, the death penalty follows that. Dot. End of story. There's no question mark there. It's not a what unless this or unless that. It's very crystal clear. And he was murdered by an extremist who deemed that it was acceptable to go out and murder somebody because a book says you must murder somebody for, doing a depiction of a person that existed, whatever it was, 1,300 years ago, or 1,200 years, 1,300, roughly 1,400 years ago. You see what I mean? It's like so again. It's a. I don't see Swedes who have been Swedes all their lives, and even first or second generation Swedes, regardless of where their parents came from or grandparents came from or great grandparents came from, having a problem with that. It's always just the extremists within a certain extremist group that are the bad guys. You see what I mean? It's not a case of, I mean, they may depict it as that, but how is that? You see what I'm saying? Like, how is that any different to the teachers that get killed in certain countries, that have been killed in certain countries all over the planet now, in almost all continents, or simply stating that, something as general as you have the freedom to choose to leave that religion if you so choose to do so in a democratic nation, and then some extremist or some child of an extremist or parent of extremist parent comes around and kills that teacher for saying that it's okay for their child to leave a certain religion, because again, in that particular book, it states all apostates, namely people who leave that cult, that religion, must be killed. That is the death penalty. Dots. There's no question mark. There's not a what if. So where's so who's the bad guys in that? Who's the evil? Where's the evil in that? Burning a book that says it's okay to rape, murder, enslave, and expressing your opinion about those topics in that manner, or the people that are actually going out and doing the violence, hurting other human beings and destroying their property as well. But property can be replaced, but you can never replace an individual because each human being is unique. You see my point? It's like, so it is. So basically, it is correct. You've got religiously motivated riots going on in Sweden now. Right now.
Yeah. And my kid's godfather is a cop, so he didn't took it that well, actually.
Yeah, happy Easter. It's all, it's a bit of a, happy Easter. Welcome to the 21st century. With those who say love one another and forgive one another are deemed evil, and those who say kill one another are protected and have the right to do it. Crazy times we live in.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not sure about London or other places, what's going on there, because they also have high concentrations or concentrated pockets of people that are living by those sets of morals. So I'm not sure what's going on. And I'm very interested in that right now because it's a very interesting year, a Shemitah year, and what's going on in Jerusalem is very important right now as well. Up on Temple Mount, as they call it. You see what I'm saying? So it's all very important to see what's going on in the rest of the world in reference to those topics, and that see how it's actually playing out and how it's all interwebbed, interconnected. But when I read that, when I saw that little thing about Sweden, I was like, what? Yeah, really?
Yeah, that was a shock when I heard it today. So.
Yes, Deanna. When I was in London in 1995, it was a different city to what it was back 7 or 8 years ago. Wait, what year? 8, whatever it was, 7 years ago when I was there the second time. Very different indeed. And I'm talking as a tourist. I'm not talking as a person that fell down from, literally came down from the sky and said, oh, this is different. This wasn't like this back, 15, 20 years ago. It's like something's changed. Same to you, Tammy. Happy Easter.
Thank you for coming, Tammy. Good to have you here, as usual. Take care, stay safe, and God bless.
Dino speaks. Sorry if I butchered the name.
Diano's.
Yeah, Monty Python, wasn't he? Oh, Monty Python, what's his name? The guy from Monty Python.
John Cleese.
John Cleese, yes, legend. Comedian, definitely one of the greatest comedians ever to walk the earth.
Fawlty Towers.
He picked on everybody and everything. He had no limits, but he did it in such a way that was always humorous. It was always within the border, just on the borderline of acceptable, sort of. He crossed the line a little bit, then he took a step back. It's like, okay, I won't push it, but you know what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I remember when I read the term here, it's no longer English. That rings a bell with John Cleese having said something very similar to that, or if not the exact wording that's there. And he was deemed a racist for saying that. And he was just expressing his opinion about London. It's like, well, by his standards of what is English and what's not English as an Englishman,
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the UK has a lot of great comedians, actually. So.
Oh, they always have. And you know what? The humor. See, that's the sad part. We're going back to what you can and cannot say. British humor was fantastic. Mind Your Language, for example, a comedy show, or Love Thy
Benny
Neighbor.
Hill show.
Oh, Benny Hill. Well, Benny Hill was hilarious in a different aspect.
Benny Hill show was hilarious. I watched that when I was a kid.
But Dad's Army, or I remember Love Thy Neighbor. That today would never, ever, ever be aired anywhere, or no, I won't say anywhere, but it would not be deemed acceptable because they were touching on real life topics. They were touching on real life topics about issues within the community based on skin color of people living next to literally living next to each other. And it was mocking, and it was actually mocking the white guy. that's the funniest part about it. It was so, but it was done in such a way that you laughed about it, but you learned the lesson. So the humor was actually very educational in a way that was acceptable. That made it. They touched on a topic that nobody likes to talk about because it's very painful for so many people. Yet it's done in a way that teaches people the rights and wrongs of judging another human being by the color of their skin. It's just not the right thing to do. And then we'll go one step further. I think it was called Mind Your Language. I'm pretty sure it was a teacher teaching people who were coming in, immigrants, people coming into the country, and the classroom was so diverse. It had Pakistani and Indian and Italian, maybe even a Swedish woman. I'm not sure, but anyway, it had a whole wide variety of people from different countries, and an English teacher who was a typical Brit, trying to teach them. Well, not so typical, but a homegrown Brit teaching him English, and all the fiascos that they went through, and so on and so on. It was absolutely fantastic. It was wonderful. You know, the level of tolerance that was taught through that comedy, literally comedy via comedy, and it was not vulgar. It was in no way vulgar. It was in no way disrespectful, and yet today, that show would not be acceptable by today's standards of what you can and cannot say. And yet, a whole level of education via that little TV screen in everybody's living room cannot be achieved because of today's censorship. That's the right word, censorship. That's crazy, mate. John Cleese, not acceptable because he voices his opinion. He's been voicing his opinion through his comedy all his life, practically.
Yeah.
Mate.
You can learn a lot of things from comedy as long as it is done on a proper way.
Well, what's a proper way? You know, what's a proper way? Comedy, what again?
Well,
What's
I
funny
guess
to
it
you is maybe
depends
not
on.
funny to me, and you see what I'm saying. So every entertainer has his public, and as long as the message is not an evil message, it's a
Yeah.
good message.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. A proper way depends on what kind of topic, and they when I do a fun of maybe it depends on what it is. If it is religion, if it's something else, you need to make it on a proper way to make it fun.
Yeah. Again, different. I mean, different humor. Different societies have find different things humorous. So, or maybe proper in Sweden, considered proper to be by Swedish standards, might not be the same as proper by Aussie standards. By no means. We're very direct. You know, we've had our fair share of we had a comedian called Rodney Root back in the 80s, early 80s, to mid 80s. Oh, he was a bit vulgar with the way he expressed himself, but back then that was, you know, unheard. Well, I won't say unheard of, but very rare. I mean, just look at Eddie Murphy, how popular he got with Raw, for example, with the video, his stand-up comedy show Raw. And it was just the vulgarity that he used in there and the directness of the actual topics that he touched on. And yet, Rodney Root, he got hounded by the police because he was picking on the police, you know. He was literally making jokes about the cops all the time, among other things. And the police force hounded him for it. They tried to take him down. You see what I mean? So we've been through, I mean, Australia's been through it in the past, no doubt about it. But Rodney Root won that battle. He won that battle. He actually, freedom of speech via for comedians was put at a level which I don't think was seen anywhere up until his saga. And I think that paved the way to a lot of other comedians then saying, well, why shouldn't we talk about this? Why shouldn't we joke about that and get the message across in a way that is a little too direct, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With smiles on people's faces.
And especially these, how the world looks like now and how the world is now. I think some humor and comedy is needed.
Definitely, without a doubt. On Easter Day, I mean, just to quote John Cleese, always look on the bright side of life. God forgive me, but
that is a classic.
You gotta laugh at that, yeah.
I have watched that movie.
On Easter Sunday, there we go. Always look on the bright side of life.
Yeah.
No disrespect towards anyone in the tent, you know.
And that song stuck in your head.
Yeah.
If you never heard it before and you hear it once, it definitely stuck in your head and you cannot forget it.
Correct. how appropriate yet maybe inappropriate by some standards. You think about quote that on Easter Sunday itself. Jeepers. If anybody got offended, I apologise. That was not my intention. If anybody's feelings are hurt, I have to apologise.
Yeah, I believe that movie was called Life of Brian.
Correct. Life of Brian. Correct. 100%.
Monty Python, Life of Brian. The Monty Python gang was totally crazy guys.
Oh yeah, and he's another group of comedians. The Blackadder team.
Yeah, Blackadder. Yeah,
that was
Rowan Atkinson.
Yes. Oh mate,
Blackadder.
he also picked on everything and everyone. No mercy.
Blackadder. Yeah, that song was so hilarious.
That show was oh mate, without a doubt, that was hilarious. He picked on everyone. I mean everyone. There was no limit to who he didn't. He picked on everything and everyone. But he did it in a way that made even those that are being picked on laugh about it.
Yeah, and Rowan Atkinson is a character by himself. As private, he is really boring. That is what he said in an interview. But when he works, he's funny. But when in private, he's not that funny. He's boring.
Oh, he gave an excellent speech. It's all over the well, it was all over the internet about freedom of speech, and he was so well versed in what he said that I think even those that had opposing opinions would say, "Here, he's made some excellent points." Made some excellent arguments as to the dangers of where we are heading, and this was maybe at least 5, 6, maybe even 10 years. I don't know how many years ago that he did that. So he touched on the. I'll look it up. Let me see if I can find it. On freedom of speech. On free speech, here we go. There's heaps of them. In full, here we go. And I'm not trying to distract. I'm not doing this to distract anybody, but I will put in there because I sincerely believe that this is a very good speech to listen to. Very good. It's like I said, he did an excellent job. So when everybody gets a chance later on to check it out, check it out. It's on YouTube. It really needs a lot more views. Not because of the viewership or the video or the channel, but because of the message.
Yeah.
To get people thinking. I'm not sure what year he did that, to be honest. I'm actually 2018. There we go. 2008, August 15, 2018. Oh, the video was put up in 2018. So what did I say? 5? Yeah, I was almost spot on. Almost 5, 6 years ago. Yeah. So yeah, that's when we talk about Ryan Atkinson, the comedian, and then Ryan Atkinson, the person. This is a wealth of. I'm sure that this speech will be listened to in the future and referred to in the future by some when it comes to the topic of freedom of speech.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at that video later.
Yeah, exactly. Later on, when it's a thought provoker. And to think that he said that in 2018, the year before all the kerfuffle over the lockdowns and all that happened.
Yeah, probably.
The timing of it was impeccable. less than 2 years, or a year and a half, or a year and a bit prior to us seeing censorship all over the internet on topics that are current affairs. So, yeah, impeccable timing on that. Unfortunately, not enough people actually managed to hear it and think about it and to realize what they're losing when they allow for censorship to occur the way it was occurring and is occurring still. The funneling of opinions. You know, you can't be the guy with the crossed arms in the crowds. You have to be one of the mob, or else you would be punished for it.
Definitely.
And I'm not making that guy out in that photo to be a hero. Don't get me wrong, but he did express himself in a way that was obviously different to everybody else around him. Whether anybody agrees or disagrees with his personal opinions about certain topics is irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant.
Yeah. Everybody has their opinions, and you should respect them.
That's the part, the respecting part, respecting one another. Yeah, that's the hard part. Too often.
Yeah, it is really hard. I agree, especially if there is someone who has a strong opposite opinion than you have.
Well, it again comes down to the individual. You can argue about something as touchy as, let's say, faith or religion, as long as the other person doesn't want to kill you for having a difference in opinion or a difference in view or belief. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have a full-on discussion, hearted debate with somebody who's on the same level of morality and respect as what you are, meaning that just because that person doesn't agree with you on something, even as personal as what faith is, you're not going to harm them. But if the other person looks at you and says, "Oh, you just said something that I disagree with, I'm going to kill you," it's like, hang on a second. There's no discussion there. There's no respect there. There's no level. You see what I'm saying? And that can be applied to anything. If extremists exist in all fields, whether it be religion, faith, politics, whatever, money, it can be anything. It can be as simple as two rival football teams, and we've seen violence there as well. Between supporters. So, and again, extremists. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Jeepers. I'm getting old.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I'm getting old too.
Hey, did you see my video with the Swedish axes?
No, I
It
didn't.
was a while back. I bought two axes that were made in Sweden, but they were
Now
very
I need to
popular here in
think.
Australia. They were very popular here in Australia back in the day when axes were a thing prior to chainsaws. But these axes are probably, I don't know, the axe heads, that is, they're probably 80 to 100 years old, and they're still good as new.
Yeah.
Made in Sweden.
Yeah. Swedish quality.
Yes.
Last forever, basically.
Definitely. This is a good example of that, yes. I have to admit.
And you can really beat those axes up, and they will hold up.
And I've seen such varying prices on those axes. I guess it depends on the condition and this and that and blah, 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 collectors type of, things. But I've seen them go from $50 all the way up to hundreds of dollars,
Yeah.
It's like, hang on a second. I've got two of those. Are they worth hundreds of dollars? Probably not. To a collector, probably not, because they got little specks of rust on all that. But as far as me having two axes which are proven through the course of time to be worth every gram of steel that's in there, yes, definitely.
Yeah, I think I watched that video actually, but I don't remember. I need to check it up if I
Yeah,
did watch the.
when I bought them and then when I was making the video, the whole time before, during, and after, I was expecting you to comment, but you didn't. So I was like,
Well, I don't remember because I have been really busy actually. Oh,
fair enough.
yeah.
How's your basement going with the
Well,
bricks?
I began to fill things up, so I made some videos on that too. So
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw the water and I saw the. Oh, I think the last one. The last one was with the water. Was it?
yeah, water.
Yeah, I remember. I watched that one. Yeah,
Yeah, and
very important.
I and now I have at least over 100 liters already. So
Yeah, it must be hard. Oh, must be hard. Yeah, apartment living.
yeah,
Hmm.
I really don't like apartments. Uh, because you are so limited upon what you can do, and apartments are really expensive in rent. Uh, so I wish I had more space.
Yes.
I wish I could afford a house, uh, but how to buy a house, a decent house, you can get for 1.5 million. And it depends on where in the country you buy it. Uh, in the middle of nowhere, a decent house for you can get for 500,000, maybe 300,000 too. So, and that is nothing special with a house or anything like that. Just a regular house.
In Australia, you're looking at, realistically speaking, in the cities, it's just crazy. It's all fake.
Yeah,
Um, I think you need about $1 million basically to buy a house. And when I say $1 million, just put it as €1 million in Europe or $1 million in the USA or $1 million Canadian in Canada. It's the local currency. You work for that currency, you spend that currency. That's as simple as that. So yeah, that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. They look at the value of the currency and they convert it and say, "Oh, that's only whatever €500,000. That's not that bad." No, it's the same as a house there in Sweden costing €1 million worth of the local currency. Or you see what I'm saying? Or 1 million of your local currency, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like
yeah,
literally, it's crazy because Sweden, although you don't have the euro, your prices are very heavily influenced by the euro and they are dependent on the euro.
we
So,
are more dependent on the dollar and than we are on the euro. But
but you get my point. It's like,
yeah, I get your point. So
yeah. Well, I'm sorry for misquoting. Yeah, the misinformation being given there. But your fuel prices, for example, are probably similar to the fuel prices in any euro member states. I'm guessing.
yeah, there was when I refueled the company car, we had 28 crowns per liter. Um, and now the last time I was refueled, it cost 26 crowns. So it has dropped a bit, but it's still high anyway.
Oh, man. Yeah. Imagine paying a million euros for a house. That's what Australians are living through. And they've been
Yeah,
living through it for a decade now, or 2 decades almost. Crazy but true.
yeah.
That's where the whole value. That's what the what's the word? The whole economy is based on that here right now. I said to a relative of mine, a cousin of mine, I said to him, Joe, mate, I said, you're telling me that brick, and I pointed towards a brick in his house, his unit / house. I said, you're telling me that brick is made out of a different clay, that the clay that it's made out of today is different to the clay that it was made out of back 30, 40, 20, 50 years ago, whenever, pick a decade. And that the technology being used today with little to no manpower is more expensive than the labor, the hours of labor, the manpower that was needed to make it back 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Again, pick a decade. Because if we're going to go by that standard, we haven't evolved, we haven't moved forwards, we've gone backwards. Because right now, we got technology that can manufacture that brick out of that very same clay faster, more inexpensive, more efficiently than any human labor in the history of mankind, as far as industrial revolutions go, right, or technological revolutions go, and yet we're paying 10 to 50 to 200 times more for it today than what people were paying back then. And yes, compare the labor hours needed to earn that money, because right now you have to have a husband and a wife, a couple working at least somewhere between 25 and 40 years to pay off a house, right? To pay off a house.
Yeah.
While back 30, 40 years ago, a one income family, or a one income plus a one part-time income family, could easily pay off the house anywhere between, in the 50s and 60s, it was like between 5 and 10 years to pay it off. And I'm not talking about frugal living either. I'm talking about a regular lifestyle. So have we moved forwards? Have we evolved into something better, or have we actually gone backwards? When you look at it that way, and he looked at me and said, "He never thought of it that way." That's what he said. I never thought of it that way.
Well, I have been thinking of that. I think, of course, we are getting more advanced on the technology. We get more technology. We have more advanced technology to handle things, to create things. But I think that we are going backwards. I think if the more advanced or society are going to be, I think that the more we go backwards, because people wants to get back when the life were much more simple to live, and back to a time when we don't had this technology. So,
and it's okay with you. I mentioned the World Economic Forum and how they're openly stating things about where city folk were. If you don't mind, I'd like to put a link to that. Hang on a second. I think I found that. Yes, this is definitely one of the most bombastic. If you don't mind, I'll just put a link to that. It's titled 8 Predictions for the World in 2030. And it's on the official website of the World Economic Forum, so it's not a case of hearsay or opinion. This is a link to the source. So anybody that wishes to actually look at that and go into it, like I said, I did recommend that everybody look into it and see it for themselves. There it is. There's the link that is from their official website, and really everybody needs to look at the language used to define people living in cities and those living outside of cities. This is the World Economic Forum. This is the body that has put into power many a politician on national and local level and international level. We're going into international organizations. So it's not something which is to be just shrugged off. So yeah. Again, no conspiracy theory, none of that rubbish. Go to the source, the official source, and check it out for yourself. See for yourself. Don't believe me. I'm an opinionated person. Yes.
I just take a quick look on the article and.
When you look at it, just read item 1 towards the end of the passage of item 1 on the list of the 8 predictions. And I think it's very bombastic. In my opinion, it's very bombastic because they're outright making 2 classes of people. They're actually lobbying for 2 classes of people: those who are living in cities as the acceptable class, and those who are discontent, who are not happy, who are the problem, who are evil, who are dangerous to the whole system of this wonderful utopia, who are living outside of cities. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
And it's just the choice of words and language that they're putting across. And many a person will read that when they do. If whoever, I can almost put money down that well over 70% of people who've read that did not notice the propaganda in there, or the mind washing, brainwashing, or the thought, the influence on their views on people who don't agree with them or who don't wish to live this utopian. No, it's not utopianistic. It's actually more, I don't know what to call it, totalitarian in every which way. When a political body / a government tells you what you have to have and what you need and what you want, and if you disagree with them, you're not acceptable. That is totalitarian. Dot. And that's what they're pushing. And it's right there. And anybody who disagrees with that is not acceptable. I'll just put it that way. Yeah, that's very scary. It's very scary because we're looking at the same level of immorality that was deemed evil from the 1930s, right? In a war-torn post-First World War Europe, where we saw extremes of all sorts of ideologies come across and clash, which caused a lot of death and pain. And now we're seeing the exact same repeat performance happening, but on an international level. That's the scariest part about that.
Yeah.
To me, And again, we're seeing so many people just, well, what can I do about it? Who cares? I just worry about my own stuff. I'm not worried about what's going on in my neighbor's place. I don't care about the person living next to me. I'm worried about myself. Give me what I want and what I need. I'll be happy. You see what I'm saying? And that's a mentality. That's a mentality which I came across in a culture shock to me when I first went to the former Eastern Bloc and started living with those people and intermingling. It was just their attitude towards the oppression, towards the unjust nature of the system, was like, what can I do about it? As long as they're not hitting me, as long as they're not beating me, as long as they're not locking me up, as long as I have what I need, I'm happy. I'm not going to stir the pot, I'm not going to muddy the waters. It's like, wait a minute, that's wrong. What's happening is wrong. But there's nothing we can do about it. Just, shut up and put up. Just put up with it. Shut up. Don't muddy the waters. It's like, wait a minute. And now I'm seeing that same culture shock all over the world. I'm seeing that same issue all over the world. It's not just a case of former Eastern Bloc, 50 years of totalitarian / communist rule. It's now a world issue, whether it be Australia, Sweden, Hungary, Germany, the USA, pick a country. Well, see, what happens? You have to shut up. You cannot raise your voice. You cannot. Simple as that. That's the part that people don't understand. They sincerely believe that with all their rights, right, all their rights, that they can just keep being no, there is no freedom there. I've seen that in action, in the former Eastern Bloc. And it's a mentality thing which is impounded into the people. Generations, 5, 6, 7, 10 generations of people who have lived under that type of mentality. And to them, that's normal. Look at what's going on around us. People are becoming compliant. That they're accepting that mentality all over the world. Snitching on your family and your friends and your neighbors. That's become normal. And when I say snitching, I'm not talking about someone who's committing a murder. I'm talking about snitching as far as giving away the inner workings of people living within a home.
Yeah,
that's normal. Look at Facebook. Look at what's on Facebook. Look at what's on Twitter, on all these social media sites. Look at TikTok. There we go. That's a cesspool of its own. That makes TikTok almost makes Facebook look good.
Yeah, I never liked TikTok. And TikTok is a platform that is not for me at all. I don't have any use for TikTok.
But yeah, like I was saying, just look at the social media. There is no privacy. Well, there is not. Once upon a time, to look into someone's diary was considered very disrespectful. There, to put it politely. Now, if you don't look into their personal lives, into their online diary, on their social media, that's considered disrespectful. So if you're not in the know, about what's going on in Joe Blow's life, that's not acceptable now. And yet, busybodies like that in the past were considered to be what? Busybodies. It's like, ugh, she's the gibber, the person who's chit-chatting, always backstabbing, always talking about others. Or he's the person talking about others and so on, whatever. Now it's normal. That's considered to be acceptable now. In fact, if you don't do it, that's not acceptable. There is no privacy. There is no personal life. There is nothing about you or me or anybody on this earth now which is deemed private. Nothing. So, going back to what Second Star mentioned earlier, people thinking that they're going to do this or they're going to do that when SHTF happens. World War III is just around the corner. There's no denying that. People may try and believe or wish that it's not going to happen, but it's just around the corner. Whether it be World War III on a level of, shelling, or whether it be World War III on a level of nuclear, it really makes no difference. SHTF is SHTF. Chaos is chaos.
Yeah, chaos is chaos.
Yeah.
SHTF is SHTF.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. So, and that's, like I said, it's just around the corner. And how is anybody going to get through that, or be able to ensure any type of safety on a personal level, on a family level, if there is no privacy, if every little thing is out there and known about you and accessible? I'm not worried. I'm not talking just about money. I'm talking about everything. We're setting ourselves up for the fall, basically. And what did Darren say? Them. He said the word them. Who's them? It's those that consider themselves to be elitists, elites.
Yeah.
It's the haves or the wannabe haves. We want to be part of the elitist club or clubs who consider themselves to be better than other human beings or more worthy of life than other human beings. It's that mentality amongst those people that really is worrying. And the have-nots are just putting up with it, just like, or just accepting it, or just going with the flow. Because it's the easy way to do it. It's the easy way out. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is. I agree. I agree with you. But on the other hand, the world is crazy. So.
Well, here's a topic. Here's something that's just appropriate for today, being Easter and all that. Who among us would be willing to pay the price for someone else's crime? Pay the price of a death penalty for someone else's crime. Very few among us would do that, if anybody.
I agree, definitely.
Yes, and here we are on Easter Sunday in a world where if somebody were to do that, they'd be considered the outcast. People/history repeating itself from 2,000 years ago. Literally, we're in the same situation. On a level of morality, that is, a level of social interaction, and so on and so on.
Yeah.
So hats off to the concept for those who don't believe, and for those of us who do believe, hats off to the good Lord himself, the creator of all that is seen and unseen, who actually became incarnate, became a human being, and paid the price for our sins, giving us the ability to be forgiven, to have a path towards bliss, towards freedom, towards something that is not surrounded by evil or by greed or any form of negativity. And yet, here we are today, repeating the same type of actions and everything as what was done 2,000 years ago by society/the people, and so on and so on. It's a repeat performance. Have we learned anything? Not much. Economically speaking, have we actually evolved or devolved? Have we degraded into something that's worse than what it was 30, 40, 50 years ago? Judging by the amount of life hours invested to buy a house nowadays, or to pay off a house, should I say, a home, a roof over one's head, one of the most key important things for life. I dare say that we've gone backwards big time. And yet we're respecting that, we're uplifting that to all righteousness, This is the way to go. Or heaven forbid, what the World Economic Forum and the IMF and what many a national government are lobbying for, where the government, a group of politicians, whether they're voted in or not, is irrelevant. Well, maybe some would say it's relevant, but it's a small group of people will decide what you need, what you want, and how much of it you need and how much of it you want. And you will have to agree. Sounds a bit like the Roman Empire.
Yeah. We'll see what happened to Roman Empire.
Well,
it fell
apart. Yep. Fell apart from within.
Yep.
But after what event? The event that on the calendar marks BC and AD.
Yeah.
After that event, the Roman Empire was put on the spot. Yeah, it did take a few hundred years, but that was the beginning of the end for them. They paid their price.
Yeah, they did. Every advanced and society will collapse sooner or later because the society get too complex to sustain itself. So it will collapse sooner or later.
Well, it's materialistic, first of all. If it's based on materialism, then guess what? Everything has a use by date on it. Everything that's material that's physical has a use by date on it, regardless. Maybe a use by date is a bit harsh, but you know my point. Second star vanished. He was here and he vanished.
Yeah, he did. I think he said something about to get to bed and then get some sleep.
Yeah, fair enough. Shut eye. Yeah. And Bob's not around.
I haven't seen him today.
Yeah. He's probably there in the Philippines.
Yeah, he is.
Living the life, mate. Enjoying it.
Yes, you are still here.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Bob doesn't go to the Philippines during the winter, the US winter. That's a little surprising to me. To get out of the cold. But then again, he knows best. Oh, yesterday I got given solar charge controllers, two 20 amp ones and one 10 amp one, by a bloke who's got he bought about 6 or 7 of them a couple of years back. Charge 12-volt batteries, put in your car type of thing. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
to trickle charge the battery in that, or anywhere actually. But he just said, "Did you need some of these?" And I'm like, "Well, they'll come in handy, that's for sure." He gave them to me, literally. And he works at a warehouse. He works at one of the warehouses of a distribution company, major distribution company. And he gave us a whole bunch of laundry detergent, car care stuff, and you name it, mate. I'm guesstimating now at prices which I can go by from, I won't say current day prices, but prices from over the last year or two. Just to guesstimate, what was it, 4 boxes of laundry detergent, 6 laundry detergent each one. The car key, about maybe $500-600 worth of goods. Just gave it away. He said, "I've given it to all my mates. I've given it to everybody, and blah blah blah. And here you are. And if you want some, take some." Yeah, and he just kept. I'm like, "Man, that's He just kept dishing it out like Santa Claus. Just kept pulling it out. It's like, "Yeah, you want these? You want that? Here. Yeah, come back next Saturday. I'll give you some umbrellas and this and that and blah blah blah." And the umbrellas for the sunshades, should I say? But like the ones in front of the cafe bars, the big ones, the huge ones.
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, I'll give you 5 or 6 of those up north. You'll be able to use those up there. They'll come in handy. It's hot up there." I'm looking at him like, he goes, "I don't need them. We don't need them. We got dozens."
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, yeah. So it was a nice experience to see someone who's paying it forward, or whatever the right term, whatever that term was. And some of the stuff that he gave me, I've already handed over to somebody across the street who's in the auto industry and all that. So yeah, it was paid it forward. So I got some, so I just handed somebody. I don't need that much tire shine. You know what I'm saying? It's like he needs it more than me, so I just forwarded it on to the bloke who needs it more than me.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Just little things like that, I guess. But yeah, it was a nice experience. Very nice experience.
Yeah.
And on the solar system, I got a quote last night, of all nights, because it was Easter, early Easter, Sunday
Yeah.
morning, like 1 o'clock in the morning. Quote came through from a bloke from one company for the bits and pieces I'm still lacking, like the rails, the clips, all those little things that add up. Another $800 worth, roughly $850 there, $800 worth Australian, but retail price that is.
Yeah.
So at least now I know I have a figure to go by and a list of items that I still need to, once we get up north, to actually finish the job off. Because I've got all the expensive stuff. I've got the panels, I've got the batteries, I've got the inverters, I've got the BMSs, I've got a whole bunch of cables. But I don't have all the little clips and bits and pieces and rail. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's another $800 worth. So that's something I have to take care of, I guess, in some way, one way or another.
Yeah, it's always one way or another.
Oh, you gotta. There's no choice. Yeah. Like I said, some things you just gotta. Self-sufficiency. That's the goal. Self-sufficiency. So, and we're talking 3 times 5 kilowatt inverters. We're not talking, 30 solar panels at 380 watts a panel. So we're not talking about something that is just the back of a van type of solar system. We're talking about full on run anything you want practically in your own backyard or in your workshop or in your house. So yeah, it's a big investment so far. So the $800 is relevant when compared to what I've got in the works. And it's 99% complete. Or less dependency, yes, CR, less dependency, correct. Very, very little to no dependency. Although I do have to admit, I don't have a diesel generator. I've only got I've got petrol generators. That's something that, and I had a diesel generator and I sold it for bugger all before the move from Europe, because it was huge. Just a bulky item. A guy offered me cash for it. I was like, yeah, I'll take it. Wasn't thinking long term, obviously. But the problem is I wasn't sure if that generator, the brand of generator, had parts available in Australia. It wasn't a standard. It wasn't a Honda, for example, or a Briggs and Stratton. It was some Chinese-made generator. Yes, Chinese-made generator. Yes, made in China generator. So I'm not being nasty when I say that. Literally, it was. So I've got to give yourself a diesel generator to have the alternate fuel.
Yeah.
The two forms of fuel available for generators. So yeah, in hindsight, 2020 correct. But the reasons for me getting rid of it were basically, but it wouldn't have hurt to have it, to be honest. Even if I may not be able to fix it, it still wouldn't hurt to have it. Now I've got to get another one. I should get another one day. But I don't know when. It's not going to happen soon, that's for sure. So yeah.
I begin to get pretty tired now, so I just begin to think of I'm gonna wrap things up and get to bed.
Yep, you got a day of eating and eating and more eating. And more eating.
Yeah, and on top of that, I begin to feel pretty hungry too. So,
This CR, where are you? We're talking food.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna eat something before I go to bed.
All right, bon appetit.
Well, that will be my breakfast. And
wish you and everybody out there a very blessed Easter. Wish everybody a lot of, like I say, health, wealth, and love from above.
yeah. And thanks for stopping by, coming in and join me out here. So take care, stay safe, God bless. And I think that is all for today, and I will see you guys in the next one, 8 p.m. next Saturday. So that will go back to the regular time. So have a nice Easter, and I hope you enjoyed this stream. And well, I'm out.